teensy weensy bit because we do have to talk about what happened yesterday. It's the Series 1 recap, and we're going to be taking a quick look at what happened in DR versus Hashira. So DR Esports, one of the teams that were, absolutely one of our favorites to basically take the whole thing, showed us what they can do and how much they've improved with the presence of their coach. And it's shown, just like the players shined themselves in this match against Hashira. Tell us a little bit about this, Viminal. I know you broke this down a lot for us yesterday, but go over this with me. How on earth was DR this strong up against a team like Hashira?
I really do believe that, again, Carter as their coach having a huge impact on the team's fundamentals, on the team's disciplines. Really, they were playing for retake, and that worked out pretty well for them. We saw them time and time again during all their performances yesterday. They're very strong on defense. They had a bit of a hard time on attack, but they were able to bring it home during the defense, playing for retakes and stuff like that. It's just perhaps Hashira was not able to play around that during their post-plant scenarios.
Yeah, you mentioned this yesterday. You were very much surprised at the impact that a coach can have onto a team and how immediate it can be. I feel like it's very much something that we've known, that a coach can have a big impact on a team. But to this extent, it's really rather quite surprising, Trix, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't actually call it surprising being on the receiving end of this. I would just say that really the best thing a coach can give any team is insight to something that they probably cannot see themselves. So they're able to look at it objectively, and players, I feel, hold less hostility then. Because when your own teammate is telling you what you're doing wrong, sometimes you get a little irritated.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, here's the thing. Coaching for me is, for example, if I were to coach a team, I would have issues because I wouldn't be as skilled as the player playing on the field. But then again, that's not the important thing. It would be the outside perspective, the objective perspective that the coach can provide.
Yeah.
I think so, because when you have a coach on your squad that just has so much impact on your team, sometimes it can be a scary thing because you don't know how it's going to change things, but and you don't know how you're going to adapt. But clearly, with a team like DR, a mix of these new bloods and, of course, the more veteran players, it just seems to somehow work. They managed to put the pieces together time and time again, despite the fact that they lost their star player, somewhere along the way, and found their own strength. They found their own voice, and they found their own chemistry, and what a beautiful way that they have done it here. But let's focus a little bit about Hashira right now. Let's go back to them. A team that we all thought had so much enormous potential, and we still think that they have a lot of potential. However, seem to be unable to tap into that against teams like, DR and ArkAngel that may be more, veterans than they are.
I would say Hashira, real improvement from the last time they played, and amazing that they're able to improve as much as they did. But to also say that they still have some ways to go to be the top, to hit that top 2, top 3 mark of the Philippines, because as nice as it is to have the slow plays, we've seen them have discipline now, because before they kind of just went at it.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see them perform on stage 2. And I hope to see them perform in stage 2 because they so far have had an amazing run.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things and biggest changes we've seen from Hashira is that it looks like they plugged in a lot of their holes in their fundamentals, and that's something that we saw. However, they're still lacking that X factor. Viminal, you have something to say about this?
Yeah, I commented yesterday that during their first game against DR, it looked really amazing watching them on defense. The crossfires were perfect. The discipline on not rotating too early and too much early aggression or over peaking like that. But then again, the post plants, I think, is where they need to shape up in certain ways.
Yeah, the crossfires especially. The communication there.
I mean, I think there was a lot more communication. I think there was a lot more teamwork on their side. However, to go up against a team like DR, maybe I don't think they're ready at that stage yet, because I do think they were focusing more about how they were playing rather than how their opponents were playing, and it was really rather clear even from the picks alone. Even when they were getting shut down with Hatred's Bucky, they were still going for it. And I think at that point, you have to realize it's not about you adjusting to how you play; it's adjusting to how the opponent plays. And I think that is where they struggled.
Yes.
But in the meantime, let's not linger too long onto DR and HSR, because we do have another matchup to talk about, and that's OG versus TFO. One of the biggest upsets of the day, the first quarter, who did take on Oasis Gaming, and this entire panel, I think, was going on Oasis. I think Viminal, you're the only one who went and said TFO we're gonna take this
Okay,
one.
I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, but of course, secretly, I was really predicting that of course OG would be able to take this series, as everyone here was expecting. It's probably because we've seen so much of OG and we've seen so much of what we're capable of, but TFO has been, compared to OG in VCT at least, has been quite unfamiliar. So it's not at all that we're underestimating that. It's just it was such an unlikely scenario given their past encounters
Yeah.
and given how TFO just improved drastically yesterday. This was a different form.
I mean, we're talking about the track record here of TFO versus OG, and almost every single time OG would come out on top.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you look at them on paper, OG should be the better roster. But TFO, man, they're just finding form here today. And, well, even though OG has been, it might have just been TFO's day. And it might just be their day today. I mean, I don't think I can safely say that ArkAngel have a 100% chance of winning, simply because every time the TFO steps up to the plate, they have been showing us new stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think at the same time, it felt that OG was uncomfortable with what they were playing. Maybe it was just me that felt this watching their stream, but it just seemed that they are trying something new. They're working on creating this like no duelist setup that they haven't really been playing on Ascent. I've only seen them do it twice really, and this was the second time. So it's also possible that they're learning something new and saying like this is the meta that we want to bring, and they're having difficulties.
And again, this is a point we were trying to drive home yesterday, that you cannot force yourself to conform just because it's the meta. The meta must serve your playstyle. And I feel like Oasis Gaming, in this particular situation, at this point in time, perhaps they're trying to be a bit over-experimental.
I think so. I mean, they were trying a bunch of things, and they were trying to, go with what worked maybe one time. But I feel like in the semifinals, that might have hurt. Oh, this was crazy. This is a really good play.
was a
Yeah, we
really
should talk about Trix. He was so good. And I feel like
was.
there's something about Trix that has been unlocked. I'm just glad he's not on the Sentinel so much anymore.
Yes, I agree. I did not enjoy seeing him on that Sentinel, but seeing him, as we saw in Haven on the Phoenix, we saw him on the Reyna in Ascent, it's just a lot better. It looks a lot more comfortable, his movement is better, and he's able to play around and for his teammates.
Yeah, I just think that Trix yesterday definitely shining. Even though he went up against, the likes of, Godowers and Beats, players like that. Speaking of which, Worship on the Breach, Beats on the Sova, and Sage on the Godowers, I just wasn't feeling it. I just didn't think that was a composition that suits their playstyle, I think, because OG, especially against TFO, where OG typically just outguns TFO, not really outsmarts them a lot of the time. I just feel like this composition bit them in the back, especially on Ascent.
As I mentioned off camera, I'm not sure about the double Senti pick. Usually double Senti picks, I would recommend like a Cypher and a Killjoy. I'm actually okay with that, especially on a map like Split. But on Ascent, a Killjoy, and a Sage, I almost feel you don't really need it, because if you think about it, chances are you're actually going to be playing retake more so than you are actually going to duel them. So I would say, again, questionable picks from me in terms of OG.
Yeah, I mean, I think, in my opinion, it's just stifling their strengths, stifling their main playstyle of being an aggressive team, especially stifling the fact that Godowers can get those early picks and pop off. Can't really do that with the Sage, so I'm like, questionable.
Yeah, I think so too. But, the Sage, maybe the idea was to go a little bit more aggressive with it, maybe to get a few more picks. It just didn't work out that way here, however. As we take a look at the next map, which was Split, and this definitely could have went either way at some point. 13-10 was the final score, but, the both Sentinels, and we saw it, these were where multiple 4 kills happening for each Sentinel were happening on the rounds. Brain Freeze and Tricks, they were all amazing, but it just wasn't enough to win them the game on, on the side of TFO.
Yeah.
So despite the fact that Tricks was amazing on that Sentinel, do we yet again think he could have done more on a duelist?
I feel like definitely maybe somebody else playing that Sentinel could have given room for Trix to do even more in that game. Possibly playing that Raze or even the Phoenix, the Jet, really whichever Trix is most comfortable with. It just feels like, again, he's holding himself back just a little bit, and I'm not quite sure why OG is making that decision.
I mean-
Why TFO is making that decision.
Yeah, look at it. Straight up here. Jet's Marky and Phoenix's Trix's Phoenix. The difference is night and day. I mean, they're both performing, and you had Killjoy just sitting in the back. They took that victory. With Coco, he's not having a bad performance by any means. It's 2.2
Yeah.
KDA. But at the same time, you still let Trix go off and pop off and make these crazy plays like what we saw. Like those 1v4s and like those flash spray downs. He had those moments because he was not limited to playing the Sentinel role.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it works for Trix. He's able to make it work on offense still, just because on offense it doesn't really matter. But on defense, he does tend to not have the best survivability time on the field. So he's better suited, I feel, to an agent that's not a Sentinel.
Yeah, I think I agree because especially a lot of time he does get caught out sometimes.
Yeah.
And having that survivability factor is something that helps him retain that killing power that he has later on into the rounds, which we don't feel he has as a Sentinel. But let's go and put this aside for the meantime because we have one last series to talk about. That's ArkAngel versus DR, and what a series this was. I know, Trix, that you were basically not watching at some point because you couldn't watch. And I know for a fact that I was quaking in my boots as well. This game, especially this first one, just hurt to watch. DR just looked so dominant here, and they were looking primed and ready to just take this whole series.
DR showing just amazing performance overall so far in VCT. And the fact that they were able to play for the retakes, they knew their opponents, knew what angles their teammates were going to hold. It showed a lot of skill and a lot of teamwork, which I love seeing, especially from teams that we haven't typically seen before.
Yeah, there were a lot of good plays that definitely unlocked, I think, ArkAngel, though, just like this one from Carl. I feel like at some point they were able to bounce back mentally, and this is one of the strengths of ArkAngel that we've seen them time and time again. You can really never count them out. When they're not a team that throws. I'd say they're not a team that ends up choking in the latter stages. They're always going to come back, and I think one of the strengths of any ArkAngel squad that I've seen all throughout different games is their ability to make these clever comebacks.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the clutch factor, the clutch ability, or perhaps them thriving under a heavy pressure situation. So, them coming into the grand finals today in the best of 5, that might actually work out to their favor just because they have such great stamina.
Yeah,
That's true too, yeah.
I agree. And beating a team like DR on their map pick, man, this was not expected to go this one-sidedly.
Remember the wall? I mean,
yeah, okay, that was a little bit bizarre for me. So for those of you guys who weren't able to see, there were like 4 or 5 rounds straight that all ArkAngel did was wall sewers in A, and they would waste 1 minute staring at the wall instead of trying to break it. They broke it a couple times,
yeah.
but then most of the and they'd never get anything on top of it. Maybe a kill onto the Sage onto Modski, but for the most part, they would stare at it, burn like a whole minute of the time, and by the time they get to go to A, there's nothing they could do.
Yeah, I think that wall is smart. If you actually watch the way Modski was playing on that stage in Haven with the wall, he'd actually wait for the opponent's raise to boombot, and then he'll put the wall up because he's going to block any intel that the boombot might be able to take. And that's why they break the first one. And we saw the Sova and the Rays just starting to throw things in that area because they're trying to clear it, wondering, is there somebody there? Or is
there
it
could
just...
be. There could be Modski just hiding over there in the hard right or hard left.
And the one time he did, they could
The
see
one
his
time he did.
barrel and they just killed him.
Yeah,
so.
it was sticking out on the right side, and that was really, even though they got the kill, I actually think that kill worked against them because it made them think that they can beat this wall if they played patiently enough, and so they kept waiting on it, hoping that Modski would peek out and die again, but in the end, they just ended up losing too many rounds to it. But DR did win Ascent in a very convincing fashion, and ArkAngel did come back and win itself. Very much a team that shows that constantly they are ready to be in the grand final. We were very concerned about their performance in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But now it seems like they have solidified. They have found something to go off of. They found their stride. And now it's the time for them to find excellence against TFO.
Personally, I'm now a much bigger fan of a team like ArkAngel because we've seen so much growth in such a short amount of time. And for me, that's a more interesting sort of journey, seeing that journey and not just the end result,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree because just seeing how they've grown as players gives me hope that the more we grow, the more we can keep up with teams in the SEA region and maybe the world.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a far cry for now, but we can always keep dreaming. And I think we don't exactly know what the power levels of the teams just yet, because no one's really ever faced off against other regions. But we will find out that very soon, especially once we get into the Masters itself. But speaking of the tournament, let's go back and zone in on where we are right now. The tournament bracket is coming very, very soon, and I do want to talk about this grand final. So it's TFO. I want to be realistic with you guys here. If you're going to give a percentage of a chance for TFO to be taking this, what would you say it is?
A chance.
Yeah. What is their percentage of winning? If you could give a
Okay.
numerical, empirical value.
I gave this some thought earlier, probably like 38%.
Like
That's a very specific
20,
number.
20%.
20%. Okay, cool. You guys are very generous. I would have said 10. Despite the fact that TFO look really, really good, I really think there has something to do with ArkAngel and their plot armor.
Yeah, we
They
always
just can't
talk
lose.
about this.
I mean, the only team that it's so interesting. The only team that can beat them is Bren, and they're gone. So
Yeah.
I don't know. They just have some magical stuff going about them right now. But
Ren has their own magic, so you know.
Bren, exactly.
It's
They're
like-
two sorcery teams
Yeah.
that just go head to head and no, we'll cancel your magic out now. But Bren, of course, is already secured in their spot into the Masters. So for those of you who don't know where Bren is right now, they're already waiting for ArkAngel or for TFO in the Masters itself. That's going to be happening a couple of weeks from now, and certainly it is going to be a very exciting experience. We're going to be seeing for the first time which of the teams in SEA will reign supreme, and that's definitely going to be a tough one here. And if we look at the stats real quick, we're going to see that even on a map like Split, the numbers were not even that far apart in terms of damage, in terms of headshot, whatever. It's basically, they were eye to eye, they were head to head on every single level here. And it just shows that I think the wins in ArkAngel were just eked out very, very thinly,
Yeah.
in very, very narrow fashion because of the late round, their late round power, their late round decision making, which was really amazing on the ArkAngel side. But I don't want to linger on that too long. As we go and take a look at the tournament bracket, we do have to show you guys where we are in our story right about now. At the climax, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very, very end of it. It's the final day, TFO versus ArkAngel in a best-of-5.
I'm looking forward to this match, and I'm wondering how TFO is going to adjust the way they play against ArkAngel, or if they're really just that good when we saw them against OG.
Again, TFO known to be a team that does a lot of work, but then again, ArkAngel also the same. I, for one, know that, of course, TFO will be preparing as much as they can, or have prepared as much as they can, knowing their coach personally very, very well. He's not going to go down without a fight. So I do believe that it might be an uphill battle for ArkAngel, but eventually it's going to be heavily in their favor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's going to be a little bit tough to predict the exact outcome. So let's take a little bit of a break and think about that for the meantime, because we do want to show you guys something special. The Masters is coming up very soon, and we do have a trailer to show you what the Masters is all about. So for those of you who are still wondering, what the hell is the Masters? Well, then check this out, because we got you. The Masters is nigh and the world will be watching. Which of the teams here in the Philippines will get to represent the country and face off against the rest in the region in SCA and eventually against the world? We'll only find out when the Masters itself come. But in the meantime, we gotta hang on tight and wait for that because we still have to find out which of these Filipino teams will be making it through. So while we're waiting, let's chill out a little bit and take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. We'd like to thank Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner, and of course Globe Virtual Hangouts, because they will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, local and international tournaments as well. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And if you also want to be a winner, maybe not of the Masters for now, but of your own 1,500 plus points, Valorant points, that is, just stitch and duet Azurai's TikTok video casting challengers week 2. I know it's not an easy feat, and he can be a little bit exhausting, but if you put up with it, you might just win 1,500 plus points worth of Valorant points. So all you gotta do is stitch him with you doing that TikTok challenge and use the hashtag PPGL just do it. Now just use the skins as well and get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid and TM Load. Also, don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/PPGLGG. And of course, do not forget to subscribe to our official YouTube account. That's PPGL-YT on Bitly. And of course, search on YouTube PPGL. Because tonight, we will be drawing 10 winners of 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And that's just so easy. All you got to do is maybe test your courage a little bit, because sometimes in life, you just got to be a little bit more brave. Now, we're going to talk about where you can watch all this amazing action, and it's going to be in Filipino and in English. So for you fans who want to watch on English, it's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And on Filipino, it's going to be facebook.com/PPGLGG. We're also streaming on TikTok, and that's tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. All of the panel sessions will be in English, and you're going to be having to deal with our beautiful faces for the entirety of the panel segments. I am so sorry. But let's go ahead, since we already talked about the panel segment. I'm going to bring it back right now with my co-casters already here, my co-panelists, excuse me. So I'm going to ask you guys to make a really quick prediction on how this is going to go. Before we, just initial predictions, initial assumptions about this upcoming matchup that we have. Once again, Vim and Lentrix.
Okay. Yesterday, I made a prediction that went against and defied everyone's expectations. I voted TFO 2-1 against OG. Today, I think the most realistic outcome, given the stats, given the track record, the history, I do believe it's going to be 3-0 in favor of ArkAngel.
Depending on the map pick, I would see Archangel winning it 3-1.
Okay, well, I'm going to say 3-0. I'm just not going to linger on that too long. But we will sort of dissect these predictions a little bit longer later, because for now we're going to be taking a short break. And when we do come back, it's going to be the grand final itself. ArkAngel is going head-to-head with the first order. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finals returns when we do.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Into the unknown we go, and we don't know exactly which of these teams are going to be heading to the Masters, but we're sure as hell going to be finding out. The last representative of the Philippines is about to be qualified into the Masters itself, where they are going to be heading to head against all the other teams in the region. And to tell that story is me, Illustrado, and joining me on the panel, the rest of this amazing panel, Trix and Vimnel, is going to be joining me here today. So let's go and talk a little bit about these two teams that we have on our hands, and we have the honor and privilege of being joined by the amazing coach of ArkAngel herself. Congratulations on getting to the grand final, Trix, with your team. Tell us how you feel about that. This is the interview portion now, by the way. If you guys
the teams are doing very well. ArkAngel themselves really have made it this far not through my efforts but through their own. So if anyone is going to give highlight anywhere, I do hope everyone keeps focusing on the players because they are talented, and I am just lucky enough to be called their coach.
Yeah. Well, the credit. Let's still give credit where credit is due. It's all a team effort. So congratulations to you guys, regardless. So how does it feel? How does it feel to be going up against TFO? I'm going to actually interview you for a quick second here. How does it feel to go up against TFO?
A little concerning. TFO has done very well. I'm very surprised, honestly, at how much they've grown from the short amount of time they have. And the fact that they're playing so much more polished as well. I would like to see Trix a lot more on the duelist if I were to give TFO a better chance of winning, though.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Trix is like the secondary sentinel of the team. That's why he's being forced or relegated to that role. But something tells me that, I just wish Trix would be on the main duelist still. But
yeah,
I guess
it
they
doesn't
don't
quite
have a
make
choice.
it smooth. It's not as smooth.
It's kind of like that Josh S. Ray's conundrum that we have here. I
Yeah.
mean, you have arguably one of the best players around. And
He's such a great duelist,
exactly.
man. Come
It
on.
just sometimes it is you got to deal, but you adjust to your team, and
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
That's more important.
They're still in the grand finals, though, so it's still already a big deal. But to make it past the grand finals, that is going to be the big question here. Let's zone in right here and take a look at the first order because we want to know and get to know the players that are going to be coming up first on the grand final stage here. And their first appearance in this grand final here in VCT, can they make their mark? Coco, Courtesy, Mark, Zerv, and Trix. Let's talk about this lineup a bit. Vim, I know you got a lot to say about these guys.
Yeah. So, we don't see a lot of the first order, or rather, we haven't seen quite a lot of them here in VCT. But these guys aren't new to the scene. They were formerly CTNX under the OG organization, and this is the second iteration of that former roster. They have a lot of experience. They have been playing since closed beta, of course, and of course other tac shooters in the past. Very high-ranking, high-profile players in other games as well. Looks like Coco and Zer, I believe, were teammates of one of the members of ArkAngel right now.
Yeah.
Of course, we do have younger players on the team, but they do have a lot of experience still.
I definitely think that this little bit of a mix is going to help them because, having younger players, it gives you fresh ideas. You don't always have these exact same ideas on how to hold the default, how to execute a site. That's really one of the advantages of having the young players. And it's showing, Marky was crazy good yesterday, so was Trix. And let's not forget how amazing Zerv was even on that Omen.
I think all of them just really outperformed our expectations, and it was a treat to watch. I always worry that is it enough in the grand finals?
That's the thing. Is it enough? I mean, of course, your form, your performance changes depending on who your opponent is.
Yeah.
Sometimes the sheer psych factor of it changes how you move in the game. Go ahead.
Sorry, I agree. I'm just going to say that the play style sometimes of your opponent just doesn't suit yours, and it was one of those teams that have a difficult play style to play against. ArkAngel. Let's take a quick look at ArkAngel right now, and ArkAngel is one of those teams that can be very difficult to deal with when they get into the groove because they're also so tactical and also so disciplined when they have to be.
Yeah, having Ching and moving him from that Omen position that he used to be before in Bren, putting him on the duelist where he truly does shine, as well as Josh S away from the Sentinel. Finally, after so long, he's finally out of that Sentinel into that Raze. I think now all of the ArkAngel players are able to shine, and they're malleable enough as well that per map, the players themselves are the ones that make the final decision on who they're going to play. So I think they're capable at all the agents and all the kits that they need. So for them, it's a matter of what do we want to do against these certain teams. And I feel like that's a mentality that we also see when Bren performs.
It does feel like they're coming into their own, don't they? I mean, ArkAngel, they have been maturing as a team here. The question is, will TFO be able to stand up against the giants, the titans that are currently ArkAngel? They're not perfect just yet, ArkAngel, but they're getting very much closer to the ArkAngel that we used to know, the ArkAngel that we loved since way, way, way back. They're finding that identity, they're finding that comfort, and most importantly, they're finding that trust within each other as a team. Now, as to whether TFO can overcome that barrier, that's a very, very difficult question to answer. But in order to do that, let's take a look at the head-to-head and see which of these two players are going to be going head-to-head against each other. Trix and Carl. No surprises here, because Carl, we haven't really talked about him so much previously, but he has been a standout, especially yesterday.
Yeah, the way he is able to gain all the information that his team needs, I believe he was MVP for a couple matches as well. It just shows that even at the Silva, very much similar to Jesse Vash, they're able to perform because of all the intel and the teamwork that they have all together.
I think one sign of whether or not you're a good Sova, or like the advantage of having a good Sova like Carl on your team, is that you are able to get information at any point of the map at any given time. It's as if you were able to pull strings or manipulate the map at any point in time from anywhere. And that is just an absolute amazing value for your team. And then over here, for Trix, we see why we're talking a lot about him as a duelist. It's just, look at that, ACS 258.
Go ahead.
I think it's actually a little telling when a team's MVP is not a duelist. It's telling of the way that they play and how it's team-oriented rather than being frag-oriented.
Good point.
I think being frag-oriented is something that you need when you're a duelist, and it just seems that Trix has that blood-hungry quality to him, the bloodthirsty. Exactly, just slurping up all those orbs, something that you definitely want to have on your team, and especially with Trix on it.
Yeah.
You know, I argue that sometimes maybe they don't even need the duelist, especially when Trix is hitting all the. I mean, a Sentinel when they're when Trix is hitting all of their shots. Maybe they give it to somebody who's not as good on a Sentinel anyway, just because the ability on Trix is so good. It's something. It's one of the questions that the coach of their team has to answer and the players has to answer. But I feel like really the solution here is to let Trix have the spotlight.
Because do you want to put your amazing duelist on that role of being an amazing duelist, or do you want them as just your second best Sentinel?
Yeah, I definitely think we'll only be able to find out the answers to that. Well, I genuinely think we already kind of know as to the performances yesterday what really works.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we see that later on today in the finals, but we'll find out as we go into the Veto itself and see where our battlefield is going to be at today. So, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be starting off with Ascent. I think, no, sorry, Icebox. It's going to be Icebox first. We're actually starting with an Icebox, followed up by Split, Ascent, Haven, and Bind. What on earth is happening here? I don't think I've ever seen this combination in the Grand Finals before. But okay, I'll take it. Icebox, Split, Ascent, Haven, and Bind. Guys, how do you feel about that?
I personally am very happy that we're starting with Icebox. It's just, Icebox is such a fun map to watch and play in. Next to Ascent is probably my favorite map, and I think it's pretty much the same narrative for a lot of teams in the Philippines. I feel like a way to break out of the current PH meta is for teams to experiment on Icebox, and this is why it's so popular right now. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this map, map selection.
I'm personally very happy Icebox is being played.
I mean, it's so fun.
It's a really fun map.
Not a lot of teams know how to play it, and I think at the start people were like, Icebox. but now
like,
really they're starting to get the feel of the map. But I want to break it down a tiny bit more for the audience here. Icebox, Split, and Ascent, the first three maps. Before we talk about anything else, do you think this favors ArkAngel, or do you think this favors Split or a team like the First Order? I feel like this really actually favors ArkAngel, because we know that ArkAngel can't play Icebox. They've gone head-to-head with Dreamfire on it. Same thing with Split. They've taken on really good teams on Split. I feel like I'm a little bit worried about Ascent, because I know that Ascent is generally their primary ban. But overall, I think the first three maps are in ArkAngel's favor.
I actually would second that. I'm surprised, though, that the First Order did pick Icebox, because I believe Archangel has already played it on VCT and performed, especially on the comeback with it.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering maybe TFO has a certain strategy that they're going to bring in, and they must be confident because they've picked it first.
Maybe, you know, they do have some sort of counterplays. Maybe they do know what AA is supposed to bring to the table, given the fact that they played so much during VCT, that maybe they have this set play to counteract that.
Yeah, I definitely think there must have something up their sleeve here. But there's still two more maps after this, though. And for me, one of the biggest question marks is actually Ascent here.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't feel like, because of this, I'm going to say 3-1 ArkAngel, because I'm going to get your predictions now, now that we are more informed about this.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Tell me a little bit about your predictions and why.
Yeah, after seeing ArkAngel's performances on various Ascent games across different teams, yeah, I'm leaning towards that. I'm leaning towards echoing your statement that they might actually lose that one to TFO. And given the fact that how strong TFO was yesterday on Ascent, you know,
I mean,
might
to
be a thing.
take down OG on Ascent, that's not
Yeah.
an easy feat by any means. Trix, what about you?
I'm actually going to go the other way. I actually think it'll be a 3-0 for Archangel. Starting off with Icebox, I'm hoping that their mental fortitude stays strong. And then they move on. Like, I know TFO is really strong. And I know that they mentioned their mental fortitude. They're looking forward to playing against Archangel. So a part of me is wondering, are they doing this because they want to see what kind of strategies Archangel will do and just possibly learn from it and this opportunity to play against them? Or are they coming in there with, okay, we know exactly how you're going to play and we know how to counter it? Because I have yet to see TFO really perform and shine on Icebox.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one here, but I think they're going to take a game on Ascent. Who knows? So I'm still sticking with my 3-1. What I am certain of is that you viewers at home can be lucky winners of your own Valorant points. 1,500 points up for grabs to 10 lucky winners. So, and all you got to do is stitch Azurai's video casting Challengers week number 2 and use that post. Hashtag PPGL just do it. We're going to be choosing 10 winners tonight of 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. Get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now using Coda Shop and using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. Also, don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow the page on Facebook, facebook.com/ppglgg, and subscribe to our official YouTube account. That's bit.ly/ppglyt-yt, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. And of course, a big thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this happen. It's going to be Acer Predator and our official gaming PC and laptop partner. And of course, Globe Virtual Hangouts, because they will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now. As Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So that's been it. That's been our panel segment for the meantime. But before we let you go, we're going to tell you where you can watch your favorite streams. If you want to watch this on English or Facebook, excuse me, or Filipino, we got you. Take a look at these guys. It's English on Twitch, and Facebook is for Filipino. So, twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH and facebook.com/ppglgg. And also on TikTok, it's tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. All panel sessions will be in English. Well, that's it for us for the meantime. Again, my name is Illustrado, so for Trix and Viminal, we are your panelists, but we're going to leave you in the very capable, caressing, and very lovely arms of our wonderful casters. So casters, take care of us. We're all yours. I mean, it's all yours.
Is Archangel gonna fly high to the sky, or will the First Order have their force awaken? Well, my name is Asarai. With me now is Black and Blue. We'll be your casters for game number 1 in this best of 5 series in the grand finals for our stage 1, week 3, heading to the Masters. Second slot is up for grabs, and I gotta ask this real quick. I mean, I feel like Archangel are looking really strong, but what do you think is going to be like predictions for you, my man?
Well, I mean, I have to give it to the team that was able to make it to the grand finals of First Strike and week number 2 as well. So my predictions here coming into this, 3-1 Archangel, straight up.
Ooh,
How about you?
Okay, I did give my prediction as 3-2, but looking at how really well Archangel did kind of perform up against Dragon Esports yesterday, I feel like a 3-1 might be a better prediction for me. And the reason why I say that is Archangel is a very, again, shaky team. At the start, they take a while to heat up, but once they do get started, they are such an unbeatable team. And I think even Dragon Esports was the one that experienced that firsthand yesterday, where I honestly thought it was going to be like a 3-1. Oh, Dragon Esports looks so good on their first game, or sorry, 2-0, and it just seems like Archangel did such a better job. Now, TFO, on the other hand, they also did like fantastically. So I don't really know now, but I think all eyes just looking for Archangel because they have that star power with Ching and Kelly S.
Now, I give a 3-1 here because
Yeah.
historically here in the VCT, ArkAngel have had slow starts. Okay, it would be very common for them and almost expected for them to lose the first map, even though we're going to be on Icebox, a map that they are usually good on. I do expect them to lose this map just because of the fact that they have been starting quite slow. Although 2 of their players played during the show match a while ago, so that might be a bit of a warm-up, guys. Just to recap things, if you guys don't know how we got here, so week number 1 of the VCTPH, the top 4 teams are directly seeded into week number 2, wherein the winner of that, Brent Esports, goes over to represent the Philippines in the Masters. Now we are in week number 3. The winner of this is going to go over to join Brent Esports, wherein during week number 2, it was actually ArkAngel who went up against them, so this is going to be their shot at redemption, at really getting back into that Masters slot. Although, the First Order might have the first and last say about that.
There is a lot on the line for the First Order here. They have, I think, everything stacked up against them. And thankfully enough, I think for TFO, they were able to select one of the maps that they're pretty much comfortable in, which is going to be Icebox. So the kind of thing that is running through the heads of all of the talents, the casters as well, the analysts, I think, is if TFO can get game 1, they have a fair shot at maybe pushing us into a game 5 or even winning it out, just because of momentum. But if they do lose this, every other map, I think, heavily stacks the favor of ArkAngel. I think the only map that ArkAngel might be a little bit more shaky on was their Icebox map, which I'm not sure if he saw them this entire week with it, but it was, again, seeing like Ching on a Omen now, which performed really well, but that's something that I think will be challenged by TFO when Trix, not the analyst, but the player goes back to his Reyna, which has been really scary this entire weekend.
Yes, Tricks with an X, a 1 and an X there. So I am expecting a lot of good things, though, from TFO because they did do very well during the match that we saw them in the semifinals, and they took that quite handily, quite honest with you guys. But you are watching right now the English broadcast. If you guys want to tune in to the other broadcasts as well, all you have to do is tune in here to our Twitch stream. That is the English broadcast, PPGL _ VCTPH, and for the Filipino commentary, we have it on Facebook and TikTok as well, if you guys want to tune into that. We have a YouTube stream for both the English and Filipino commentary, if you guys want to tune into there. And so, once again, English on Twitch, Filipino on Facebook, TikTok as well, and YouTube for both, just in case you guys need that backup right there. Of course, do check out the TikTok as well, because we have a lot of behind the scenes there and how our hooligans and shenanigans have been going on recently.
Yeah, I'm not sure if PPGL will post that, but we did a little bit of a throwback to some of the early songs of the 2000s as well as the late songs of the 90s. Yeah, but, just to kind of hype us up here, to kind of set the tone and the synergy for all of the casters. And right now, I am looking at over Black and Blue's head right there. The clock is ticking, and we are moments away from getting into this one, guys. So please, in the chat, just wanted to know, maybe our mods will keep track of it for us. Put in your hashtags, hashtag TFO win, hashtag ArkAngel win. Like I said a while ago, when we got introduced by the panels, who will it be? Is it going to be ArkAngel to fly high into the sky, or will the First Order finally have their force awaken? There's so many things I think that both of the teams have been denied, whether it's ArkAngel going up against Bren or TFO not really able to break through the semifinals as well, and maybe even some of the qualifiers here just be beaten up straight in the the open qualifiers and not really do as well. But now they're looking mighty fine, especially beating out Empire. Was it yesterday? I think OG. Sorry, there you go.
It was a grudge match between the two former sister teams. But, of course, TFO coming out on top of that in the 2-1 win in the series to make it now here to the grand finals of week number 3. ArkAngel, these guys have perennially been the second best team here in the Philippines, and this is their chance to once again prove that they are deserving of that title. And if they can, they're going to join the team that did beat them during week number 2, Brand Esports, in the Masters, but they're going to have to get through the very valiant and very, very, fear-worthy TFO. These guys have been going through the bracket like it's nothing. Even against their former sister team, these guys have been showing a discipline that we have not seen from most other teams here in the VCT for so long, and these guys have been really keeping it super compact in how they play.
That's very true. And I think part of the reason why they're able to make that work out is they just have that really good communication, as well as just an understanding of how they're going to utilize what's left of their roster. Because I think one of the weaknesses that we probably did see with TFO as well is, even though they did play a lot more compact, they rotated and tried to understand how their opponents positioned,
during the matches that they played is that sometimes they will have to commit a couple of their members and they will get taken down. So going up against ArkAngel, up against Ching that can take down multiple targets all at the same time, or consecutively rather, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. And now we do begin our match here. I'm going to hype it up a little bit. Game number 1 has started with the agent selection. Icebox is the map. It's going to be a little bit of a cold one, but the Icebox challenge for TFO is to break through the overwhelming offense that ArkAngel has. And even though they're going to be on the defending side, they still have some pretty damn scary tactics, especially with this double Sentinel that we did see, I think yesterday was it, or this weekend at least.
Yes, and so let's look at the compositions here that we have for both teams. For the side of ArkAngel, Ching this time with the Omen. Now, ever since he moved to ArkAngel, he typically has been taking that duelist slot, but recently, especially during this week number 3, he has been moving and flexing into a smoker like Omen especially, and it has been giving good results for the side of ArkAngel, so I don't doubt that that's going to change here in Icebox. Johan is going to be on the Viper as expected. They've been pulling this out since week 1 of the VCT here, and the Viper has had various mixed results, but for the most part, it has been working out for them. They do have the Sentinel there on the Sage as well, and Sova Breach. For the other side, Sova, Killjoy, Sage, and Omen, and the last one I actually didn't catch. I think it was a Jet, right?
Yeah.
As a duelist.
So they have a lot of utility on both ends, where I think for ArkAngel, they yeah, exactly. They do not have any duelists, so I don't think how that's going to work out in the attacker side, but we did see them kind of utilize their utility to take a site. But again, what I did kind of notice with that one is if they try to go for a site and they use a lot of their utilities, they usually don't rotate back to like going into the other side, because what that just means is they don't have any more of their flashes, their slows, their smokes to be able to use on the other side, and that makes it so that every peak that they try, every tate they do is going to be a dry peak. So that's why you only see them really commit if they throw like 2 or 3 already. For the first order, though, on the attacking side, I do like this. I think one duelist is enough in Icebox, especially if that duelist is going to be the Jet. I think she does the best job in being a single duelist to kind of complement the entry fragging for your comp, and having, of course, the Sova for the entry information gathering is going to be huge, just to kind of allow Marky to shine. And we did see him shine so many times yesterday alongside Trix, but Trix this time for TFO will have to be relegated to that Sentinel role, so really flexing in his, flex role.
Well, I mean, we have seen ArkAngel pull out this no duelist lineup here, especially on Icebox during the previous days. And while we were initially concerned, like maybe, okay, they're not going to have a flash. You have a paranoia, but it's not exactly the same thing, right? It's not as consistent. We were a bit worried that maybe it's going to mean that, you know, mid-round, they're going to be kind of struggling to change up the pace if they suddenly need to, if a bad situation arises. They might not have that leer, they might not have that curveball, those flashes to really bail them out of a situation, or the mobility that the Jet might offer, but they have proven that they're able to make good use of it. Their strat right now is kind of like putting all their eggs into the defensive basket and really getting as much rounds as they can on that defensive side. When they go over to the attacking side, trying to make up for whatever few rounds that they might need. And so, moving to map number 1 here, obviously, and look at the B side. Yeah. Very pretty.
I like how you're just saying, yeah. Oh, look at that. It's the niceties chat. They're like, good luck, hearts and everything. Love you, baby. HF, GLHF. Oh, no. Production, why you got to block it like that? It's okay, though. At least we're seeing the camaraderie. We're not teabaggers. We're not people who, you know, just look straight up and knife somebody in the back. No, I'm kidding. These guys love each other, and they know each other pretty well. And in case we are going to be on a little bit of a pause, just waiting for the tournament organizer to say, adios, muchacho. Oh, no, that's not it. Adios is goodbye. What's the other one for, like, go?
Vámonos.
Vámonos. Ándale. There you go.
There we go.
Come on, vámonos.
Hey.
Come on, vámonos.
Everybody, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
100B, 100A. What do those mean? Starboard side.
That's true.
That is true.
I mean, isn't it in the Yoru, what is it,
Right
opening
here, the video.
Yeah, that they're starting to get the plant on the spike. I think, you know, honestly, when I first started playing Valorant, you know, before we talk about the teams, because it's on pause anyways.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that Jet was a good guy, or a good person,
She-
like a protag.
Yeah, she seems like a protagonist because
yeah.
of that. It's probably the Shannon Williams effect, of course. Very,
Yeah, of
very
course.
dashing of a character, and even the design of it, right? It almost seems like it's very, very charismatic.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's like, oh no.
She's the one that's actually under Brimstone and starting to get all the radiant in the planet of Valorant. I'm not sure if it's planet Earth. Did they confirm that?
I'm not sure.
I'm not really good with lore, but I try to follow it ever so slightly. You know?
Radiant.
Yeah. Oh, have you bought the Prime 2.0?
No, I haven't, but I mean, it's going to be gone soon, so I think now should be the time, guys. You should check that out. Of course, it won't be on for long. And if you guys missed the first one, now it's time to get the second.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I think the best skin right now for Prime 2.0 is the knife, because it kind of reminds me of the Karambit from
It does.
from Ascent, right? So like, what you can do with that one
Totally.
is what other people do is that they don't upgrade it, so that the animation of you whipping it out is like a Karambit.
Yeah, it doesn't change.
Yeah.
I actually like some skins unupgraded more. Like, I like the Elder Flame unupgraded. Keep it blue.
You know what Right should do is allow us to remove upgrades by will. So we don't have, like, if we get the upgrades, we can decide to remove it. I think they're going to add that in the future. Because, like you said, right, there are some animations that I bought that I'm like, I like it at the start, but now I'm like, I wish I didn't get this, and now I can't revert it back.
Well, we can't revert this as we're finally going to get things going. Map number 1 of the grand final here, VCT PH, week number 3. ArkAngel versus TFO. Who is going to reign supreme? Will ArkAngel be able to get the chance to join the team that did beat them during week number 2, or TFO are going to prove themselves to be worthy of this? The push is now coming here towards the B side. The toxic wall is up, and so is a screen. The wall is going to try and hamper things a bit, but Marky is going to push on through. Zerv not going to be dissuaded from that toxicity. Johan here playing by yellow. His position has been given away, Asarai, and he might just be pincered in as the shock darts are raining through.
Oh, I love that flash. Does give Johan some time to actually fight back his oppressor here, which is going to be Marky. And Johan is such a good shot. He can always connect it, and he is really playing sentry at the back of yellow. And that actually has kind of stopped the onslaught of TFO here. What I kind of like about TFO, they waited for the smoke first, but in the end, ArkAngel just knew what they had to do. The setups were there, the flashes were just on point, and Trix is with the big flanks. If he cannot connect the shot, it's really going to hurt the chances of Coco to be able to get any of these sides, because now in a 2 versus 1, or sorry, actually 3 versus 1, ArkAngel got everything locked and loaded. So Coco, whether he goes A or B, he needs to find an opening first. He's going to use the smoke to clear some cover, but Modski does spot him out. Has to back away, does not have the heal, but Ching is on the side to set up that crossfire. Really, really like this one, but Coco is running out. 27 seconds on the clock, and he has to push in.
Yes, push in right now. It is a 1v3 here, playing towards yellow. Coco, will he go crazy loco, as Zax would like to put it? He does get tagged up, and they know that he is kind of committed here, but Ching is going to shut him down, thus giving him the ringer. 1-0, a good start for ArkAngel.
That was just fantastic, because, like, what happened there was, again, I did say this, first order, they waited for the smoke first to dissipate. Because again, Viper's utility is more on a meter than it is on a cooldown. So if you can wait for it, it'll take her a little bit of more time for it to get charged up once again. They try to push in. Johan was almost flushed out from his side. I think a double shock dart would have been the best option there, because the flash timing was so good. They didn't know that's how ArkAngel was going to interact with it, but that was just well-timed, well-positioned, and Johan knew what was up. He got like, what, 2 kills, 3 kills? That's fantastic.
Here comes the toxic wall once again to try and cut things off. You can see the killjoy there from the side of TFO is a bit isolated as he tries to go towards the peak, and Boiler, Modski will find that frag. Trix will get taken down. One pick going in the way here of the side of AA. They could find a second, as Ching does know he's coming his way. Quite paranoid here, courtesy, so he's going to be short-sighted for the meantime, but Ching is going to fall on back to the back of the site. He's going to find a second frag going in the way here for the side of ArkAngel. Make that a double kill for him now, thus getting them a 3-man pick. Carl will find the opposing Silva on the courtesy. It's all going to be on Coco. Once again, I'm going to have to go loco, but on the Sage, not much able to do. Ching will get the 3rd frag for him and the 2nd on the board.
Ching. Now, this is where I'm also kind of curious. Josh S. was kind of struggling with his breach during week 1 before they did acquire their new coach for ArkAngel. But now it seems like a little bit of time, a little bit of TLC, tender loving coach, is allowing them to utilize their utilities, their synergies, their setups really well. But of course, that was all because, or at least for now, that was all because it was on
Asarai.
on bonus rounds.
I love you, man. Ching here playing on top of where Belong is. They know where he is because of that recon dart. It has exposed his position, and he's still not going to waver on from it. Mozi playing on Boiler. He was able to find an opening pick here on the Trix the last time, and Trix might be able to return the favor. Vandal in hand, peeking out from 2, but he's not going to get too over-eager just yet. Waiting for his teammates to be in a position where they can actually aggress with him too. The smoke there coming in from this B side of AA to try and block off this mid push, but he's still slowly crawling his way up the tube. We're in the ice wall by Sage. He's going to try and hamper things a bit. If he does try to burn it down, well, that's going to give his position away, and so he's in a very awkward position.
Courtesy doesn't spot out anybody, so Coco is going to have a very tough time spotting out the angles that would be for TFO to claim the site here. That's a nice little party trick for Trix to be able to get the kill on Ching. That does allow TFO to immediately do this. They don't have to go for the A site. They have the time, and they can rotate back to B. Getting the kill on Ching is huge because he's one of the, the controllers here, which really do hamper the ability of TFO to take a side because of the smokes.
Left.
And because of that, TFO, they're like, we're going to be able to get this. Trix has been fantastic in this round for the lurks, and he's doing it once again. This could be a double kill for him if he times it perfectly. Doesn't pull the trigger, knows what's up, sees the 1 though, and he is trying to play this up against his opponent. Has to back away with the 180 because he was flashed out, but I do like that Carl was able to pick it back up as he goes in for the big flankies.
2-3 on the board, and now they're going to try and make this retake happen. Carl, as you said, was able to find that pick there, but still, he's going to be the last one left alive as Modski has been removed by Zerv. Recon Dart does not find him, and he's going to be able to throw out one of his own here. Will he be able to get this information? No, instantly denied. He knows there's a player towards yellow. Shock Dart going that way. But still, the time is ticking. Double time now. He feels like he has to back off. I don't think he can really do this right now. No time on his hands. He realizes that. Going to save his weapon and the utility that he still does have. And thus, a round will now go in the way of TFO off of that great lurk pick coming from Trix.
Man, it's my first time kind of seeing the spike explode. And yeah, just to kind of, I guess, break down what happened in that round. It was all just because of Trix. Like, he was able to find the important kill onto Ching, which opened up Kitchen, which means that the defenders, ArkAngel, don't really have that mid control anymore. They're wary of Trix. They have to flush him out before anything else, and that means that every rotation that TFO does right now is actually in their advantage because there's no vision, there's no information on that mid side anymore because Ching is gone. In any case though, TFO still going to be on kind of weaker buys here, I think, because they are not going to have the money just yet. They have to need a round or 2, and that little peek out from Josh S definitely will help the case of ArkAngel as TFO loses one, loses the other as well. And this, I do like these 1v1 angles that ArkAngel are setting up, and they're winning as well.
Yeah, they are winning a lot of the gunfights and the duels that they otherwise might not have been able to without that amazing, impeccable aim of theirs. But you can see here, Ching, first and foremost, is going to make the first contact as TFO does come in towards the A side, barreling through. He's going to be the spearhead to try and block off this brigade. Coco on top here, looking towards the under pipes, although that's Sova there. Carl, he has to be very careful, although Ching finding an opening pick on the Trix. He's going to take him down, but no trade coming in from Carl. Coco, good on the swing to bring it down to a 2v3. They can get the plant off here. There's no way they're going to be able to deny it from happening. Otherwise, I think Courtesy just got kind of flustered because he thought they were about to push him in, so he didn't want to go for the spike plant instead. But now they'll try to get the plant off here behind the wall. Not the safest plan, but it's what they've got to work with.
That's the kind of difficult thing, is that they don't have the safest of plans. I do like that he gave it to Coco. That may have given him the timing, the orb, to be able to revive his teammate, giving him that 2 versus 2 scenario. Courtesy should know that Johan is near the vicinity to his left. Johan has to push in because they're going to be the ones to flash out. Josh S flashes nobody, and Courtesy takes the 1. Josh S in a 2 versus 1 scenario. He does have the spike in an off angle, so maybe he can make this work out, but the nano swarm as well as the little bit of a peek out is going to be enough, and that recon dart just messes him up. He won't be able to do this. I don't think so, but maybe, just maybe, if he hits these shots, these insane shots, Josh S might become Josh Supreme.
Well, he's able to get that last frag at the end, but Courtesy knew to call his bluff. Went for the fake defuse, but in the end, Courtesy was like, hey, I'll play a decent amount of poker. I know that face. I know that move. 2-2 on the board, and TFO are successfully able to equalize things up here. Although, Ching is popping off. 6 frags on him already. Still, You're going to see if is going to be able to really carry them over this hurdle, because now they're going to be on an eco here, SRI. You can see a Marshal, 2 Frenzies come out, and 2 Sheriffs as well. So we got the Marshal and the Sheriff. Seems like it's a bit about time to lay down the law.
I like that. Marshal, Sheriff, they're both
Yes.
officers, you know, back in the Yippee days. Speaking of Yippee, it's going to be Marky just hopping on top of B Long here, charging right back out. Going to be using Courtesy's drone as a bit of leeway to be able to safely push it onto the side. That flash on Johan is going to be big, but again, he just holds this. I'll just call it the Humi angle for now, at least in the Philippines, you know. I don't know whoever has used this, but it seems like ArkAngel has been using this to such great extent, and they have really put Johan in such a position where I don't think TFO can ever be able to flush him out unless they really just throw like a raise nade or like a nano swarm specifically, but it's just so difficult for them, and Spike being dropped down doesn't help their case at all.
Spike is dropped, and it's way too far for them to reach. Courtesy will find the frag on Jing. That's a controller already moved, so Smokes will not be online here for the side of AA. And Coco is going to go loco to find Johan. He's going to find a second 2 on Carl. Definitely going crazy right now. Josh S will get the trade off to bring it 2-2. He's going to have to go huge here to try and hold this yellow position back. Mosey quiet and trying to trade, but as they go for the peak, Coco, that's a third. The Battle Sage coming online, and they do take the lead here, TFO. Now, while initially it was a good situation for AA, I guess in the end of it, them having the Sheriffs and really being under, well, not having the best weaponry in their hands and being ungunned, undermanned, and undergunned really did bite them in the rear, because while they could have won this 2v2, the Sheriff, you definitely want the Vandal in your hands, and so he can just see the benefits of having a better economy coming to this one. Coco able to get that one, 3-2 on the board. They've taken the lead now, but ArkAngel are going to be able to finally buy up once again, and we might just see an answer back from them.
Gotta say, Coco has been, we talk about tricks, right? We talk about Marky, but I think Coco, as the Sentinel main for the First Order, really has done a lot of things to kind of enable this entire roster. I think yesterday he was also one of the highest fraggers that we have for the entirety of the game, and he's been fantastic with either the Sage or the Killjoy. In any case, Courtesy, of course, will just go for the Hunter's Fury, play hula hoop with the Rings of Light, and be able to take down the 1. Josh S will be activating the Let's Rock and Roll ultimate as Coco comes in. Josh S thought that he had the position, had the timing, but it's not going to work out in the end. Paranoia will be hitting Ching as he only gets the 1 kill, and Johan left to his own device, the 1 versus 4. He has to get this one, the filthy 4K, if he can, and the first target will be Coco. And Coco says, no, Co.
No, loco.
Noco Loco?
Noco Loco. That's another triple kill for him. That's a second now round in a row that he's got some triple kill. And so Coco doing absolutely crazy. 9 frags on him already. And you'd think the Sage would be somewhere lower in the scoreboard, but he is top fragging right now for the TFO side. For ArkAngel, Ching, Marshall in hand again. They're going to have to go in the eco. Not a good economy coming to this one. Their stocks are currently plummeting in terms of this round specifically. So Johan here, he has been the glue for ArkAngel in a lot of these battles on Icebox in the recent history. He's going to have to do that once again to try and help them come on back. It is only a 2-round deficit, so they can definitely make something happen here. Now, that dart does find its mark, and they know at least Johan is obviously here because, well, information has been given. Ultimate charge trying to be seized right now, but they don't want to get too over-eager as if he comes in here. Trix does get tagged up. Johan winning that fight with a Sheriff in hand, and he does tell him, hey, Outlaw, get back in here.
I thought you were going to go for like, hey, Outlaw, get back in here.
Yeah. I'm sorry. They get the res up, though.
Well, let's see. Johan is charging. He really wants to get that kill. So one of the things that I think ArkAngel has really kind of utilized with this composition is they basically choke the entire map so that attackers won't be as brave. But you know, the First Order, they are knowledgeable enough that if they can force out these fights with, yeah, exactly this, with ArkAngel pushing out, they have the agents as well as, I think, the aim to be able to get the 1-ups every single time, especially when Marky is this aggressive. He should be able to get the kill on Carl, but it's just too much of the 1-up. Zerg will be able to get that refrag, but once again, planning out in that open without anybody being under rafters or on top of rafters is such a bad thing. It's a no bueno kind of situation as Serb, though, comes in with the big flankies, the 3K already, as he whips out wants the fourth, but Modski is onto the side with that filthy little headshot of his. 1 versus 1, he should be able to get the spike down. And Modski, oh, he
One
spotted him.
bullet! That was his last bullet and the dream, and it does come true. Sometimes the dreams aren't what they seem, and it might just be reality. Great shot there from Modski to cap it all off with the Sheriff, and once again, the Sheriffs are finding everything, ringing true here for the side of AA, and they do bring this one back. Still, they're going to have a round to really equalize things up here, and they do have some economy finally going their way once again, Asarai. And I just hope that this time they're going to be able to really hold control of what they need to, because the last gun round that they did have, that was 2 rounds ago, TFO just swarmed the A site and they were not able to do anything about it. But now Ching is going to be pulling out the operator. We're going to see if he's going to make the most out of that.
He's trying to do the jump.
The strafe jump. Oh,
Yeah!
he got it.
See, people said when I posted a video about it, it's like, no, Asteroid doesn't work. Ching makes it work.
Ching makes
He
it
doesn't
work.
have to use the shouted step. So at least you save that one little bit of utility, which, again, in these high pressure situations is basically gold. Like, you might be able to use it to bamboozle your opponent, be able to reposition without going out in the open. It's really, really good. In any case, though, he does miss the shot. He does this with a Sova drone, but also gives the information to TFO that we got ourselves a nice little sniper player in A, and Marky just says, well, hello there. Yeah, say
Hi.
goodbye.
Answer back. Oh, not able to land that shot. He almost did. The head angle not working out in his favor. He had the high ground, and maybe a Skywalker could help him out. Carl, he does let the shock dart ring true, but not able to land the shot on it for now. Coco, he's going to try and go for this peak. The flashpoint, really dissuading them, but not doing much else. They're going to try and get the spike client down now. If they can circle control of this position, yes, they will. They can get the spike client down. Oh, but that breach is going to try and stop them from happening here for the side of AA. Ching will get found. Josh S will get the trade off onto him, and Courtesy will return the favor. Now it is a 3v2 as the spike is planted, but Carl will find tricks in return too. Carl, will he find a second? No, Zerv going to answer back. Modski will find one of his own, but the quick trade off from Zerv here. It's going to be a 1v1 situation, Asarai, but Johan rotating all the way from B. He still has time to make this happen, but Zerv is going to be guessing. Where will he come from? He's going to win that fight. A triple kill for Zerv, and TFO are going to extend their lead back down to 2.
I'm not sure if Zerb had the inkling that Johan always plays B because of, well, you see all his utility in B. So I think TFO was just like, don't look at the back side. Johan plays B. He's probably going to be coming in from mid or somewhere behind us. Checks it at the perfect position, sorry, perfect timing, and just like shuts him out. That was just really, really good. Either intuition from Zerb or somebody from his team just says, check on screen. He did, and that's going to be a nice little round for the first order. Although, gotta give credits here to ArkAngel. Every single round has been very much back and forth. It's been very expensive for both of the teams, and you haven't really seen any any saves, big saves that could allow them to build some economy. Little push out there from Ching, but Zerv spots it out. Still, though, you got to give respect to Ching. Even with the Sheriff, he is a mean shot. Got to always be careful. But TFO looking to go for that A side.
Yeah, the action is happening here on the A side, but Johan is currently getting ready to go for a flank all the way from B. Marky will find an opening pick on the Ching. That's going to be big here because that is a lot of utility removed from the side of ArkAngel early on to try and make this execute happen. Now Marky looking down the way here towards the back of the site. Modski can't get over eager. He might not be able to win that fight against the operator of Marky here on the Jet. So they could take this ultimate charge too, and that's exactly what they're going to do for the Sova. Johan here still towards the B side, still trying to go for the peak here and go for the flank and the spawn for TFO. But Marky and Co, they're walking up their way now here towards the A side. Flashpoint does connect, but they're not able to capitalize and convert it into a frag. Here comes Josh S now. Will he be able to do something to help his teammate out? No, Zerv will find Modski. Will he be able to follow up with a shot though? He has to fall back. There's too much pressure on the A side right now, and they're going to have to give this one up because, well, the spike will get planted. Play for the retake, really. There's nothing you can do to stop this from happening right now.
Well, he did throw an aftershock, and I believe Carl also threw his own shock dart. It wasn't really going to work out in the end, but they do delay the planting on that spike. Johan with the big flank is going to be able to at least provide some pressure, put some pinning down on the members of TFO, but with only a frenzy in hand, he does pick up a Vandal, but not able to whip it out fast enough to get the shots in. TFO are starting to run away with this Icebox map, at least on the attacking side. They're able to just force ArkAngel's hands so many times, and with the composition that ArkAngel has made, they can't really push out. I mean, yeah, maybe with Josh S and his flashes, but I don't think they have the agents to kind of follow up quickly enough because of how long the angles are on Icebox.
Very true. Like, okay, you have a flasher here on Breach, which does kind of supplement the lack of maybe having a Reyna or whoever else might have a flash like a Phoenix. But
Yeah.
the thing that you give up there by not having the other duelist is that you don't have the mobility. You won't have a Jet to capitalize on that and use the movement. You do have some mobility here with Shing on the Omen. Of course, he does have his teleport, but it's not necessarily used as an initiation tool that a Raze or a Jet might be able to do, or even a Phoenix sometimes, because you just barrel on in with a run it back.
Yeah.
In this case, we're going to see if that is going to, well, be adjusted into in 4 by ArkAngel, because there is some problems right now for them that they do have to address, and that is going to be something that they really have to keep in mind moving into this round.
I think one of the things that ArkAngel has to do is try to utilize some utilities or some strats that will push them into the unknown. Marky, though, I'm gonna go for you the Eurobeats. It's deja vu all over again.
Totally.
You know? That was Ching, I think, in 2 rounds ago, and now it was the Sage there. Not really the best of situations, but it seems like they're setting it up. They're going to be breaking the wall here, putting some pressure on. But Coco, once again, great of a shot, great of an entry. Josh S. and Carl will be playing in the mid and the back of the side as well with the help with Shing here. And maybe, just maybe, they're going to be able to utilize these smokes, these little crossfire angles to get the 1-up. And look at that due diligence from TFO to just say, we're going to check out these corners and make sure that nobody can sneaky beaky here by ArkAngel. Johan once again will try to go for this off angle. He spots out the 1, but it's very, very difficult for him to make this work out because there's 1 at the bottom, 1 at the top. For me, 1 at a time.
He gets pincered in and sandwiched down, definitely deliciously. TFO 7-3 on the board, and they are extending this lead even further right now. The side of ArkAngel here, very low on economy. They're going to have to go for another eco. This could very well be a 5-round lead after this. TFO, they're looking very good right now, especially here on this attacking side. Although Icebox is quite attacker-sided, still doing very well on that favored side. So we're going to see if that is going to continue on after this round, because ArkAngel are going to have to go for a little bit of eco here. So when you're in eco round like this, like on ArkAngel, I don't necessarily favor seeing teams just, play in the back side and just play conservatively. In my opinion, when you are in an eco, that's the time you go for a risky play, because what do you have to lose? You're in an eco anyways, right? If you can catch him off guard, maybe get 2-3 picks, and then hopefully sometimes you can rotate around and even turn it into a round converted win. So here for ArkAngel, I want to see a bit more proactiveness. I realize their composition doesn't necessarily favor that and doesn't necessarily provide for that. They do have a breach, yes, for the flash, but as we said again, no Raze, no Jet, nothing like that for mobility. So I still want to see that initiation, but I realize it might be a bit difficult for them considering their current lineup right now.
I 100% agree that they have to make something happen. And to kind of supplement what you just said, right? I think one of the areas where ArkAngel might be able to do that is on the B-long side. Because they know that Johan's real adversary in that particular part of the map here has always been Tricks. There hasn't been anybody that plays anti-lurk only Tricks. So if they can swarm Tricks and actually beat him out, that is one of the kind of pressure points that I think TFO has used along this map to really hurt the map control of ArkAngel. Because even if ArkAngel do get nice little map control in mid as well as B-long, they can't really push out because Trix is there always looming with the threat. And if they kill him, that's a Killjoy down, that's a turret down, and that means that all that control in mid, all that control is B-long, goes zippity-zap gone for TFO here, which means that they have to be careful now that ArkAngel will be able to push in. But it seems like TFO are taking a breather here, Black and Blue, as they hold off, not going aggressive, and maybe we're talking about here, they also thought of the same thing. They're waiting for that triple push and seeing if ArkAngel would try to go for the YOLO plays.
Part of the reason, and what actually, the biggest reason why they are playing really conservative right now, TFO, is because, as you said, they are expecting a play to come out here. They know that ArkAngel are on the eco, and they know that means that they can try something risky, and Trix is going to try something risky of his own here, pushing all the way into the A side. He might potentially find the frag, and yes, Josh S will get taken down. That's a double pick now here for Trix towards the A side. Shing will follow suit. Johan, he's going to find the frag here for the side of ArkAngel, waiting and hiding inside his own smoke, using it for concealment. But Zerv will find Johan in return. The spike will get planted down here towards the B side, as ZFO and Marky will find one apiece. It's all going to be in the hands here of Carl. He's going to find the frag under Trix. Okay, catching Trix off with the lurk and able to retrieve his Vandal. Will he find more of those? The question. He does spot the shoulder out there of the jumping Jet, and he's going to try and find even more. But Carl right now here in Orange, it's going to be quite difficult for him to try and bring this one back. If I was him, I'd probably just go for the save, maybe an extra frag here or two there, but he realizes the mootness of his endeavor, and so he's going to try and play this one a bit more safely.
I mean, the best option he can just do is save the gun. There's nothing that he can thought it was like looking, are you an opponent? Are you a teammate? But no, I'm your teammate that will get the last kill on this 11th round. And Carl goes back to the drawing board with the rest of ArkAngel to add to all of this. I just gotta say, TFO, they didn't really have to change how they played on that next round. But when the pause came in, when they had to take a breather, you saw that they were like, maybe they're going to try to do something different now that they have had some time to kind of think for themselves. And they waited, and they really liked how they kind of utilized that time, that kind of pause to also take a pause themselves going in onto that next round. Now, what kind of happened after that is that they did a standard strategy with Courtesy making use of his Sova Drone to get that information, but Ching finally trying to go for these really, I would say, salty plays, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Courtesy will be activating his Hunter's Fury, and he gets the double whammy. Maybe he could actually get another kill there, but only softens up the members of ArkAngel, but that's good enough for TFO, as they do claim the site with the help of the Killjoy's lockdown. That's kind of interesting. Rolling Thunder to deny the plan, but they can't really go through the smoke as well as the wall.
Yeah, they burned the Rolling Thunder right now, but I'm not sure if that's going to be successful in really stopping the plan and denying it from happening. The spike will go down still, and Courtesy will find that frag with Johan trying to make his way up the ropes. Very ill-advised, I'd like to think. Trix will find the frag on the Carl, and it's all going to be in the hands of Josh S. Now, we know what type of player he is. But still, Trix is on fire right now and has been popping off. There goes another frag his way, and TFO 9-3 at the half.
Is it just me, or maybe every other round for ArkAngel has been an ArkAngel save, right? And what that just translates into is no matter how kind of plays they would want to try out to do, they don't have the arsenal, the weaponry to supplement that. And it's kind of putting ArkAngel in a bad spot, because even though there are some, tight little corners on the defensive side where you could maybe make something happen with a Bucky or a Frenzy or any short-range weapon, it doesn't really happen because TFO are forcing these kind of angles. And if they try to go for a site, they will make sure that they always get that refrag and then +1. It's really hurting the case of ArkAngel here, but now we've turned the tables. ArkAngel's going to be the one to pierce. TFO will be the one to defend. And TFO immediately back away from the B site, as there's going to be a little bit of kerfuffle in the mid as Johan spots out Marky. Step in the right direction maybe for AA.
Well, that is a good opening pick, but as he said here, ArkAngel, their composition means that they are trying to fight for control. That's the whole reason why they have this exact lineup without the duelist, because they want that control. The thing is, it's been TFO who has been dictating the pace of how the fight will happen and been choosing the fights that will win them rounds. So it's going to be now up to ArkAngel to make that happen. They do get a good start here to find the jet here for the side of TFO. And so as a push comes in here towards the B side, wall is placed up. Zerv is going to be dissuaded from trying to stop that. He is paranoid, but not much else. Coco here from the top, trying to deny any further pushes into Snowman, but the spike will get landed down. There's nothing they're going to be able to do about that, and the retake is going to have to happen here. You can see there's actually 3 of them ganged up here towards yellow, 2 towards B long. And so it's going to be very difficult to try and isolate the fight if they don't peek out one by one.
What's kind of more difficult about this is, aside from the wall of the Sage, there's also the wall of the Viper here. I do like it. Coco's going to be body blocking, and maybe this Paranoia will give them enough time to go for that defuse. It's still coming in, and TFO, I just did not think that they were going to be able to do a big brain strategy such as that. Coco's going to get taken down, but at the end of the day, TFO reign supreme. That was so smart. What they had to do was drop in their own wall. It was not going to be a wall that's easily broken. Coco set it up. He had a wall saved up, and he had a teammate, I think that was Trix, who was just right in front of him that will block the bullets, that will body block all the bullets, and Zerv saved his Paranoia. So every single member of ArkAngel did not know where to shoot. In all the confusion, TFO got the round win. that was so smart. I honestly thought that was an Archangel win.
We actually saw that exact type of defuse attempted yesterday, but the reason why it worked out now is at the very least it was done on the pistol, so it's going to take a lot longer for them to burn down that Sage wall, and they weren't in position for it because they were all still hiding behind the long and yellow. So great heads-up play by TFO, and the rest of them just scattering around to try and prove a distraction. But the push is coming in now here from the side of ArkAngel towards the A side. Shing will find Trix, and Trix will get him in return. Post-Martin, they do get to trade off on each other. Coco will find Modski there on the Sage. Johan and Courtesy will find one apiece for either side, and Josh S will find Courtesy there. Thus, bringing it now to a 2v2. Who is going to prevail in this situation? Carl, he does have a position here to cut them off if they come in from the screens, but the rotation coming in through the Raptors is what TFO is going to try and bring. Josh S will get that spike planted down there towards the default. Carl has a great angle to fight this, and he's going to find Zerv. Will he find a second frag? Yes, he will. Sprays on down, and Coco is taken out. 4-10, and ArkAngel still trying to claw back here. 6 rounds between them and the line to tie it all up, but still ArkAngel, good for them to take the second round, and in many ways, winning the second round is more painful than... well, rather, losing the second round is more painful than winning the first round because of the fact that, well, now your economy is shot.
That's true. Like, even if you win the what do you call this, the pistol round on either first or second half, the next round, you don't call it the full buy, you call it a force buy. Because of how weak your buy is still going to be. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a quick dash up from Marky as they go in for this aggressive paranoia play. I do like it though, but the thing about that is it was the 1-for-1. But in this scenario where they don't really have the money or the utility to just fight out you know, ArkAngel in these kind of quarters, it's going to just be better to, you know, straight up get the kill on that one. Speaking of kill though, Zerv does not get his one up. Josh S will still be able to survive here. Modski will be setting up a wall already, but they take a breather. I do like this. They don't need to take control of the site so quickly, but they are hearing multiple footsteps, maybe even netting or you know, situating that maybe we can go A. But seems like ArkAngel will just decide to keep on pushing to the site. They want to get that control, and they're going at this once again with the numbers advantage. Trix though, in such close quarter combats with this Bucky, might be able to deal some substantial damage. Courtesy will be helping him out with the recon dart. Spots out maybe a couple. Not going to happen. He pushes right out, but the angle and the range not really going to work out. And this shotgun doesn't prove its worth when everybody else is like 10 feet away from you.
Yeah, at that point, your pellets, really, the damage drop-off is a bit too much to deal with the Bucky, even with the right click. So not exactly the most effective range to try and apply it, but still, he had no other choice. 5-10 on the board, and ArkAngel, at the very least, have cut this deficit in half. Still, 5 rounds to go, and that's still a lot to try and come back into. Marky here is going to buy up, of course. Will he force up all of his ability, or what's the plan here coming from Marky? Okay, Vandal at his. Spectre is in the hands of ArkAngel. 2 of them got Spectres. That is Carl and Modski, I believe. And so they're going to have to try and pick their fights here. And I think they're going to be going here for the B side initially to try and see what they can find. Although the mid push coming in from Johan, you can see him. He's actually going to make contact into Trix here towards the tube. And Trix will win that fight going his way. Good aggression from Trix, and also good hesitation, discipline for him to realize, okay, I have one pick, don't have to over-aggress, don't have to push on forward. I got what I needed, let me fall back.
I just gotta say though, yeah, it's been TFO really just winning these 1v1 duels with the lurkers. That always gives them a 4v5 situation that is always in their favor. And honestly, when they were on the attacking side, they've utilized this so well, and they're still utilizing it here on the defenders as Trix pushes out on Tube. Now there was a kind of like a triple setup that TFO did for Pipes, which was a fake updraft play there from Marky. Nobody was really there to kind of be engaged by that, but in any case, well, TFO still have a nice little lockdown. Well, they're on the other side. Marky is going to be able to hold an angle here. But there's more people than maybe he can chew. Thing about that though is he does have his dash. So if you can get a kill here, dash away, it's going to be perfect. But ArkAngel, they swarmed in with the numbers.
Could not find the frag there, unfortunately, which means they're going to be able to take full control of screens. But Trix, a quadruple kill from him as Josh S is able to get the trade, but not after getting the quadruple there. So it's going to be a 1v1, Omen versus Omen. Shing, this time, it's going to be his choice to try and get this one out. He does have enough time to get the plant off, and here they go, Asarai. 1v1 situation, paranoia out. What can they do?
2v1 actually.
2v1, sorry.
Yeah, Zerv is going to be coming from A main. Ching has nowhere to go. He does have some shrouded steps, but I think the steps is not enough for him to be able to win. It's all going to be about that aim duel. And now, systematically, surgically, we are seeing the First Order try to break in onto the side. Ching is not going to rush out. He knows that he has an opportunity here, and if he can get the first kill, he might be able to get the second already with the headbangs, and Ching has full control of this game. He should not lose this, but Zerv, with 1 HP remaining, clutches the round for TFO. We talk about Marky, we talk about Coco, we talk about Tricks, but damn it, Black and Blue, TFO has Zerv as well.
Zerv serves this clutch out on a silver platter. Great job by Zerv and TFO to get that clutch going their way. Still, even though he was low, he was dinked already through the wall, still pulling out with it. Moski, as you can see here, a bit struggling on this map, but I don't expect that to go on for very long. We know the type of player he is. He was shining, though, very early on in this match, so it could just be a matter of time before he gets back alive on this one. You can see the wall here just cutting the entirety of the A portion in half. We're going to see if ArkAngel can continue to aggress still there towards the A site. We're in much of a utility, honestly, already committed from the side of TFO, but Tricks an opening pick for Ching, and that's a big find, already removing a big player inside of AA.
Now, the one thing that I love about predictions, especially when we're the ones predicting, is I love always being wrong. No, because the thing about that is it makes me feel like these teams like exceed my particular expectations. Of course, you know, I'm not really the one to be impressed because it's them that they have to impress. It's them that has to win and everything, right? But it just shows that they grow so much in such a short span of time. And right now, TFO is showing to us that Icebox definitely is their baby, and the challenge to beat out ArkAngel here is definitely true. Marky, though, he almost expends all of his blades and misses on Johan's brainsicles, but still connects the shot. I really do like that. It refreshes his ult and allows him to pick up this dragon by the side. Now, like you said, losing Ching in the start and Johan, both controllers are down, so it's all going to be about the contact and the help from the flash of Josh S. They do situate themselves, they do pick up the A site here, but Trix has been such a beast in defending this site. He could even go for the 3K, not going to happen, although everyone else knows it's going to be the A site. Marky backs away smartly, as he doesn't really have to commit here. Whips out the blades, does go for the dash out, and they don't have enough time here. No, they do have time to get that spike planted down. But here comes the rock and roll as TFO goes in for the 2 versus 4. Marky spots out the other as they are not going to be able to spot out Zerv coming in from behind him. It's going to be a bloodbath, and Josh S will just be bathed in the loss of ArkAngel here, and we're all really looking at match point 5-12.
Nothing he could have done there, Josh S. They all came at him at the same time, and we are at match point here, Asarai. TFO doing very well here in our map number 1, but for ArkAngel fans out there, I wouldn't worry just yet, although because these guys are might be at the 5-12, yes, but we know that ArkAngel are the comeback kings. These guys have come back from very dire situations too. Right now they are down 7 rounds, but we've seen them come back for more. And historically too, as I said, ArkAngel do start their first map quite slow. The series as well, they do typically lose the first series, even though they do get the next 2. So we're going to see if that is going to ring true once again here, as ArkAngel are going to try and go for some mid-control early on. But look at this. Pipes, the 2 pushed down all the way here by Marky. Courtesy trying to go for that. He's going to find the frag on the car of the opposing Silver. That's a big player removed from ArkAngel, because now they're going to be bled dry for information as the A side push is underway. Trix here playing towards the screens, and he knows that a lot of them is coming his way. But there's nothing he can really do about it right now, and the plan will be able to come in. No way they're going to be able to deny this from happening, and let's get this postman going. Oh! Perfect, and perfect cut to the camera too. Courtesy, a triple kill for him now.
And the chase is going to be real. It's going to be double smokers alive for ArkAngel here. Zerv is going to be able to hunt down Johan, and Ching left to his devices. He looks at the heaven side, backs away, and does not spot out Marky. Too many angles, too many opponents. And at the start of this grand finals, TFO find... Were they just looking at the spike together as a 4-man? Never mind. They find the victory that they need, and TFO claim that one. A good start, but they need 2 more to go and get that Masters slot.
That's exactly what they needed to do there, Asarai, and they definitely brought the heat here on map number 1, thus heating up the Icebox. When we go into map number 2, though, the question is, are ArkAngel going to finally find their wings and get some air behind them? Will ArkAngel finally be able to make that comeback happen that we know they do? They have, once again, historically, lost first maps a lot, but then came back on the second and third. TFO definitely going to try and not let that happen. They might have the first order, but will they have the last word is the question. ArkAngel here is going to be their chance once again to tie the series up. It is a best of 5, mind you guys, so TFO still have to win 2 more maps to take this one home. But for now, we're going to go into a short break, guys, as we'll be back in just a hair with our second map coming up. I'm Black and Blue and Asarai. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. See you guys.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is them red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from?
Lost in
Who you wanna become?
You there?
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Tell me what I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
Game 1 went the way of the first order, but here comes the second order. Game number 2. Are you going to be able to keep the momentum up, or is ArkAngel finally going to be able to heat up? My Ables are here, but who will be enabled? We'll have to see. And we come back from the break. My goodness, it's been a hot one. TFO did a fantastic job in that first game. I don't think they ever really stopped dominating the competition, and maybe it's all uphill, or is it uphill if it's going good, right?
Yeah, it's going good.
Okay, so uphill here.
All uphill from now.
here. There you go.
Yeah, TFO looked definitely hot in that map number 1, and they took it. But guys, not only did TFO win, not only did these two teams have a chance to win and go to the Masters, but you guys don't have a chance to go to the Masters, but you guys have a chance to win 1,500 Valorant points here. 10 of you lucky viewers, I think that's supposed to be 10 today? Yes, 10 lucky viewers will be announced at the end of the game on who those guys will be. Now, all you have to do to be able to join our giveaway here for the 1,500 Valorant points is Stitch and Do It. Asarai over here's TikTok video casting challengers week number 2 posted on the PPGL Facebook page. Post on the video on either your Facebook or your TikTok accounts with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. Make sure that the video is public as well so we can see it. So basically how it goes is that Asarai casts a VOD, a clip, and then he throws it over to you. You guys do your turn at it, and we're going to choose 10 lucky winners at the end of this to get 1,500 Valorant points. Wherein you guys might just be able to buy that Battle Pass for free.
And you never know, it might be your intro to getting into shoutcasting. Because again, I did see that there was a lot of really good entries. In any case, come do it. This would be Black and Blue. 3, 2, 1. Language Direct, as we are, of course, streaming. Thank you, production, for that quick little show. Anyways, I do like that we are now streaming on multiple platforms. Here on the English, we got twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, and for the Filipino commentary, facebook.com/ppglgg. Both of these are being streamed on YouTube, which you can check out at bit.ly/ppgl-yt. And we also have the Filipino commentary being on our newest social media platform, tiktok.com/@helloppgl.
Yes, guys. So once again, English on Twitch, Facebook for the Filipino commentary, and on TikTok as well. YouTube for both. Do check out our socials as well, because on TikTok especially, we're posting a lot of behind the scenes and some hooligans and shenanigans over here at the VCT roster, guys, if you want to check that out. But now, let's get on and done, rather, with the funny business. Let's get the serious talking business here, as ArkAngel and TFO are about to get kicking underway. Map number 2 is going to be split. When we get to a third, it is going to be an Ascent. If we get to a fourth, it'll be Haven and Binds, respectively. But for now, let's focus on split. So, split is a map that ArkAngel are not necessarily the hottest on, but they have had some good results on this map, as we saw recently. Let's look at the compositions here, Asarai, for both teams. TFO, you're going to be having the Killjoy, the Sage, the Raze. I do like the Raze pick here, by the way. They have a Jet on Marky, and they have Zerv on the Omen. On the other side of things, Josh S. there on the Raze, the Omen on Johan, Carl with the Breach, the Killjoy on Modsky, and Ching with the Jet. Now, the thing is, I remember, especially in week 2 and week number 1, we kind of saw a lot of teams try and defer from using the Jet here on Split because of the fact that sometimes you just burn a Tailwind and you hit the roof, right? There isn't so many angles where you can necessarily use her vertical mobility, but the Tailwind does help in a lot of these corner situations. But the Raze definitely is a big pick, especially the Breach 2 coming in from Carl, because that really helps him clear corners blindly that they're otherwise might be difficult in doing when there's so many 50-50 angles here.
I think what's kind of good about having a Jet on your team is that if you have a player that is comfy with being an anti-fragger and being on an anti-fragger that's so quick in getting these sites because of that dash, it's going to be well worth the pickup. And that's why we're seeing Ching and Marky do the same thing, because they're phenomenal entry-fraggers, to say at the least. Now, you did point out that Josh S. is going to be back on his Breach once again, which is... Actually, is that Josh S. or Carl that picked up the Breach? I did not clarify that. I think it might be Carl. Anyways, the Breach for ArkAngel will just make it so that they will be able to utilize those flashes to somebody gets blind, Ching dashes right in, gets a free kill, and that will definitely help out their case on the attacking side. We did see yesterday that some of the teams here are actually much better on attack on Split, and it was so polarizing to see that, because I always say that Split is such a defender-sided map, because if you get yourself a really good lockdown team on the defending side, it's so difficult to pierce through. But it seems like ArkAngel and TFO are the teams to really utilize their attacking here on Split. Now, the composition that we saw was basically mirror match, except for TFO and ArkAngel. Picking up for ArkAngel is the Breach, and for TFO, it's the Sage because of, I think, the starting rounds that they had. So that's going to be what they're going to at least be different on. Now, here we go. Game number 2. Let's get it started.
Speaking of things to lock things down, the team here, they do have 2 Sentinels on them. They have the Killjoy, they have the Sage. On the other end of things, you can see here for the side of TFO, rather, sorry, for the side of ArkAngel, they have the Killjoy too. So that's going to come in huge here. Marky, an opening pick to find Josh S there with a frenzy towards Rams. He's going to hold on to it for now as they make their execute coming underway here. They do clear the site, and they will be able to plant the spike off as the retake is going to have to happen. TFO give this one up for the meantime, but they will try and retake things back.
Do like that they put Johan back at the main so that he can actually stop any lurkers or actually lurk himself. But they are going to be clearing his angle first. They don't see him on the right. They check out the left, and TFO knew what was up. I really like that positioning. Courtesy saving his pain shells, and Jing got to back away. He's not going to be able to get the frag here. And look at this retake from TFO. It's clean as can be. Yeah, Motsuki and the rest of the members of ArkAngel should be able to get some damage in, but at the end of the day, it's going to be TFO to rein in and get the site so quickly and so well cleanly.
What a great retake there coming from TFO. They knew that, okay, we can't necessarily contest this. They do find an opening pick there towards Ramps, and they were like, okay, you guys can take the site. Go get the plant. We have the man advantage. We can come on in afterwards and retake this. We do believe in our capability of doing so, and TFO are dead right on the money. Now here, ArkAngel are going to be forced once again on the eco this time, not able to buy up just like they did during Icebox, where honestly they were forced to do a lot of ecos. And so right now, triple Sheriff coming in from the side of ArkAngel. Their offense is quite spread out right now. You can see there are 2 going towards B main. The other 2 here from the sewers trying to check out what they can find towards mid. We're going to try and pincer out mid. We're in towards the tower. We can see the Sage and the Raze here for the side of TFO trying to hold things down. The wall does come out, and that's going to kind of hamper things a bit for Carl and co. But as that Roomba does drive on by, nothing going to be found yet in terms of information. He's going to try and check the close corner. Carl not finding anything just yet. He does have the right idea, though. He can definitely hear the Raze on the other edge of it, and he does see the top part of his head. So Carl going to be pushed on back by those paint shells, realizing there's a better canvas of opportunity somewhere else.
It's going to be that defense from, well, TFO that will suffocate ArkAngel for the moment. Although those nades, those walls, and those slows being utilized make it a little bit expensive. Marky did take some damage, so he does have to get healed. That's why you're seeing his teammate get rotated immediately for that A ramp play or A ramp position, just so that they can make sure that nobody rushes right on through. But with Trix being situated on the A site, with a couple of utilities here, they should know. They won't get faked out. Still do have 3 members here on the B side. Coco's going to be first on the contact, but he has no more slow, so it's going to be all about his aim. It's going to be crucial, though, because if he does make a mistake, he will at least leave this to his own teammate to try to make something happen with. Courtesy does go down. Beautiful paranoia there, though, from Reserve, and he's going to play around the corner here. The Frenzy almost able to get the shutdown. Well, the pickup is going to be great. Motsuki onto this corner, and Marky is not going to allow anybody to plant that spike down. Denied is the name of the game for TFO.
A great clean defense here of the B side, just holding it down like a true Sentinels that they are here, the first order. Not letting ArkAngel even get a whiff of getting the spike planted down. Now the operator comes out here for the side of Marky. For the rest of AA, full rifles all around. They're going to try and upgrade now here TFO because they know the firepower is about to come in hot for the side here of ArkAngel. So ArkAngel now is going to be their chance really to try and bring this one back going their way. If they can take this round, they can definitely string 2. That would definitely be possible. Ramp's position route right now being played by Marky here with the operator. Great shot by him to find Sheng, the opposing jet. That's a big player. The duelist opposingly being found here by Marky, and Marky is going to fall on back to the site, wherein Trix is going to try and get the trade-off in for him.
Is it just me, or is TFO playing such on-point games here? There will be 1 player detained already. Coco is not going to win that duel against Johan, which will allow them to get this A site so quickly. But there should be somebody who's going to deal so much damage in the back of sight, and you know his name. It starts with 4 letters. It's T-R-I-X. Trix. Maybe would have went on for an I, but still in the end, his positioning at the back of the site, at that nice little pocket at the back of it, not checked out by ArkAngel. And honestly, wasn't that the issue that DR Esports had with ArkAngel. ArkAngel not kind of thinking that somebody will do the same thing against them. So ArkAngel, damn.
Here for the side of TFO, kind of like the idea here for these teams right now is like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In this case, though, TFO, they've been spectacular on holding on to the sites, and when the one time that it was planted down the spike, they were very good on the retake as well. B main not going to be contested here for ArkAngel. They're going to be trying to crawl their way up towards mid instead. Control of that has been seized by them. Not necessarily trying to be re-aggressed, though, here for the side of TFO. And Coco finds that frag on Ching. That's going to be huge for them. Once again, Ching, the first one to go down for the side of ArkAngel. First pick going their way here, TFO. Now, even after that first pick, you're going to realize that, okay, I can give up vents right now, fall back all the way, and try and support my team. Courtesy, you can see him trying to be wary of the flash. That's why he's kind of turning around too. Josh S is going to be roaming around here. He does have the Roomba to get the information, and Josh S will find a frag in Courtesy. Marky answers back though with the operator in hand. He's going to have to go huge here because he will be able to try and make a stop. 4v3 as they try and go for this side. Marky will find a frag in Josh S. Will he find another one? Don't give him the third yet, but he is still quite low. Not able to land the follow-up shots, but he's still doing a lot here for the side of TFO. A triple going his way, given a fourth, but the ghost. No, Motski lands that shot. He's been doing huge things with the Sheriff here. And another one! What a clutch from Motski! That's a second Sheriff clutch we've seen this entire series from Motski alone. 1-3, and ArkAngel get their first round.
ArkAngel should not have won that. Honestly, they should not have won that. But Marky, at the very start of it, started whiffing after the skill on Josh S. He just like missed one. He looked at Johan, missed the other, and that was just basically the straight up kind of, you know, the path to defeat if you talk about it. Oh, Coco didn't even have to reposition. If he just moved maybe slightly to the left or the right, he could have dodged the headshot angle of that Sheriff. Very, very difficult, but Motski, like you said, he just does the clutches. He does it with such finesse, with such style. Maybe this time he won't be able to do it as Marky is waiting for that little push there. But Motski is gonna be he's gonna be so mad at me. I'm so sorry, Motski. Please, nobody clip that. Anyways, ArkAngel is now finding their strut as they strut their stuff onto the split map, looking pretty damn good as TFO start to crumble at the seams.
Shoots at his feet, but gets more than just that. Josh S there, doesn't find that frag, but Motski right now, he is going to go for the frag, and Coco not able to clutch it out there in the end. To be very fair to everybody involved, if you're from the Philippines, reading it out as not Motski like Modeski does kind of seem natural in the Filipino accent of things, but it really is Motski, by the way, guys, who might be getting a bit confused in how that word goes. But otherwise, great performance by him. He is top fragging the team right now. 8 frags on him already here at round number 5. So Marky doing the same thing on the other end of things. ArkAngel now have a single round to go to try and tie things up here. They're going to try and split their offense right about now. They do have the Omen here all the way towards the A side for the side here of ArkAngel. They're trying to make their way now towards mid, wherein Courtesy is trying to hold onto it right now with their Sage as well. Still, that flashpoint is going to force him on back, and Josh S going to capitalize on that space given. Paint Trail's out to try and buy him even more space than he could take. And so Coco is going to be falling all the way back here towards the top of the stairs. Serve will get blind. Great peek there in the swing from Ching to find Zerv and capitalize on that flash coming from his teammate's breach. Now Coco, he's going to be hiding here behind the smoke, trying to use the concealment that he can as the lockdown does come into effect.
The one time that TFO rushes mid is the one time that they could not hold their opponents. They're not really built for, you know, just like charging right out, especially without the help of that jet. Coco's gonna try to rush his way out on B Heaven, but still get overwhelmed. Tricks, though, times his push as well to help out Coco and pins right in and look pretty good in the end. In the case, though, it's gonna be a 3 versus 4 with Marky gonna have to do big stuff, but Josh S is way too big. Josh Supreme does connect it. Oh, and 30 seconds on the timer. Plenty of time to get that spike planted down. Tricks down to 30 HP. Maybe he can make this work out. Lockdown definitely out of the equation because it's going to be a wasted ult in a 3 versus 1 scenario. And he just decides we still have a spike, or we still have an operator here. Just run away with it, save it for the next round, and live to fight for another day. But just to finish what I was saying there, black and blue. TFO do not have a composition to challenge mid when Josh S has so many flashes, and it seems Like before, he was there to flash his teammates, but now he's flashed opponents. And Modski slow peeks, and Trix was like, okay, thank you.
Well, he's able to find that frag going for the exits here as the spike is planted anyway, so they've committed into this round. Trix is going to try and go for this. And the good wall bang from Carl, if you knew where he is and get that one. Will he pick up the operator is the question. Archangel, do they bring it over? I don't think they
Probably
do.
not.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Yep. It's kind of a bit of a hamper sometimes if you do have it on the attacking side, and so understandably so. Now, look at this, Asarai. 4 ultimates up from both teams. We can have an ultimate dump here, a vacuum of all these ultis coming in this round, possibly. Because now, actually no, never mind. It is an eco, so I don't think they're really going to commit to that unless they do find an opening pick here, TFO. If TFO do find a pick or 2 especially, they might just commit a few ultimates here to try and secure this round and bring the eco back coming their way. Otherwise, I think you're going to try and hold on for that for now.
Now, we've seen the scoreboard a couple of times already since we've passed about 6 rounds. Shing has only 1 kill this entire split game, and honestly, I don't think that's any kind of, how do you say this, like gravitas to how he plays. It's more of like he's there to just die and get that forward control, which is not really a bad thing because you can see ArkAngel do not make any waste of Ching's forward control here, especially when he dashes right in, and does force the defenders to back away first. So his presence is granted. It's not, it hasn't resulted in him getting such a fancy scoreboard, but honestly, numbers sometimes don't tell the entire story. In any case, there's gonna be a shotgun here onto the side. Trix falls to his demise. These flash plays from Josh, whether slow or fast, it just really nets them these nice little fancy little kills. Marky is going to be able to get that close quarter combat as he again optimizes with the Bucky. Coco comes right out as well, but not going to be too good. Oh, timing though from Courtesy could be big, but look at that from top, from B main. Modski finds one, and Marky left to try to go for the clutch.
Vandal in hand, 1v4 though, so it's going to be very difficult for him. No shields either to try and accompany that endeavor. He does let his position really known here, so Marky is going to be in for a world of hurt, especially Josh S is going to end him, and 4-3 on the board. ArkAngel, if you're looking a lot better now. TFO are going to have an economy to really buy up into this one. They do bring out the operator once again on Marky, who has been doing wonders for them, but he's going to need to do a bit more if they want to come back into this round. So for the side here of TFO, they do only need a single one to come back, Asarai. Operator can definitely show some strategy. We have seen Marky, really aggress here towards the A-long and ramp position, and he has been finding opening picks there. There were twice where he found Ching too, so we're going to see if he's going to be able to really convert that into a round here for TFO to try and tie things up. Now, of course, inside of ArkAngel, they're going to try to be more wary of that, but Courtesy eyeing around the corner, just hiding and waiting for his moment to strike. The rest of the push here will try and force him back those pain shells, but he's not going to take the brunt of that damage too much. He's able to fall back, and the rest of the AA side going towards B main. You realize that, okay, we can try going towards mid instead. The A-long position held off by their Omen, and the rest of the TFO squad here also waiting for the attack to come towards B side. But A is the current one that will be under siege in just a hair. ArkAngel do decide to step on this trigger.
ArkAngel has done a good job at just kind of getting that mid control, and when they go for these mains, either A or B, it hasn't really gone to their own particular way, and it kind of happens the same way once again. But Ching, okay, he's here, he's a bit alive. There's going to be the attacker Killjoy activating his ultimate. No kills will be had, only the control on the A site. They also do utilize Josh S's showstopper to get a kill. Trix just a little bit shy of getting that head angle onto Ching, and he not almost, gets the connection. The timing on this man is just fantastic, but Josh S could deal some significant damage here as he does get control onto the A ramp, but not going to be able to get out because Coco knew what was up and leaving it only to the hands of Modski. Can he go in, fly high, soar free? But in a 4 versus 1, not going to happen. And it seems like this black and blue, that main control is not the name of the game for ArkAngel. Whether it's B or A, it hasn't worked out. And the last 4 rounds that we've seen them take, it's always been mid. Carl, sorry, flashing in, Josh S and Ching piercing either mail or ropes and just brute forcing their way in mid. And they're probably gonna have to do the same thing because anything else other than that, TFO got it all in the bag.
Now, Josh S and Jing, these two players are going to be really the pillars of what is going to lift the Archangel squad here over the competition. Now, for the rest of the TFO, for the rest of the Archangel squad, sorry, they're going to have to try and enable Ching and Josh S to be able to do exactly that. Marky, oh no, it's going to be very dangerous here for the side of Josh S. But this might just push him out of danger. Yes, he will, but Ching will capitalize on that information given and the space created there by the bridge. Good use of that to really flush him out of that corner. So mid control has been taken out by Archangel, but they're not necessarily trying to really make too much out of it because they've rotated now here into B main. Tells us that they kind of want to go for a late B split because you can see here Ching is going to be still waiting towards mid, and Josh S will find that frag on the Zerv.
Yeah, and Zerv was hoping that Paranoia was going to be there to help his case out. There's going to be the slow here, and Courtesy could deal some big damage if he can only get this one flying high right past him. It's going to be Josh S not going to be able to get the kill, but of course the refrag is just going to reign true. Trix will have to be coming in from top of B Heaven, but he has to deal with Carl first, which he cannot, and the attackers will win. Very close game here, but Archangel still get a slight one up. They're really able to get this mid control, and like we see Black and Blue, it is their strong lane. Anything else is no bueno for them. And TFO, they finally got their economy broken. They can still go for full buys here if they wanted to, but not everybody can have that purchase.
I think they're going to try and force up just a bit here. You can see the Bucky coming out. Oh, no, they're refunded at the last second. So TFO is still trying to decide what exactly they want to do here coming into this low economy round. Seems like they want to try and stack things up, though. You can see here the double stack on the top of mid-mail. So he does find the right pick to deny the Broomba from doing any more damage. Marky, though, with the Blade Storm, able to find Johan. That flash will push him out of the direction, and he's going to try and bail entirely out of it with those blast packs. Paint shells do land where he previously was, so fortunately enough for him, he does get healed up here, Courtesy as well. For the side, though, oh, look at this. Oh, the spike. He's going to hold it, too. Will Marky be able to find this? Will Carl even expect him to be in this close corner? I don't think he does. He's not even pre-aiming the corner. Will he spot the foot out? Marky? Yes, a good frag there to find Carl. He could potentially find the second if it do come his way, though.
How the heck does Marky get and basically get control of the opponent's spawn here? Now, he's going to get hunted down, but he does have the blades, he does have a Phantom, and he does have full shield. Even though there's 3 members of Archangel going to try to hunt him down, he has perfect timing and the utilities to be able to get the one up here. He's going to be using the smoke to get that one up, and Marky comes out almost with the ace, but it doesn't matter. The damage be done, 30 seconds on the clock, and Josh S has to run for dear life. Now it's only going to be A or B. That's the only 2 options that he has, but he's going to be showing himself first before anything else, and they should be able to hear the utility. They should be able to hear the boots running into the site. And the noise that Josh S is making, he's going to be corralled here immediately. Zerv goes in with the teleport play, and he backs away with that showstopper, softs him up with the Roomba, but still does get some damage in. They got to be careful because Josh S is such a sick shot. Although, of course, Courtesy, also a good shot of his own. And TFO, I have no idea how they were able to do that, but still, 5-5.
They do tie things up here now. TFO, great job there, especially coming from Marky to get a 4K, but in the end of it, still not able to get the ace, but well, damage is done, as you did say. Great job by Marky to go all the way to... Now, typically, when you do see a team control the opposing team spawn, you'd guess, oh, it's Icebox, right? No, we're on split, and Marky's doing it here still. A great endeavor for him, and he really popped off with that Blade Storm, to say the very least. He brought in Storm, and, well, it just didn't have the right forecast to counteract it. Marky, that's his second there. You're going to see him follow up with 2 more, and he did absolutely insane to get those.
And Josh Harris just like sprayed through the smoke and got the kill on him, honestly. Marky still had a second or 2 to breathe. He could have probably gotten a 180 turnaround kill onto Josh S. That's the biggest of things there. Flash might be able to blind Marky in time, but they will be walling up first. He's still going to be playing this angle here. Really wants to challenge it, but he is getting spotted out. That itty-bitty, like, information. Just getting the flush out on TFO. Ching as well as teammate will be coming out here as they, of course, will set up a beautiful use on that Rolling Thunder. Zerb does decide otherwise whether to push up, to use his flash there, but it's not going to work out in the end. Marky misses a crucial shot, and you saw this happen, that if TFO and their operator misses those big guns, it's not really going to work out in the end. Beautiful timing to call out that push, call out that flash from Carl, and the utilization of abilities is so well made for TFO.
Marky opening pick there. That's a double now for Marky with the operator. He brought it back to a 2v2. Will he find another one? No, Tricks will get taken down, but look at that! No scope coming in from Marky. Great shot by him to find Johan. There's now a 1v1. Switches for the Vandal. The right thing to do here. Carl playing right under the ropes. He does dash on in, but catches him looking the other way. Marky not on the mark this time, as AA do extend now to a single-digit lead once again as we move to the last round of the half. TFO still have a chance to tie things up once again, but look at that. 17 frags for Marky.
Look at this shot. Ooh! I'm just going to make some noises here.
The follow-up.
Ooh!
Ooh!
That was such a sick,
Give him a
slick
third.
play. That was also a quick scope, if I'm not mistaken, with the third shot as well.
Straight up no scope.
No scope? Oh, wow. I actually thought that he scoped a little bit there, but damn, Marky's just so on point. He's like it's another SpongeBob reference. He's feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Definitely was. Not able to clutch, though, because, of course, there's a 50-50 there. Either had to check left or right. TFO, I don't think they have enough money to buy for everybody, but they are utilizing the people who do have the weapons. It's going to be Marky and Tricks, a deadly combination, match made in heaven, but Johan spots it out as he was trying to whip out the knives. Modesky already going to get control on the screen side, and he does have two targets to try to beat down, and there is no one to get detained, and Johan to try to go for all the clutches in the world, and he gets the kaboom boom right into the face as Courtesy trades it up 6-6. And you said it already. They had the chance, and they do get it. We've evened it out, and we switch the sides.
Courtesy there with the martyrdom at the end of it to get it in close to his life. 66 on the board, tying things all up, and this is an equal scoreline as we could have ever had hoped for here. And we move into it. Now, it's going to be TFO on the attacking side, AA on the defense. TFO looked pretty spectacular on the first few rounds of that first half on the defense, but it's going to be ArkAngels now the chance to see what their defensive setup is going to be. Lots of utility here already committed towards holding the A side solo by the Killjoy of ArkAngel. For the other guys, though, you can see here towards events, the Jet Ching, he's going to be going up to ropes and ramp to try and fend off any A pushes, but the spike is still closer towards the B side, wherein they're going to be trying to aggress for this ultimate charge here. Josh S successfully able to take that ultimate charge without any hesitation nor hampering coming from the side of TFO. Ching is going to have to fall all the way back on a one-way smoke to try and peek into this ramp position, but Marky is going to be the head of the spear here as they try to take control of the heavens. What can they do here, TFO, to stop it from happening?
They make a lot of noise on the A main, but when you get like 5 to 7 seconds that there's still no spike planted down, you know that it's going to be a fake here, a ruse by TFO to maybe bait out the rotations from ArkAngel. Nice little kill there immediately to start it off, and losing one of the raises to be able to flush out those corners is such a big deal. Trix is going to try his best, damnedest best, to actually get the kill there on B main onto Johan, but it's really not going to happen. Marky still has all of his life as well as a frenzy in hand. It's going to be pretty big for him, but he has to get that initial pick first. He has to stabilize the numbers here. He has to find something, and he does get Josh S. Now in the corner of this smoke. It's going to be the itty-bitty. Oh, he spots it. Beautifully done as he just peeks out Carl. Now, from a numbers discrepancy to a numbers advantage, it seems like TFO get themselves a nice little advantage, a nice little pick-me-up here in the pistol.
I don't like the fact that ArkAngel have been trying to go, front here to try and square up against this defense, pushing all against them. Marky's able to find a third kill. That's a fourth now here, and Ching does get taken down. I still think ArkAngel could have brought that back, but the problem was, like, as they were barreling in there to the top of the heavens and the stairs and all into the mail, they just kept on squaring up against them and face-checking this entire push coming in from TFO, and I just don't think that's the right decision to be making right now for ArkAngel when you're already outmanned and outgunned. So, for the side here of TFO, able to take the opening pistol, and they could definitely string it into a second round in a row.
He wiggled his crosshair there. You saw him as like, I'm just,
Yeah,
Carl was so frustrated. He was just wiggling his crosshair in his frenzy.
You totally see yourself like reset your hand just by doing that.
Exactly. Nice little nade there to clear out a B main. You don't really have to get the kills, but I really do like that they are utilizing these raise nades more than getting kills just to kind of flush out these corners. And sometimes you won't really be able to get the paint shell kills there. But you know what gets the kills? It's the Sheriff. Yippee as Ching gets that control in Virgin Box. Going to be able to get that nice little kill. Motzki is going to be his lonesome, an island in the back of the A site. And they're going to get flush him out. It's not going to be Wilson anymore. It's Motzki who's going to be all alone. And it's going to be Marky who's going to be near the vicinity. Although, if he can press in these close quarter combats, that's what I'm talking about. It's the burst shot with the classic. And these crossfire setups from ArkAngel just allowing them to get the kills. And Motzki, he doesn't need his teammates to start it off. He starts it for them. And ArkAngel win the Thrifty. That was unfortunate, but still merited for the team.
Josh S getting it down there and equalizing the score all up. Trust the process when it is with Josh S. TFO, they still can bring this back, but they do not have the economy in this round. So I think they're going to go for like a really straight eco. If they buy a Sheriff, what? They're going to be quite dry. Frenzy's still coming out here, though. They do have Coco on the Sheriff, yes, but he can't afford any shields then because he's investing too much in his eco. Bucky also coming out there for the side of TFO, so ArkAngel are going to kind of be able to take a little breather here. Granted, as long as TFO don't absolutely pop off, Motzki will find the frag. Now Marky trying to push this up with a classic. He will find the frag on the Ching, not looking the right way. Takes a Spectre too, but there's no ammo in the magazine. Has to go for the reload. He does get on the site though, and they can get the spike planted down here. Although the problem is, it's dropped all the way towards main. They're gonna have to bring it back. And by the time they do get into the site, well, AA are already gonna be at the gates.
That wall is... I don't know if it's a good wall or a bad wall, because it could go any other way, because it basically puts everybody of the attackers just basically on the side. They can't really get that screen control, and that just means that ArkAngel, if they can use these crossfire angles, it could go out well for them. But Courtesy, did he only have a classic? That's classic Courtesy for you. And it seems like TFO, this rush strategy, getting control onto A Heaven is what they needed, is the medicine that the doctor has prescribed for them, prescribed for them to get that one up against ArkAngel. What a beautiful round. Marky started it, Courtesy almost finished it, and it was a beautiful take from the first order.
A round, an eco round here taken by TFO, courtesy of Courtesy. 24 now on Marky, and he is on his way to drop a 30 bomb here in this half, as we're already, only rather, on the 4th round of the half. It definitely happened considering how much Marky has been popping off on that jet. ArkAngel though, down only a single round, but still, they can make this comeback happen. Spectre is on their hands, a bunch of SMGs. I believe there is at least one player here with a rifle, Phantom or Vandal, in the side of ArkAngel, so that's going to have to come into play. Marky making his way now here on the top of mid, but he's going to try and reposition because right now he could get caught out in a world of hurt. You're going to go back down here into the sewers and try and make their way towards a main where they're going to try their luck once more. Ching holding the top of mid, but where he really needs to be right now is go down into ropes and try and help this A defense as the smokes is already coming his way. Marky is going to be the spear of this push right now, and so he's going to be the first one to make contact as he does come on in. Using the tailwind and the updraft to secure Motzki, not looking the right way on the site, and they have taken control of it. The spike will get planted down. No way for AA to deny this from happening, but they're going to have to wait for the retake.
I just love the fact that, before any of that, Shane was able to break the wall and spot out Courtesy there. Josh S follows with the showstopper, and this SS, this ultimate, was definitely used to ultimate precision. And in case Marky is going to be here on elbow, and he really needs to hold this angle if he can, and he does. Wake up, Marky, he is! And that alarm clock is not going to be unsnoozed anymore. He has awoken, the beast is here, and TFO come in. Just a final thing to say there. I do like that both of these teams with their raises don't really use the paint shells anymore willy-nilly. They use it to break the utilities of the Killjoy, which they know is always on these default placements. You saw that the paint shells wasn't really there to clear out anybody on Raptors, rather to break the Nanoswarm and the Alarm Bot, making it an easy take for either TFO or Archangel. But in this case, it was TFO and Marky capitalizing with the kill on Modski.
Good thing to point out there, Asarai. I do love the fact that they are using their utility to deny the opposing utility. The paint shells can definitely be used in more than one way here right now. Ching does pull out the Blade Storm. He's going to be crawling his way up now here. He is looking towards the way of the Omen for TFO. As Ching, he could be caught in the crossfire if he isn't careful right now. Able to back on out. Good thing for him. He does still have the Tailwind to try and reaggress somewhere else because, well, TFO are coming out the way towards the B main, but Courtesy is going to find Johan in return. Will he find a second follow-up? He could. No, it's going to be Coco to find Josh S. Behind of this smoke is going to be Carl waiting as Modski does find tricks. Carl, he does have the frenzy, but that can definitely steal a kill or two every now and then if they don't check his corner. And so, Courtesy has to still be careful of this. Here in the back of the site, you can see Ching does have a Blade Storm. One last kunai to pull it all off. And he still gets connected by that Paranoia, but Courtesy finding that frag into Carl with a showstopper, thus handing him the remote. Marky will find Ching, the opposing jet, and here it is, 1-4 on the board. Archangel. It's going to be very dire for him to try and bring back.
Courtesy's so angry. He's just like going into the side, gets the kill on Ching, and he's like, Ching, I'm not going to expend all my bullets on you and just show that I am the alpha male. I am the, not the alpha male, but the alpha jet in this situation. Modski does have a Vandal in hand, but I think the better option here is for him to save it up because there's 4 people. Either make it expensive or just back away because it's going to be an expensive round. You need to be able to get this Vandal into the following because you need to drop your teammates. I don't think Archangel has enough of that lost bonus. I keep saying boss bonus, but lost bonus to be able to buy their team. But that was just fantastic from TFO. Honestly, I think Archangel here have been too much eager to try to take these angles and get the one-up against TFO. And TFO, all they have to do is wait a couple of seconds, peek out, and they always win these 1v1s. It's been a problem in Icebox, and it seems like the problem has turned into a big enough wound here on Split that we've seen it multiple times, just kind of repeated. Rinse and repeat, but for TFO, they're happy with it because they're getting the rounds anyways.
I mean, Archangel do have this style where they like to take duels, a lot aim duels, and it does work out typically in their favor, but right now it just isn't, and so that is one problem. Another problem is the fact that, well, Marky's on 28 frags right now, and he's absolutely popping off, so you definitely want to keep him in check. Now, that does gain them a bit of information there, the fact that it was immediately destroyed, their Room of Death. The lockdown does come on here for the attacking side. That is TFO to try and hold off B. But as you see, it doesn't control the entirety of the site. There still is a place for the defenders to play, and Ching will get the trade off on the market. It's a big pick, but here comes the res coming in from Coco to get him back online, thus still keeping them the man advantage.
I love that. They just like charged in. They do get the 1-for-1 trade for Archangel, but in the end of the day, it's going to have to be the revive that actually just gets the numbers for TFO. Defender will have that Killjoy to use his ultimate, and will that break? No, it's not. There's going to be a couple of people, maybe even Detain. He's going to try to run away for D-Life, and it seems like it's not going to be Courtesy. It's not going to be Marky to bring it back around. Zerv! 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 Oh my goodness! He's going to be in the corner, and he gets the damage! How did they not find him? That is such a big damage dealer for him! And still Ching was able to get Zerv. He tried to go for the Shrouded Step, but Ching saw what he was going to do. But very close for comfort there as he was detained, but nobody even bat an eyelash his positioning underneath on Rafters.
Wow, I mean, that really could have gone either way there. Zerv, unfortunate for him, the Cloudburst dissipated as soon as he was about to teleport onto the other side, and Ching Yu, okay, he's going to go right behind me. There's no other position for him to be going, and so Zerv could have definitely made a huge moment there, but in the end, they still do take this round here. Archangel, 2 rounds away from tying this all up. It is very doable, especially after taking that one. The forward momentum can definitely be carried on here into this round number 19, and we're going to see if that's exactly what's going to happen for the side of the Archangels. Now, Courtesy making a bit of noise here towards A main, and I think Archangel are just, I think they realize this is a fake because you're not going to be making that much noise early on and not really aggressing, so they're like, okay, let's just still wait on here. Don't regret to hold on to that because Josh S does find Courtesy the opposing raise in return, and he's going to be like, okay, there goes your fake, there goes your meme team plan, and here now the spike is still towards the B side for TFO. And they, I think, honestly, have perfectly called this AA.
Archangel is starting to find their legs here. They're not really behind by a lot with TFO, but the thing about that is they've really struggled kind of setting up, figuring out what they need to do to stop the bleeding into these sites. But getting that first kill taken by Josh S is definitely a step in the right direction, especially when it's Courtesy that's down, because they definitely need the raise nades, because Boombots is kind of like your sentry to get into the sites and give you that little bit of information. Once it starts skidding, you know something's up. Alarm bot will be on top of Heaven here, and he is going to be able to spot it out. Marky's so aggressive, and he really wants to get initial first blood. The thing about that, though, is I think ArkAngel are playing such an offensive game here, such a defensive game, but Ching and Modski come back alive. Coco, though, able to get the kill here. Still has to be careful. Crossfire perfectly set up by ArkAngel. If he peeks out, gets the one kill on the other, he's going to be able to at least hold its own. And he's going to be charging right through and miss all the needed shots to take down Josh S. A good enough round for ArkAngel here. And TFO are starting to lose steam.
ArkAngel a single round away from tying this all up. You see there Marky at 28 still. Modski at 20 now for the side of ArkAngel. A bit more of a group effort coming in from the side of the ArkAngel. Carl still has yet to wake up, although he is playing on the breach. So he's playing more of a supporting role here right now, but still needs to breathe some signs of life into him if he wants to really, you know, help push his team over that hump right now. It's only a small hump though. One round away from tying it all up. TFO, the spike is coming towards the mid side right now, and Marky not able to land that shot. He's going to try and fall back, but look at that! He's able to trace him down like a hound, and Johan's able to find a double kill. Trix will get the trade-off, though, to bring it now to a 3v3. They are trying to track down the remaining defenders here in the B site, but the only ones that are still here are actually underneath them, not where they are currently pushing towards.
He's going to be out this. This is going to be the moment for Carl to shine, not because he's the breach, but because he does have the angle and serve. Finally get the shutdown, though. But Coco in a bad spot. If he can get a kill here, it's going to be so good because he can make this into a 2 versus 1 with his own revive. He does have so much time in the clock. He's going to have that reload coming in, but they know they heard him, and Modski charges through like a shark, smelling his prey in the water, and now ArkAngel have stabilized 10-10. It took them a couple of rounds, a lot of rounds, actually, black and blue, but they're still able to do it in the end. Now the adjustment for ArkAngel here, as you can see, is that Modski, stop putting your eggs in one basket. Try to space them out a little bit so only one egg gets cracked. And he does that with spacing out the Nano Swarm and his Alarm Bot in multiple angles on the A site. Tactical pause will be called, and I'm pretty sure that's TFO.
Great time to call it right now because, okay, we just lost the lead that we have. ArkAngel were able to make the comeback happen. What can we do to further, you know, get a stop here once again and continue as we were before ArkAngel were able to make the comeback happen? We know ArkAngel are kings of the comeback, and they definitely have proven that they are capable of that here on Split. The thing is, are they going to be able to convert it into a lead and go 11-10 in their favor? It's going to be very difficult because TFO now, with this tactical pause, we know that these guys are super disciplined and they have all the resources they need right now, at least in this very game, all the information that they need to be able to talk things over and really decide how is our game plan going to push on now. See, the spike here is going to make its way again towards mid, and it seems like they kind of want to go for more of an open attacking style, wherein you don't necessarily hard commit to one lane just yet. You look for the information, you look for an open avenue of attack, and we're going to see where we're going to try and aggress. So it tells me TFO right now are still trying to talk things over on what exactly is the plan of attack, because if they have decided by now, they'd probably be all together. But what can they do, though? What are ArkAngel doing right now differently that TFO haven't, and what has been gaining them this way to make the comeback happen? Well, right now, ArkAngel, they have been doing a lot less of what we were telling them kind of not to do early on in the game, because you saw earlier in the first half, they kept on face-checking things that they really did not have to. We saw in the very start of the second pistol that they kind of squared up against fights where they were obviously outmanned and outgunned. And this time, ArkAngel have finally gotten that discipline back that we know that they are capable of. And now as we get the round going once again, round number 21, we're going to see if that's going to continue on here even after the timeout.
Oh, that paranoia play is so filthy from Marky. He does it once again. but Archangel are able to resuscitate the situation. They're going to stop it from at least allowing Marky to push in more into that B Heaven side, although the 1-for-1 trade might actually favor the side here of TFO, as they still do have Coco with his own. They're going to be able to boost up Marky there, and they cannot get the refrag, but okay, let's go, Ching, as he charges right through with the Rolling Thunder. It's not only the Thunder, but also the lightning that comes out from Archangel, as they get a nice little double ult play coming into that mid side. There is going to be casualties here and there, but Archangel still have the numbers advantage, make that into the numbers ultimate advantage, as Zerv is left to his own devices. The one up here that TFO does have is that he still has the spike. If he can get a kill, he will have his ultimate. They should be able to hear his footsteps coming in from the mid side as well. But the thing about that, though, is it's a Killjoy, and 2 other members, so one side will be immediately locked down. He has to get a kill first and foremost, but not having a paranoia is going to be so difficult. But if it's somebody who can make the clutch, it's Zerv, and Zerv once again is able to prove himself worthy to be called a member of TFO. The 1 versus 1 here, black and blue, and Modzki is coming for the rotate.
Spike now is planted, and he's going to be playing here towards the back of the site. Does use his ultimate here for the information, and does reposition now towards B main. It is planted for him, mind you guys, so he does have the angle to really work with here. The turret is placed, so he doesn't have to further think about coming in from spawn, but here he comes now. B main peak. Is he going to win this fight? Not going to stick it, but there it goes. Serves this up on the silver platter once again. That's a double clutch for him in this map, and Modzki is taken down first. They start off here with the Rolling Thunder, following up as well with the Blade Storm crumbling on down, but in the end, it's going to be Zerv for TFO to clutch it on out. Marky dropping a 30 bomb already, and we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man, I just gotta add that I think we have the game in our hands, like at the start of this second game, because it's been such a back and forth conundrum. Ching still has an operator here, peeks it right out and spots out Coco. Step in the right direction for Archangel as TFO loses one of their big mans. Having a Sentinel is really going to help their case here, but they have to go into the site dry and raw as Marky comes in. Ching still able to connect onto Courtesy here, and he needs to get shut down immediately. Finally, they do get the man up, but they still have to figure out where the others are here in Archangel. Marky is into the corner, knows that Modzki is right there, and Modzki comes out with a fury as Zerv and Trix are shut down. And Modzki, it's not only going to be Zerv that does the 1-up, it's also Modzki for Archangel. And that 11-10 immediately drawn back, 11-11. What a shot coming in from Modzki there. Check this out. I mean, he was in a bad spot, to be honest, and then he just like backs away, spots out the 1, 2, and the third punch. That was such amazing plays, amazing hold coming in from Modzki.
The 1-2-3 combo there from Modzki, not able to pull it out in the round prior, but there, as you saw it, able to bring it back for the side of Archangel, tying us all up once again. Whoever takes this brings us to match point right now, so it's going to be very, very close. Both teams are going to try and fight now here for this B main position, where TFO are currently crawling their way up. A bunch of pistols is all they've got with. So it's going to be very, very difficult for them to try and take these long-range engagements. Marky does take the ultimate charge and backs on off. They're going to be filtering now here their way into mid. We're in. Reaching on the side of that. Not able to land the shot with the operator, but does re-aggress here towards the male. Marky does put the Cloudburst down and does also well hop into the ropes where he can try and see what he can tie up here for the side of TFO.
Modzki having so much information that everybody's coming around. TFO, are they really going to try to go for his A-take? I do like that they use the Cloudburst so that Marky will be able to pierce his way up here on A-Heaven, but he doesn't find anybody else. Now that has been exuded, there will be the showstopper as well, and Courtesy is looking for a target. Come here with my Kumbaya, and they need to shut it down right now as that lockdown is about to commence. Get that detained, but Courtesy finds Modzki, denies the ultimate, and this is the chance for TFO to get this match point. They're charging it already. They will get that spike planted down, and it's all about that retake for Archangel.
Here goes 3-4 on the board, and Josh S is able to start things off on Marky. They have to make the retake happen right now, Archangel. Otherwise, but Ching is going to find the frag with a quick trade off here. Coming on Coco. It's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. Crow will find Coco in return. The Killjoy's lockdown is going to come down here. Trix is going to find that frag with a Sheriff, though. It is now a 1v1. The defuse is going to be stuck, and he does get it off. The defenders win. Archangel bring us to match point now, sticking that plant and getting the frag to cap it all off on the Trix.
The lockdown. Oh, it's 7 seconds. You only need, how is it? I think it's 15 seconds for the lockdown, 7 seconds for the defuse, and Trix was way too far. When Josh S saw where the lockdown was, he's like, Trix can't find me. I'm not out in the open. This spike was planted near elbow. It will take him more than the lockdown can do for at least Trix to challenge. And at the end of the day, Josh S was like, yeah, I'm not gonna fake this. Pro zone fake. It's all gonna be about me. And like you said here, Black and Blue, we're already at match point. This is only game number 2. And it has gone the way of the back and forth, the yin and yangs, and Ching has awoken. Ching gets the kill onto Trix, even has his ultimate, getting that cherry on top. And AA are looking to close this out. Of course, there's still a chance here for TFO, but it dwindles even further as Trix has gone down. That is their Sentinel. That's a big anti-lurk play. And of course, the Nanoswarm so good in being able to clear out these corners as well.
Mind you, Blade Storm still is up here for Ching, so if he wants to turn the pace differently, he can still pull out his ultimate. They've crawled their way now in here, but Marky's going to find that frag on Johan, thus giving them an entry towards the B side, but still, they choose to go towards A, wherein the spike is currently crawling its way as well from the main position. Now, they will be able to get a pincer and the man advantage here towards the A side, wherein the Killjoy for the side of ArkAngel is going to have to hold everything back. Modski, we know what the type of glue this guy is. We know he can come in big, but will he be able to find the frag? No! Marky shutting him down. He has been going huge right now for TFO, and he's making it happen. 4-3 on the board. They do have the man advantage. Now, Ching does have the operator on his hands, but what can he find with that when his sidelines have been concealed? He does pull out the Blade Storm now. Might be the right decision because he's going to be fighting a lot of close corners. Not able to land the shot though in Coco, and he has given his position away. The operator, not the best weapon to take in this close range engagement.
They don't have to really challenge this. They only have to set up the crossfires, and he misses. Marky comes in clutch, has to back away for the moment, but the number's still in the hands of TFO. And once again, that spike is already ticking. Josh S will try to go for the Hail Mary play pass on this Satchel Charge. He gets the 1 kill, and it might be enough. OMG! Oh. But there is Courtesy with the big flankies, and they push it into the magic word. Say it with me. Overtime!
There we go, overtime number 1. Guys, this is the second map only, by the way, of a best of 5 here at the Grand Final VCT PH week number 3. Marky at 34 frags. Modski could definitely get a 30 bomb as well here in the overtime. And him on the operator, Marky, has been huge on this jet here for the side of TFO. They would definitely not be able to make this happen without his amazing performance right now. MVP level that Marky is showing here at Sarai.
Oh my goodness. It has been so difficult for both of these teams to even budge a big enough advantage for them to be comfortable. In any case, Marky's going to go for the quick peek here onto the A main, but we'll find nobody as everyone else from ArkAngel is playing the slow pace game. And we'll be using that fault line to clear out on ropes here, but nobody is there anymore. Slows will be had. Coco will be using his wall to basically block the Heaven side, and Ching does get the 1-for-1 trade. Still, though, not going to be enough to allow ArkAngel any free reign here. Still got to be careful, though. Coco does find the angle. Ching really waiting for that one, and Marky slow re-peeks onto A main, spots out Johan, and it starts to crumble down for ArkAngel. They don't have any more of the big utilities. They still do have Carl with his flashes, but it's going to be very limited as they try to push in to these very small corners. Ching, if he does have a dash, it could actually work out in the end because maybe they can hit Zerv, who is in the back of the B site. But it's going to be very risky, though, as there is Coco playing a nice little angle on top of rafters.
The time is ticking as they wait for the smoke to dissipate, which it does right now. About 40 seconds left on the clock, and Zerv has a paranoia ready to get them anxious. Here it comes. They're going to be short-sighted from that, and Zerv is going to filter on back here towards the pillar, where in Ching, he can dash his way. No, he's already used his dash. He doesn't have it online right now, so it's going to be huge. Zerv could find the frag here. He's going to find one. A double kill going for Zerv. Will he serve this up once again? Now, it's all going to be on Carl, and here it is. Trix coming from above, landing down below. 13-12, they take the first round here of overtime, and we are at match point once again.
Here's to the doubters, to the predictions of the panelists to the casters as well. We all thought Archangel was gonna fly high, but it seems like the First Order, they're not even in the heavens anymore. They're in the galaxies, searching far, far away, and they're already soaring through so efficiently. My goodness, of course, this is overtime. There is money for Archangel to buy back out, but the momentum definitely in the hands of the TFO boys. Now, thing about this though is they can utilize Carl to make for aggressive flash plays in mid and maybe even get the one-up kill, surprise kill on the TFO. You know, they know. So that's why they're backing away here ever so smartly, waiting for these utilities to burn out just yet, because they do have a full 2 minutes before, 2 minutes before they need to make anything happen.
Well, very early aggression coming in from Archangel to try and steal the mid control away from TFO. They have now regressed, though, and don't continue to hold it as aggressively as they did earlier on. The smoke does come here out to blackmail. Josh S is going to let that Roomba ring true. Will they deny it, though? He does find information, and he does get concussed here on the side of TFO, rather, Marky. He is going to be walking on in here towards Mail, but will he push on through the smoke? You always got to check it, but Ching is going to find Marky. That's a big pick coming here now from Archangel. They're currently soaring high right now, but they have to go and find more, and Josh S will find the opposing raise too. They have a double-man pick now here going the way of Archangel, and this is exactly what they need to try and make this comeback happen once more.
I mean, you can't really fault TFO for trying to get that mid control, but Ching as well as Josh S is just way too good with these challenges. The 2 versus 5 with the paranoia to slow them down and the 20 seconds on that clock. There's not going to be a lot of time, and there's not going to be enough forces to get this side in their hands. And we go to second overtime. We're only at game 2, and both of these teams are just not going to give us an inch. They're not going to allow anybody to claim this as quickly, as easily, as freely as they would want. And of course, all eyes now onto Archangel. They need to bring it all the way back. Still, we are on overtime, so they can keep buying up for days here. But nobody has gone and went for the risky sniper play. It's all about the rifles here. It's all about the contact. But it seems like when CFO go for that attacking side, the contact plays go to the way of Archangel.
No operators coming out yet, so a blitz is what we might have right now here. The lightning war between these two teams. You can see that Ching dashes away all the way up there to the heavens, and Trix does get taken down. Certainly apt for an Angel. Modski is able to find their Marky. Good opening pick there from Modski to make it now a 3v2 situation in the favor of Archangel. Spike is planning on the A site. They have to make this retake happen right now for TFO, but they have the man disadvantage going against them. Courtesy does let his boombot out. Information gathered, yes, one towards elbow, but he does not know Ching is right here as well, ready for the crossfire.
It's going to be really, really difficult because Josh S is going to go for a big enough pinch, and they don't really have the numbers and the time to make something happen. Again, this is just going to be TFO to try to rush things in. There's going to be 2 on the screens already. I believe Zerv was able to go into the side as well. This could be big, but it leaves Zerv to try to go for a full-on ace here just to allow TFO to push them to match point. But it's Archangel to say, we are here, and they only need one more. Still, this is where the difficulty lies in for TFO. Will they push this to third overtime, or are we going to have our victors for this second game black?
35 frags, Marky, in this game already. And TFO, this time the pressure is on them to come back here in second overtime this time. Will we go into a third, Asarai, or will Archangel be able to take this series 1-1 and tie things all up and bring us into our map number 3 already? For now, though, before we get onto that, we have to focus, because TFO are going to try and bring the heat here. The spike is closer towards the B main side. They do have a flank watcher towards A main, just in case, because they know that AA might try something very funky right now. But for now, they're going to try and keep things on the down low.
They're very slow with how they play here. And maybe this is allowing Archangel to kind of rotate ever so quickly. There is a lot of the members of Archangel on the A side, so if TFO gamble and try to take B, they will be just, you know, embraced by Carl and Johan, who might not be able to actually win this out. They do have all the flashes in the world to stop the onslaught for TFO, but I believe TFO is a quick enough team, a good enough team, that they should be able to make this work out in the end. They're setting it up. Paranoia as well as the nade will be thrown out, and Carl gotta be prepared. Although there has been, there is, the forces of Archangel that have rotated. Marky, go look underneath you, because there's somebody who's gonna shut you down. It is Carl, and he's come back alive. He's gonna have so much flashes to stop TFO from just bleeding into the site, but do they have time to actually rotate? And check this out. They've sold the fake, and Trix has gone in on Heaven and could actually get a kill on Josh S, which could stabilize and allow them to get the 1-up, but he still gets Coco, and this is not looking good. Where are they have to go here? Because there's 19 seconds on the clock, and they have lost every single advantage, every single option that they had when they went back from B main.
This might just be it. 10 seconds after the clock. Zerv is going to have to put this out, but Carl will shut him down as ArkAngel take map number 2 in overtime number 2. Congratulations to them to tie the series all up 1-1 after a very, very hard-fought battle here on Split.
I mean, we were getting pretty hyped already for that second game, but honestly, that last round on the second overtime was a little bit anticlimactic there for the First Order. I like the play that they did, but they kind of sold it too much. When they went into the B site, I think what they should have done was to time the dash in as well as the paranoia before they went for the smoke, because once they saw the smoke on B Heaven, they were like, yeah, you're going to come to B main. Yeah. And then Carl was just like, put out the flashes. Marky did not check out below him. He got blasted away. Marky could not get the kill onto Johan, which actually was a pretty important frag, and it just went downhill for the First Order right there. Not saying that First Order did a not good job on Split. They did a fantastic job there, but it only came in to the final moments. They needed that small push from Marky. They needed that little bit more of coordination, and they did not have it when ArkAngel was starting, or actually was already heated up. And now we're looking at the 1-1, and it's looking so neck and neck between these teams.
Very true. Things could have definitely gone the other way there, if not to put it on him because he did spectacularly, because if Marky swung earlier, it might have went the other way. We could have almost gone to a third overtime, guys. But still, we are only on map number 2. We're going to be moving to map number 3 in just a bit. So don't go anywhere, guys. We have an intense battle here for the slot of the 2021 Valorant Masters to come up. TFO versus AA. Who do you guys got? Let us know. But we'll be back in a hair.
Here comes the party!
Hey, I like this game. Enemy spotted.
The punches don't stop, and we are not stopping. This is the grand finals between TFO and ArkAngel. Dax here, gonna be subbing in for Black and Blue, and Asarai gonna be, of course, still here with us. But my God, Asarai, that game number 2 could have gone either way. It looked TFO at the start, then ArkAngel, TFO, ArkAngel. I was just moving my hands like that. But in the end, endurance paid off, the shots connected, and ArkAngel took that second map.
And now, third game, we're looking at Ascent to be our... It's not really a decider, but more of like who's going to get the one-up already, the advantage in this best-of-5 series. Honestly, it could go either way. And now, we're going to be seeing, finally, I think, Tricks on a duelist. Because those past 2 games, it's been Sentinels all day long for him. So having him somewhat of a more aggressive agent here that's going to be a little bit more straightforward is going to be, I think, really good for TFO. Of course, unless they do put him back on the Sentinel, but on Ascent, we always see him on that Reyna. So we'll see how that dynamic pairs out. But ArkAngel, they looked, I would say, just really good. Even though it was back and forth, they seemed very, very consistent with how they positioned along that split map.
Yeah, the shots were there. And, you know, guys, if you want to have your shot at the casting table, why not check out the giveaway that, of course, we've been talking about for the past week already. So it's pretty simple. It's just check out the TikTok video casting challengers week number 2 posted on the PPGL Facebook page that Asarai has lovely made. And basically, guys, the whole thing is do my job. Be me, be Black and Blue, and post the video either on your YouTube, on your Facebook rather, or TikTok account with a hashtag PPGL. Just do it. Don't forget to make the video public because we're going to be having 10 winners, which will win 1,500 Valorant points for the day. And winners will be announced at the end of the stream, so stay tuned.
Yeah, guys, like Dax said, just do it!
Yeah, just do it.
Just do it.
Mr. Do It himself, Mr. Asarai. And don't forget also, we have different languages for our broadcast. And when I say that, I mean 2. You are at the English broadcast right now at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. But you can check out the Filipino commentary over at facebook.com/PPGLGG or at tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. Both broadcasts are also live on YouTube. Just go over to bit.ly/PPGL-YT for that choice. And we're just happy to have you here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's been just fun just seeing the comments right now. Very hyped about this particular match. I know, again, that coming into week 3 here from stage 1, not Bren, people were asking, where's Bren, where's Bren? But I'm so happy that the viewers are being introduced to the other teams that we have here in the Philippines, because I think that's the one thing that we lacked, is a little bit more knowledge, or kind of like, here you are, guys, the other really good teams in the Philippines, and we are being treated to a show. ArkAngel is ArkAngel, and the First Order is showing that they're not just a team that can go through the qualifiers, through the playoffs, they're also a team that can get into the grand finals, and here we are able to stand toe-to-toe as a Titan, and here we go, Ascent, third map.
Ascent is the way to go, and TFO and ArkAngel, bit of a fairy tale story for both of these 2 teams. TFO, they've struggled to make it to the playoffs, still week number 2, and then they've really had their Cinderella run this week. ArkAngel, in the meantime, a little bit of that underperformance at the very start, but then they made it to the grand finals last week, lost only to Bren. But the thing is, this was the map they took away from Bren Esports. And we all know how strong Bren Esports is. They are in the master slot for good reason. #1 team for good reason. And it's just going to be very interesting because TFO is challenging ArkAngel on a map that they have proven to be strong in, because this is their map pick.
It's going to be very interesting. I think we're going to go into this map into a 50-50. Even though, like you said, ArkAngel was able to beat out Bren here. I think TFO plays along the lines of ArkAngel, where they don't really need that information like Bren does to kind of understand what they have to do around the map. There's a team that likes to take the initiative and always get that initiative with a talent that they are able to accompany it with. And again, like I said, having Tricks now on that Reyna will maybe give that next edge, or that other edge that the First Order need to get this advantage once again in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, the First Order, they play Tricks on a duelist when you see Coco playing the stage. But now, since they want to be playing that double duelist setup and you got Coco back on the Killjoy, then pretty much that will be the configuration of choice for the first order. But one more thing about TFO, they're very confident still on Ascent. Their second favorite map after what we saw a while ago on Icebox. Fun fact, we've been talking about it from in the chat. 100% win rate for TFO in the in the Philippine scene on that map. So that's why it does get banned against them in many different turns. But Archangel, no slouch. They were able to defend their home turf there on Split, and maybe because of that endurance test, might be able to take Ascent as well from the side of TFO. Here we go, guys. We are going to be getting into the action. You are tuning on in the VALORANT Challengers Philippines, stage number 1, week number 3, to figure out who will be joining Bren Esports to VALORANT Masters. Archangel going to be defending TFO. The first order going to be attacking. And here we are back in the skies, because the sky is the limit for the series.
Ooh, what an incredible series we have had. It's not even halfway done. This is like the middle game for this entirety, and I feel like now that we're going to be able to push this into 5 straight rounds. We were talking about who is the first order. Of course, we already know who they are. It's the remnants of the CTNX boys, and then some. Marky is going to be charging right through here, but Johan spot out Trix, who was a little bit too eager to try to go for the challenge, and maybe TFO, biting more than they can chew, has to back away for the moment. They do get the refrag on Ching, which is a step in the right direction, but the thing about that, though, is TFO are hurting a little bit here as they try to get that mid control, maybe going into the B side.
And the Killjoy, though, set up here for Archangel. And Modzki, he has been the man to watch out for. Give him a gun, he will shoot your head. The Sheriff clutches have really been the biggest game changer for Archangel. And honestly, if you didn't see that timing there from Modzki on Split, we wouldn't be seeing a 1-to-1 scoreline. But here comes TFO already on site. Archangel in the meantime looking for that collapse. And Josh S does get 3 sneakily done in. And Archangel now with the first point on the board after the pistol.
They couldn't get Modzki. If they got Modzki, there wouldn't have been any pinch, and the first order could have set their attention towards the B stairs. In any case, that was just great from Modzki, not charging out till he needed to, and he waited for Archangel to come in, because even though there were the smokes set up for TFO by TFO on the B side, it still wouldn't really have stopped Archangel from just rushing right out, which they did. Perfect pinch play, and they do get this nice little start on the pistol. Now, Ching is going to be charging in on True here with the Ghost, but he needs to hit the shots, which he cannot, and that will supplement Trix with a nice little top off on his Devour. Johan got to try to push out here with the Spectre, and he is challenging, but he might be losing here as he needs to back away. Trix finds Josh S, who was being a bit antsy on the top mid area, and now, from what looked like to have been a nice little round win for Archangel, the tables definitely have turned.
TFO punishing Archangel immediately. Turret up top that mid link. Beautiful shots there from Trix and Marky. And in the end, it will be Archangel having to play on the A main rather than the site itself. But Johan with the lineup does get 3. The power of the Spectre is unmatched in this firepower round.
SMG. Johan can actually even net himself a 4K. Is he going to get the ace? It's all the way on Market, and Modzki is going to say, go for it, take it. Now, Coco could actually do some damage here with the Sheriff as well. 4 bullets left into the chamber. It's going to be the pistols, and he does get the 1-up. And this actually becomes a digestible round for TFO. But the thing about that, though, is 30 seconds, no time, and no spike in the hands of Coco.
No, Coco will have to just go insane as per usual. We'll see, though, the turret gonna be saying hello to Johan, but no, it's an ace for Johan. Just too many bullets, Mr. Asterai. When you have a full octagon like that and see people lining up 1, 2, and 3, then you get the ace. And Johan doing an incredible job in his hold. The rotations are really good. And Johan is a player that not only knows how to control them with smokes and blinds, he also knows where to position. And immediately, as the swing comes from TFO, they couldn't go for the crossbar. They couldn't go for the shots at the same time. And Johan takes care of business and survives with half HP, even waiting it out by the wine cellar. And the 4th dare to go.
Be strong, Omen.
That could have been a worse time for Archangel there, but you know, a little bit of step up from their players, and that is all that they need. Yonghi Texan, Johan, able to get himself that nice little ace play, ace highlight. You don't see him doing that every day. He can hold his own. He's a great player, but that definitely didn't need to, you know, in these past games that Archangel has had because of Ching, Modzki, and Josh S. But you know that Archangel is a bunch of superstars, and Josh S, he says, no, it's not only Johan, it's me. Don't forget about me. I'm Josh S, I'm here. But Trix is like, Lear, Sauron, push in, bullets, win.
Unfortunate. One-word statements, truly. But the thing is, Boombot, go bye-bye. And then his life, go bye-bye, because no gun whatsoever. A little bit of that baby talk there, but this has just been quite the mature matchup between these two teams. They're really showing how they've grown as these two rosters have found their way to the grand finals. Redemption arc for ArkAngel, Cinderella story for TFO. Out-aim, out-game, out-brain has really been the motto of these two teams. And Johan, though, just the angles yet again, he is controlling top mid like it was his baby and more. It really goes to show this A side is something he understands very, very well. Courtesy though gonna be planting that spike down, but TFO is down by 1 into the numbers, make that 2. And speaking of 2, it's a 2-man advantage here for ArkAngel as Zerv gonna be hiding down below.
It's gonna be very tricky because, I mean, there's gonna be so many angles. I don't think they even know where Johan is. So they might be looking towards A main, and they don't know these kind of pseudo pinch plays angles that ArkAngel can play. Now, it's gonna have to be Courtesy to try to make something happen by his own. And I do like the trades coming out, and Zerv is the one to try to make it work for TFO. But in the end, there's just way too many. Though damage be done to ArkAngel here, there's going to be enough time for Johan to get that spike diffused, and they still have not gotten around. TFO are struggling where they are.
Yeah, damage be done indeed to ArkAngel, but they can shrug it off because they're going to be having the money to buy the guns that they would like and then some in this case. In the meantime, TFO down by 3. That lose streak money, though, might give them a bit of the edge if they do want to force things out. But no, sir. It's going to be up to the Sheriffs instead. And we have a Spectre buy here for Carl coming into this one. So 4 rifles and a Spectre on the defensive side. TFO, in the meantime, trying to channel their inner one-taps. And Sheriffs are going to be the way to go. The problem is, TFO, they've been keeping it close as per usual, but they just haven't gotten that round win as of yet. And the score really matters here because if the momentum keeps going in ArkAngel's favor, we've seen these guys snowball out of control, especially in their semifinal matchup.
They're a very scary team. That's like the TLDR of that one. It's just so hard to deal with ArkAngel when you allow them to just, again, spread their wings a little bit more. Ching is doing the Ching things. He's back on his jet, and you know that he's going to be able to just hit these shots and always challenge for the angles. He's always going to try to make that advantage for ArkAngel here, but he also has to be aware because Strix, he's on a Reyna. If he can hit the shot with the Sheriff at that long range and get a kill, you know that's going to be a heal, maybe even a weapon picked up, and then that starts the downfall of ArkAngel here. Still, no kills will be had, but the First Order decides to try to set their eyes on the A site. There is a little bit of an angle here for Johan to make something happen, but nobody else is on the A or Heaven. So if they can separate the members of ArkAngel here, they might be able to deal some damage. Nice little paranoia play. Ching is back into the corner, but are they going to be able to get the kills? ArkAngel, they're missing all the shots. They're taking damage though, but no knockouts have been done.
Yeah, they're praying to the gods of random numbers. Unfortunately, it's just not connecting. They have done some damage though, and Ching now does get rid of Courtesy, but no Zerv is there. 2 for 2 trade though, Marky putting the mark on, but Johan right now and Carl come on in. And there's the cleanup from ArkAngel yet again. And here we go again, Mr. Ass, right? The First Order is ordering themselves to at least get some kills for these rounds, and they made it quite a fight against ArkAngel. But still, scoreline does matter. You see that AA is able to build up their bank, able to survive with some members, get the economy that they would like, get the points that they need on the defensive side, and things are looking very dire for TFO, even though they're showing us a good deal of pedigree with the double duelist, with the Sova intel. It's just not working out to capitalize into a scoreline.
I think they were on a weaker buy, so they could at least be happy that they were able to deal some damage, and you can see that ArkAngel are building some economy, but not the best. So if there is a bit of rounds taken by TFO, I think they can just basically get a couple more if they... Oh, hell, hold on.
Josh, he's going for it. Showstopper time, and here comes the kaboom! But instead, his face gonna get planted there. And Marky with that takedown. You make a very good point, Mr. Asarai. It's still a tipping point no matter what. And if ArkAngel does lose a round, it might put them at a bit of that collapse in the first place. But TFO now taking the man advantage. Good punish there onto the Raze. But Carl waiting, couldn't get the shot onto Zerv. The Omen shrugs it off and is able to survive. Over and out on the B side. Ching even gonna get caught out here by Coco. And the First Order, they said, you know, it was only a matter of time since we have gotten the advantage. It's only a matter of time since we can actually make this one work. And Modeski gonna be on the other side. TFO in firm control of B sites.
I like the flights play, but I think the more that the teams see it, the more that the pros experience it, the more that they can understand what they had to do to just dodge the showstopper. Because even though it's a big range kaboom boom, if you can just not be in the line of sight of somebody like Josh S, he will have to wait for like visual confirmation before he says like, I'm gonna pop off my rocket just to get a kill. And he spotted out Marky, which is probably the worst target to try to get that rocket on. And that was definitely the quick downfall. Now Modesky is just gonna play, you know, devil's advocate here and try to just, you know, take out the guns from the First Order. That's all they can do, really. Not gonna happen. And First Order finally get their first round.
To punish the exit attempt, that was just it. It's like, hey, are you challenging me? Are you walking towards me? How dare you? I'm gonna shoot you. And, oh, yes? Do you want to fight me, brother? But no. The thing is, Modesky, we've seen it for the past 2 games. When he has a sheriff, it's scary. And he really has been the best shot of ArkAngel, literally. He's really been crazy at hitting those nutty shots, clutching it out. And even though he's only had a quiet start here on Ascent with Yuhan taking command after that beautiful, beautiful ace, it still is going to be scary to face off against the Killjoy. But TFO with that first point. Here comes ArkAngel, though, whipping out the operator. Ching, though, immediately exposed, having to back on away, 40 HP on his hand, and the Blade Storm will pin the Omen to the wall. Johan gonna go on down. Here comes the First Order, and will be decimation already onto the A defenders as TFO is winning fight after fight and after fight.
I gotta ask if Marky is like a professional, you know, dartboard champion or something, because he's just hitting these shots that he's not supposed to be able to. Just quick reaction times and all throughout. He just charges way right in to the hearts and to the back of the line on A site. And ArkAngel, they're gonna be just coming back, or just rather retreating, bleeding. Tricks, though, will try to go for that aggressive lurk play. It's spotted by Modesky. Like you said, he's such an insane shot for ArkAngel that he can just get these kills that shouldn't really go for him. But at the end of the day, there's too many factors for ArkAngel to try to go for that retake, and all they can really do is save the weaponry here. It's going to be big, though, because it's not only the Vandal, but also an Odin that's going to be left in the hands of Carl, which will allow him to really lock down B site. And just, again, like I said, every wall in B Ascent, B site in Ascent is bangable if you have a high enough penetration.
Exactly. And you know, just the fist of the Odin able to destroy any single thing in the world. But then again, TFO doing a really good job with the intel that they get. They try to actually figure out where Modesky is it. And as soon as they confirmed that A site was right for taking, opened up and no traps in the way, then fine. Let's be handy dandy and let's move into A site instead. Modesky's though still with the punish. And I really feel like for TFO, they still need to kill Modesky sometime. Because if he is going to be the Grim Reaper and he is actually on the site that TFO sieges on in, and TFO won't be really standing a chance in terms of that confidence. But then again, the First Order has already proven many wrongs so far in putting up a great fight against ArkAngel. And here they come yet again. Courtesy going to be scanning on the round. Tricks will be throwing that Leer. And it seems like the play here for the First Order is to go for the zone and play the lockdown maybe. Hunter Fury though going to be the call though first. Courtesy trying to line it up, giving some space. Shock dart volley though, courtesy of Carl. Red bouncing on the round. Coco planting the spike. It seems like TFO given a reprieve to step on up as AA is gonna be playing the retake.
Big flank will be coming in from Josh S. Trix will be on that first contact. If you could see it in the back of the B main area there, and Josh S finds Trix. What's going to be good about that is that he was only on the Sheriff, and he does the Yippee-ki-yay. Here we go. The Cowboy Josh S gets a couple of kills here, and Zerb is going to get pinched. He does get the kill on Josh S, but Ching is onto his side, and what looked up to be a really good round for TFO has been turned the tables again, and here we are. Such easy takes as they have the lockdown. Or sorry, not the lockdown, but they have the Odin in the hands of Carl, and the back of B site is fair game when you have the LMG in your, well, arsenal.
Yeah, that Odin is just gonna be the god of all, especially on B site. Can easily hit B main, can easily hit that goat house. And ArkAngel right now up by 3, just taking that away from TFO. Goes to show though that this ArkAngel team, they hit the nuttiest shots. Like TFO, we've seen the legs of Marky, Zerb, and Coco especially just absolutely crap at getting takedowns. But many forgetting that yesterday, ArkAngel just insane indeed with their shots as well when they dominated. These one taps are more or less a sure thing when you face off against ArkAngel. You really just have to find ways to out-aim them or out-frame them. And in this case right now, AA got the flank, got the kills, and took that point away, giving them the momentum back into favor. And yes, Carl, Asarai. A while ago, all-star match with Carl. He was just playing the Odin, and apparently practice pays off. We're seeing it right now. He has to be careful though, and oh, you're gonna go again with the Odin. It's spraying down. Will he just pellet it? With all of those bullets, yes he can. Too many bullets, not enough life. Barky and Tricks right now fighting back on the A site, but TFO is still down by one member.
Trix does have his Empress, so he can use it to impress us, to at least be able to get this clutch with the 3 versus 2. There is going to be the fake on the ultimate of Johan, but Trix is holding an angle here. Should be able to hear something, and Trix is unleashed. Now he'll be activating his own ultimate there, but Carl drops dead. Or sorry, Carl drops Coco dead. Still, Spike will be had, and Trix is into a 1 versus 2 scenario. He has to get the kill here, and he does! What an insane shot from one of the best players of the First Order. And he knows that Trix is going to be full on HP, but he has full of himself with this Odin. If he can find where his opponent is, he might be able to get the one advantage that he needs to. But he is holding his own, and Trix will play it so intelligently. All he had to do was not move, because the one thing that Odin cannot penetrate is generator.
Electricity, apparently, the best savior of your life. But then again, let's not try to get that shock therapy on. The thing is, though, it was a really good call for TFO to pop that Empress.
Yeah.
It really was just Trix designed to play the clutch. And not only that, he does get a insta-heal after killing Ching. And he was able to move on the round, back to the generator, and stay in cover. The only call against Nodin is to be at the right place and at the right time. Trix there clutching it out for TFO. And in this kind of series, man, it's not just about the plays, it really is about the clutch. Both teams have proven that they can really turn it up when their team needs it the most.
He was low. Trix was actually like one hit, and then
HP, right?
Exactly, and then Ching was just not able to hit the shot that he needed to, and that really turned the tables around. People said, some speculated that Reyna's not going to be good. Honestly, I think he's even better. She's even better now. Even without the 4 full charges, you only get like 2 for the Dismiss and Devour. You're able to activate the orb if you get an assist hit on your opponent and your teammate gets the kill. That has always been like the caveat of Reyna's. It's like, dude, you got my kill, I can't get the heal up. But now, dude, you got the kill, I can get my heal up. Yeah. So it really helps out in the end. And when you have your Empress, everything just goes down to toilet for your opponent, because like you have everything unlimited if you can get those kills.
Unlimited orb works, and you are just going to be happy to throw them out one by one. Here we go, though, with a floating orb. That's a Leer into play behind the garden area. Josh has those 6 HP. Kamikaze from Josh as he will fall, but he will take Tricks with him. And Johan and Ching are there to get the takedowns. Paranoia gonna connect onto Zerb. He has to try and hide against Ching, but he does re-peek and does get a re-frag onto both of them. Now then, Motsuki now catching out Coco, and it's 1v1. These two players have been absolutely clutch in the series so far. Zerb on TFO, Motsuki on AA. 10 seconds left. Zerb might be forced to put the spike down, giving space and time to Motsuki to creep on forward. And through the smoke we go, but that's the omen falling. Motsuki, this has just been carry mode on from him since game number 1, and he really has been such a frightening show for TFO because ArkAngel has relied on him to get picks out of nowhere.
It's either Zerb had to swing and hope that 6 bullets was enough to take down Motsuki. He was very low, and he knows that Motsuki has not taken any damage just yet. He was trying to reload and maybe jiggle peek for information, but when Motsuki slow pushed it, he was like out in the open, was not even in a good angle to just like get back to cover. And Zerb was like, yeah, crap, I'm not going to be able to get this clutch. In any case, that was just insane for Zerb. Trix has been, for the First Order, has been clutching so many rounds. But again, we tend to forget, maybe in that previous game, Zerb was also pretty insane. And here, he can get the kills needed. He fell short slightly, but that was close for comfort. And like you said, a lot of the clutch genes is being worn by both ArkAngel players and First Order as well.
Yeah, but there's one thing that I've noticed between AA and TFO. This is the first time, right, that the First Order is actually matching a double duelist setup. Not going to be playing that Sage plus Sentinel comp anymore. And these are the situations where ArkAngel might be able to inch out more on the aim department. They've really been one of the most mechanically superior teams in the whole Philippine scene. And you already have someone like likes Motsuki playing the Sentinel, and he's just hitting shots the way a duelist would. Josh is back feeling comfortable on the duelist role. Ching, of course, making that voyage from Bren to ArkAngel just to play the duelist also. And these guys have really, really crazy at hitting direct shots. There are times where they have games that they're struggling because they can't find their opponent, but when they go to the other half, the other side, and they see you in front of them, they'll hit those shots anyway. And this seems to be the problem now of TFO. If ArkAngel is outpowering and outmuscling them, TFO need to answer back.
Well, they do have the talent to supplement these fire back, necessities that you are talking about here, Dax. I'm not sure if this is going to be a tech pause or a tack pause. Tic-tac-toe, but in any case, this will allow the teams to take a bit of a breather and try to figure things out. And more importantly, give the First Order some time to kind of, figure out what the hell is happening here, because it seems like ArkAngel are stopping them at the seams, just whether with, like you said, good mechanics or just being able to utilize abilities properly with good mechanics to kind of shut down the members of TFO here. It's been really difficult, and maybe akin to that is that they've been losing tricks very, very quickly in start of these rounds. That's why we've seen TFO kind of crumble, because without the Reyna, I don't think the Jet is enough yet to pierce these sites. Marky hasn't really shown up this entire game for TFO, but it's still too early to say what's going to happen the rest of the round. Seems like TFO, as we do resume, is going to try to get this mid control already.
Yeah, Owl Drone could be leading the charge. Does trigger a little bit of the alarm bot. Here comes Clear into play. Markador though gonna get close now. Shattered! But you know who else gonna get shattered expectations? That's gonna be Marky dying to the hand of Ching. And you make a good point. Marky hasn't really been able to survive these fights. And Trix right now trying to find a few more picks here and there. But no, Carl holding that one down. 2 in a row for Carl before Coco does get that takedown. 2v4 now. Suddenly the Solo will die. And ArkAngel make it clean. They're just waiting on the other side of the door. Asarai, they say, hello, would you like to come in and die? And they already shoot one trying to enter that pathway.
That was a quick round. That's very difficult there. Not enough money for TFO. They really just try to force that particular round, and in the end, it's not going to look too fancy for them. Lockdown, not the ultimate of Modesky here, but basically ArkAngel's locking down any and every of these sites. I do like that, again, as defenders, you're not just playing static. I do like that they're also pushing. This is such a really strong thing that they're doing on A main, which is to put the one-way smoke and then somebody just to kind of check out the legs if they're there. You know, we're like people here. We like the legs, and if it shows, we're going to shot it, or shoot it rather, and then challenge. There's no control that TFO can do. ArkAngel won't try to just go in straight just like that.
Yohan just finds Marky there, and it is a good point. Ankle breakers are effective, especially if they can shoot you back. And hey, damage is damage, especially as Strix now is quite low on the HP. So one pick off already from ArkAngel with their aggression. They're really tightening the news of TFO, and Ching just getting dinged once and twice. The Jet right now holding that W victory together. Triple kill it out for Ching. And another clean round for ArkAngel. Seems like the challenge has been accepted by AA, and they are winning it very, very handily.
TFO now does have lockdown, so that's a step in a possible right direction. If they can use this, they might be able to get the rounds that they need. Carl, what is his? Oh, that's his game plan. So he's gonna go straight up for wall bangs, because he can destroy where the lockdown is. He can stop his opponents coming in from like switch going to boathouse. And if TFO do not commit with the lockdown, or sorry, if TFO try the lockdown, it's going to get easily destroyed, at least on B. So I think what they're going to do right now is not use it offensively or at the start of the round. They're going to try to get some picks first. They're going to try to get some map control first. And they're going to try to get the, you know, at least a little bit more pinch if they can.
Oh no, Coco running on around just to die, but Zerp hiding behind the hut. And there we go, Ching whipping out Blade Storm, but couldn't get anything done with that. Modesky though catching out Trix. And here we go on to B side for the side of the First Order. Unfortunately for them, they're still in mid-transition to bring that spike to the site. And ArkAngel for now, waiting by the defender spawn, waiting by A, and will be trying to regroup and recoup before they play that retake.
Now, 3 versus 4, they do have that control on the site, but not the numbers to their advantage. Modesky does have his own lockdown, so he's gonna say, shoot on my site. Marky, though, is gonna be first contact here. Spots out Josh as he needs to get that kill first because it's very, very crucial. Now, Marky does have his blades out, has to get out of the range of that lockdown, of that KJ ultimate. but he does have the flank positioning. No more utilities to be had, so he can't jump over the walls, but he is going to be able to go for that pinch play if need be. But Johan is charging in. He has a paranoia as well, and that is going to make every single member in the back of the side for TFO expendedly paranoid. Did have the time? It's going to go kaboom boom, and it's going to be a close one. Oosh! And that is going to be a clutch for TFO.
TFO, they got lucky there. Point
Switching
0.08. 0.08.
Really? I wasn't counting.
That was 0.08.
Oh
that
my
was
gosh.
almost. I think in terms of the animation, actually finished, but then the spike already detonated at the same time. So happily unfortunate for ArkAngel. They had the right plan. And Carl, yet again, he proved a while ago by around lunchtime today. Odin best gun. He still shows it here with how he defended that boat house. But case in point, TFO, they clutched that one out there. Marky with an incredible flick by the market. They needed that one to shut down Josh S and his nades. 8-4, still manageable here for the first order. And we know how strong these guys can defend, especially when you have that Killjoy on Coco. So we'll see now what the first order can do. Will ArkAngel be able to overrun and show us the AA pedigree again, or will TFO answer back? This is game number 3, guys. It's 1-1 between TFO and ArkAngel. Second half underway, and a B train is coming to station.
They put a lot of pings on Switch there. Nice little lineup on the Paranoia. They will not be able to get the full dinks on the on that recon dart, but it seems like Serv was like he just sprayed on the wall, and yeah, I'm just gonna leave my mark here on the side because I'm gonna be left scarred and dead at the back of it. There's going to be a nice little lineup there with the shot dart. I don't think it's gonna get killed though. Josh S knows one is on market, and he might go shopping a little bit here to find a couple of kills to get his cred score a little bit higher, as the numbers not really in the favor of TFO. Still holding an angle here, and here they come with the recon. Have to check your right. It's gonna be so crucial to check these corners, and it's going to be a nice little kill. Josh S whipped out his blades there, his melee to maybe knife the face of the last opponent. The thing about that is, there's still more members of ArkAngel, and now they're starting to run away with this one. Is TFO gonna force, or just save and go for that next round with the full?
Yeah, the first order need to decide and fast what their plan's gonna be for the second half, because ArkAngel hiding onto the corner by market. No one peeking this time for the first order. It was the volley a while ago of ArkAngel on split, not checking these angles here and there, but they've learned their lesson. It really feels like they have adjusted on the fly yet again to improve in game number 3. Marky though, Bucky in hand. He knows he can get those shots, but Josh S a little bit too far to even hit that shot, but Trix instead will get that takedown. So 1 kill piece for both sides. Chingo in the meantime catching out Zerv. And the TFO trying to force things out. They have to be careful, because their economy looking to be a bit kaput again as the shock darts are coming to the door, and ArkAngel flying high yet again. The heavens are really their home, especially as we are on Ascent. And now spike planted, smoking the way, and ArkAngel taking point and taking some positions. Oh no!
Wait.
Oh no, that actually hurts AA, because they were shooting the Aldron, I believe, and they also pinged that the Omen was there. So in the end, it will be ArkAngel falling flat on that Omen. But I think TFO saw that more so, rather than the Aldron actually giving away his position. A little bit unfortunate anyway, but Moski now with the kill onto Coco. Here comes Carl also. Trickstone in the meantime with a triple kill, but Ching is there from afar. And ArkAngel, another point on the board. This is the classic AA experience that we know. When they try to run away with the game, they do so with such overwhelming strength.
I really do like that entry frag that came in from Ching there. Yeah, there was a kill by Trix onto one of the members of ArkAngel, but Ching pushed up, dashed into the side, saw that there was a boombot, their boombot, that exploded on door. I don't think he had visual confirmation that somebody was there, but because the boombot went up, kaboomed, he just sprayed and knew that he was gonna kill. And that really hurt, I think, the control and door for TFO. And Ching is just so quick, he just knows what he needs to do, which is to get that control in A heaven, knowing that his opponent don't really have the numbers advantage as well. And they're just gonna go and wreak some havoc now. Courtesy is just gonna be on the front here. Ching does get a kill, Coco does get the shutdown, but Courtesy is left on an island once again. Can he go for that second stray transfer? Not gonna happen, and ArkAngel claimed the site. They did have to take some damage for it. As you can see, Carl is pretty damn low. But still, with these smokes, I think TFO have to be guessing a little bit. They don't have that control in B main. They do have some time, so they're waiting for Marky to get that confirmation first that nobody is here to, well, counter their retake. They also do have a paranoia from Zerb. So steps, utilities is in favor of TFO, but this is still going to be tricky because, well, it's ArkAngel.
Here's what's scary, and there you go, Carl again, the master of the Odin. Trixo in the meantime moving on forward, and Stu 4-2. Here comes Marky though, playing the Cloudburst, trying to fake it out. And no spray down as of yet from AA. They're trying to conserve their bullets. Apparently their lives are going to get forfeit. TFO Trix with the triple. But does he have the time? This is going to be close again. And it's going to be at the edge of that timer. Archangel still win it out from 0.08 a while ago. 0.19 now. These timers are just not on the side of the defenders.
They took a long time. It took even further as Zerv was spotted out. I think that was a recon dart by Carl, and then he just like sprayed perfectly through Switch and just did not allow Zerv to do anything. That would have been really helpful though, because rather than you know, what was it, the Cloudburst, I think? No, just like basically paranoia from Zerv would have been so crucial in flushing the bout and allowing Trix to be confident enough to try to push them at the back of the B site. All said and done though, that was a nice little Cloudburst that was saved up by Ching, which really did just allow them to just like, you know, not really do too much, not go for that contact play with a little bit. And ArkAngel, they bought so much time that we're looking at 11-4. So close, like you said, like 0.19 seconds. Now you are going to be going for that tactical pause, a bit of a breather, a bit of restructuring yourselves, and a bit of just telling ourselves what the hell do we need to do to get this advantage going to our favor, because now ArkAngel are showing they can run away in this Ascent map.
Really true. And ArkAngel right now, they're showing also their fortitude, how strong they can be against fatigue, especially after such a long game on splits a while ago. They won that, albeit barely. They figured things out, and they made it work. But then again, now you're in a sense, AA is just running away with it. And it really feels like that they have a bit of a power spike, Mr. Asarai. And it's not something you'd expect from anyone, but it's the 0-1 power spike. As soon as they lose a map, they're like, oh yeah, guys, remember, we're ArkAngel. We're going to be able to hit those shots. We're going to be able to clutch things out. And if you factor that in, plus the amount of endurance this team has and the amount of skill they still have in them, it really feels like TFO is being blown out of the water because they are forgetting to bleed against AA. So AA up by 7, looking to make this another map win under their belt to put them on a possible match point for the series. But then again, TFO, from the start of the series, they've proven that they can fight back. But still need to be careful because AA is already on the hunt and playing into Mills so far.
They've been control of it as well. So that is going to be, who is this, Coco? That's gonna just be at the back of site and say, where are you guys? I need help. They smoked you out, but you need to challenge. Although ArkAngel, playing this ever so smartly, is gonna go rotate back onto A. And Marky, he only has a Bucky here, but maybe this Bucky is gonna be fatal. Yes, he finds the one, does have the dash out, and there's going to be the challenge by Josh S. Smartly uses the Cloudburst here, but gotta back away as the nades almost connected. And ArkAngel, they're spread for time, and Zerv is holding true. Beautiful hold from Zerv here. He's gonna be able to rotate as well, still even has a paranoia, and as Josh S comes out, maybe, just maybe, it's going to be Zerv to stop them in the tracks. 10 seconds left onto that timer. But TFO, they're basically giving away the free kills now. And what looked like to have been a really strong round for them has gone topsy-turvy with 3 members of ArkAngel playing that post plant. And here we go for the retake.
ArkAngel's just set up on the low ground. We got Motzki, we got Carl, and we also have the raise of Josh S looking to hold this one down. And there you go again, Motzki, still a man on the mission, still pretty much the Grim Reaper of TFO. And ArkAngel right now just having such a big advantage in this round. Recon Volto gonna get thrown on down. Ursi will forfeit his life against Carl. And now we are seeing the AA of all. We are seeing the AA that was promised to us all. 8 rounds the gap. Match point now for ArkAngel. They made it to the Grand Finals in week number 2. They're here in the Grand Finals right now in week number 3. And they're hungry for that master slot. But they still need to win this best of 5 to do it. And the best step to take next is the win here on Ascent.
Seems like the First Order is making a lot of mistakes here, but honestly, I think ArkAngel just has a better grasp of what they need to do to win these rounds. They can read the rotations of the First Order, or their rotate plays is making First Order second guess themselves. Josh S finds one of the alarm bots already. It's going to be a quick contact play, but Coco has a nice little angle. Nano Swarm will stop the onslaught of ArkAngel here onto the side, but Shing still has a long-range weapon, but like I said, the right click on this Bucky is freaking fantastic. Now, Coco, Once again with the Bucky, and that will force Archangel to go back. Marky has such a perfect angle here, but he needs to connect the shots, and he will be able to get the first one. It's still not the second. Although leaving it in the hands of Carl, it's going to be a tall order for him. But if he can, this is going to be the 2-1 already for this series.
Yeah, Carl going to be putting this by the generator. TFO though, losing Marky and Trix already. Trix whipping the shots with the flank. Marky couldn't get that second hit. AA right now, they also have that Hunt's Fury. So we'll see if Carl can clutch this thing out. Rafters though gonna be the defensive for TFO, looking to play that retake. Hunt's Fury also available here on the Sova on the other side. But then again, finds double box. We will be putting Carl's body in a crate, shipping it over to another dimension, because the first order is here to take this round away from Archangel and survive just a little bit more.
It's gonna be a tall order for the first order, because it's gonna be about, how many rounds is that? 7 straight rounds to push this into overtime, because it's 12 to 5. It's gonna be difficult, because first and foremost, Archangel still have money to buy. It's not gonna be the full buy for them, as they do have 2 Spectres, but the way that they've been attacking these sites have been very, very decisive, very, very consistent. And honestly, I think they're reading First Order, and First Order is just going for these aggressive pushes that aren't really paying off for them. Maybe holding off ever so slightly could prove a little bit more successful for the TFO roster. They need to be able to get this Ascent map, because I feel like the more that we go into the other maps, the more that Archangel just have that map knowledge in the bag for them. They have more experience than First Order. Could be wrong with that one, but it seems like to be a true thing. Now, they have 3 big ultimates that they can use. Marky has to back away, and that lockdown perfectly destroyed by Courtesy here, and Marky is playing as a turret here onto the side. That's not going to explode in his face, but you can see the quick rotations and the fake plays for Archangel to try to go for A. They take B.
B is the way to go, and now it will be TFO trying to reel it back. But look who's playing in the middle. Moski's waiting, but misses the shots to get a lethal blow. But he has tagged down the Omen just a little bit more. So timing is everything, and sidelines are a go. Carl right now, though, with the Hunt's Fury. Marky, though, in the meantime, catching out Moski. But Trix gonna get turned into crisp, and here comes Johan as well. Archangel right now with a man advantage. Time is ticking, and Marky using the Cloudburst to actually hide away from the Recon Bolt. But the Paranoia gonna connect instead. No sidelines for the time being. Courtesy right now sees the Omen. Johan gonna be put to the floor, and here comes TFO. Can they survive one more time, or will Archangel ascend even further into the heavens? They're trying to make it, and they will do so, taking Ascent away. You know, Asarai, this map is in the clouds, and Archangel, they say this is our home turf, this is where we belong, and now they have the series lead.
I think Archangel have sniffed that they got Ascent.
Yes. You are a very funny man, but they have that scent of victory, the scent of that master slot. And it really goes to show, fatigue is going to be a big factor in this series. After the slaughter that was split, here we are with the one-side affair for Archangel on Ascent. Really great job by them reading how TFO was going to position, how they were going to move, and winning fight after fight. There was a time where Modski was nigh unkillable. There was a time where Carl just whoops out the Odin and hits all the shots. And really, we've seen Archangel beat the best on a map like this. And of course, it wouldn't be a little too difficult to say that they might be able to beat the rest.
The thing about that in the last rounds that we saw in the Ascent map was that I feel like TFO, when they were playing defense, kind of started playing static. That's always a mistake that you're gonna try to go on, is that playing a little bit further back doesn't mean that you just wait for your opponents to come in, because that allows the attackers to rotate and go for whatever they want to do. Granted, of course, that it seems like Archangel was gonna go for the A site, but I think Marky had to push a little bit further, a little bit faster. But maybe it's because they didn't have the flash or anything. Anyways, guys, we're going to go for a bit of a breather, because I think us and the teams need to figure out what they need to do. Archangel is not out of the water just yet. They need one more win to get the Grand Finals and that second slot for the Masters. But TFO is a hungry team. There's somebody that can always surprise you, and maybe they can surprise us going into game number 4. Don't go anywhere. Stage 1, week 3, we'll be coming back for you. So stay tuned.
you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
We only have a few more seconds to blast off, as it seems like Archangel are starting to pave the way to victory, to pave the way for them to be that second seeded slot in our Masters representatives. And damn, are they just dominating in that last game. TFO still do have a chance, but it seems like they're losing that momentum, they're losing that steam, and they need to pick it back up force it to game number 5 and the finale. But I don't know, maybe this is the last game for us.
It's going to be scary because ArkAngel going to be picking up map number 4, Texas Nazarite. We are back for another match here between ArkAngel and the First Order. Problem is, though, I think it's time to re-energize for these two teams. They need to find that spark in them because it really is just telling when a team is looking very, very tired. They're not playing to their usual kind of pedigree. They're not as sharp as they would like. And it does feel like the TFO still know what to do, what their plan is. But then again, there's that hint of sluggishness. There's that hint of being at only a step or two, a little too far off, especially when you're playing that Bucky. And ArkAngel's like, we're going to still hit those one-taps. We're still going to be hitting those shots. And you cannot show any kind of weakness against ArkAngel. You have to be consistent like them to fight back. And it's just not working out for TFO right now. But then again, this is still a chance for them. If you believe in the First Order, then it will be time to give them your energy because they desperately need it. ArkAngel, in the meantime, still looking very, very strong. And that was the AA performance that was promised ever since week number 1. We are not done yet. Map number 4, Haven, AA's pick. TFO, though, going to be on the attacking side. ArkAngel going to be defending. And it will be all down to this Mr. Asteroid. Who will make it to the VALORANT Master slot? Is it going to be AA, or are we going to be getting a game number 5?
I believe that the bio, you know, just going to be able to push this forward. Well, maybe the F in TFO stands for forward, as they need to move a little bit more towards the direction of victory. ArkAngel here, though, looking to have a composition that is only going to have Ching as their duelist. This is the defender's side. I do like that they have a lot of ways to plug up the sites with the Sage and the Killjoy here.
No, I'm getting flashbacks. It's the sewer wall.
Yeah.
The legendary Motzki sewer wall. How many segments do you have to break, Mr. Asteroid?
3, right? Going into A, B, and C, is that right? Or no, 4, because you need sewer, you need A long, you need mid, and you need C long. And I think with the Killjoy and the Sage, you should be able to just plug up like 2 or 3 and allow your team to just basically like sit in the back side and say like, yeah, we got this.
It's like construction work is a go. Please go that way. True. And then ArkAngel just sets up a trap. They pretty much kill you on the spot. And this defense is going to be very, very scary. A sewer. You're not going to be seeing that at all for TFO on the attacking side unless they bust it down and try to break their way through. But the First Order, this has been their story so far. They've been trying to break through to the top 10 and then they've done. They tried to break through to the grand finals. They've done so. They are here looking to prove that they are the underdog story that is trying to make it to the Masters. But ArkAngel, they felt like their name has already been put for that spot, for that slate. And it's only up to them to get it right here, right now.
Yeah, they're brushing it on already. It's like when you see those movies where the businessman gets like his new office and it says like their ArkAngel. It's a little bit more, right? And so one last game push for them. Of course, we're not going to count the First Order just yet.
Never do.
If it's any team that can go for that victory, that can rise up, First Order is the one to do it. They faced so many adversities coming here, and now in this final game, they have to step up, dig deep, and basically say to us that we are champions in the making, and we will go up against the hardest, and we will beat them. And of course, they still need 2 more games, but they can try to do their best now in Ascent, as they are going to be on the attacking side, and C seems to be the name of the game for them.
Yeah, here we are on Haven, and Marky actually can get blinded there. Josh, in the meantime, with the kill on Deserve. Bit of miscommunication probably here from the side of TFO, and AA cleaning up house. There you go already. Coco, the only one left, but this is just going to be no chance for him to survive. ArkAngel, yeah, this is looking to be AA completely on point and in their proper favor.
That was incredibly atrocious for the First Order. I mean, you can't sugarcoat that. Like, they had everything that they needed to, but the timing for Zerv's Paranoia, I think that was Zerv's Paranoia, right, that hit Marky?
It looked like it, right?
Right, because it went from behind him. It wasn't even in front of him that hit. In any case, that just means that he was blind. He could have actually gotten the kill on Josh S, but because he didn't have that visual confirmation, he was looking at spawn and underneath him, not right behind him. And I mean, he got away from the damage, but that basically allowed Josh S as well as Johan to just do the things that they needed to do. There is going to be a nice little lineup with courtesy there, and they're going to try to go for this play. I think we also saw TFO did this before, but it's not going to work in the end because Josh S has all of these nano swarms. And, oh,
yeah,
turret.
The turret says, oh, trick. Did you see what happened to Phoenix? His body just went all ragdoll. And there you go. That's just not going to work out against a double Sentinel composition between the Killjoy and the Sage. No way, no how that door is going to get closed away now for TFO. And this has been the issue so far. Archangel now in prime for, if you want to see what the AA squad should look like, should be playing into Valorant Masters if ever, then this has to be the performance that they bring every single day. But TFO, underdog story is not done yet. It seems like the chapters are closing, and Modzki holding close by a Link on the corner actually. And there you go, courtesy, and just dying there to the headshot. Archangel again, another clean round, and things are looking good for AA, but this is now the big test for TFO and AA. TFO, they're finally gonna get the guns. Gotta keep an eye out if they can make it work. But thing is, apparently, they did buy a little too much on the utility side, and light armor gonna be the only thing to go as Ching. He's trying to show off again onto the boxes. He knows how to play parkour here, Mr. Azurai. But besides that, it's just AA right now ascending against all opponents. And TFO, they need to ground them ASAP.
It's gonna be very difficult though. If they lose this round, I feel like they're gonna lose even more. I mean, of course that's true because they're gonna be on a weaker bye, but I mean it in the way of momentum. Because I feel like TFO, they need to be able to get at least that one up. And like you said, there it is.
It's
the
the
triple wall, the triple segment wall. Is it triple or four? Four, right? Yeah, four for the wall.
I'll give you the voice. It's the wall.
The wall.
The wall. It's just so imposing, honestly. And they have to take so many bullets. They just have to invest so much time to actually bust it down. And not only that, it makes a lot of noise. So Archangel, they're huddling up. Later, like, go team break. Go team break. Let's wait for them to come on in. And TFO, they need to make this explosive. It's all about execution right now. Smokes are going to be into play. There's the slow, though. And Marky going to be disengaging his end. But Josh S going to get seen. Modzki in the meantime with the kill on Trix. Carl is there. And Modzki, the sure shot that he is, he will get to call right now with that frenzy. And after all is said and done, Coco, the only one left. 2 versus 1. And Archangel is coming from the flank and from the defensive side.
Maybe he can sing us a song from the land of the dead because it seems like TFO need to be able to be brought back to life here. Coco might be the one to be the hero the TFO needs. But in the end, it's a numbers discrepancy. I don't think he knows. Now he does. I was about to say that too.
Jinxed. You just jinxed him.
Oh no. But he does have time though. So maybe, just maybe, he can push forward, get the kill on Shing here, and actually be able to go straight up to the B. He can hear the... I was about to say that. He can hear the footsteps being run back, but Johan was so smart to actually go all the way back and just not go for the 1 versus 1. What he did was 2 things. It's to regroup with Ching, and I don't think Coco knew that Johan was going to do that. And that Hail Mary pass to B, it could have worked if only Johan didn't expect to, or didn't try to go for that 2v1 play with Ching.
That's right. He just ran. He was like, nope, I'm done with this. I ain't fighting this one. And there's something really cheeky about Coco. So guys, especially all of you higher ranked players, usually you aim for the head, and Coco peeks crouching. He's just like, no, you're not going to hit me because I'm down here.
It's the crab walk.
It's just a crab walk, and Ching is like, oh yes, I actually didn't hit you. And that's the one thing. Maybe if the players were in the lower ranks, they'd be actually aiming in the middle and hit that headshot. But no, really is just a bit of that little nuance. It's able to try to play in, but Archangel doing one better and waiting on the other side. Now 3-0, things are looking dire, and Josh is even catching out Coco there. It looks like it's already Archangel with the advantage, rotating appropriately and accordingly. TFO a bit afraid to actually push on forward, but Marky gonna try to challenge. Modzki, though, in the meantime, actually shoots Marky and says, go away. And AA is fending these guys off. Trick's gonna die into the cubby. And AA right now, summary execution after summary execution. It feels like it's a slate being hit on schedule and more. And a third one there for Josh S. Should be one more kill. There you go. Ching gets it. AA is now up 4-0.
There's no answer. Like, by that I mean, for the first order, they have Trix and Marky on really capable duelist agents. But the way that Archangel have set up these avenues, these segments of the map to kind of be choked, is basically neutering these, these dogs from being unleashed, from being wild, set into the wild. And right now, I was actually about to say this as well, TFO's only hope is C-Long, because this is the only one where there's no, kind of like trickery of the Sage as well as the Killjoy on the site. Although it's going to be a hard fought because Ching is here, and he is an incredible shot. 2 kills for the price of none, and this is where it becomes such a difficult thing for the First Order, because this just goes back to like if you play like low tier, where you get stopped on A, get stopped on B, get stopped on C, where do you go, right?
You go back to spawn and
Cry.
Pray. Just cry and pray. But this is really such a big challenge right now for TFO. They know this is on paper the weakest site to actually go on, but then Ching is just an incredible shot. Eventually though, Courtesy will hit that shock dart against a low HP Jet, and that will be the takedown there. So 4v3. ArkAngel has already rotated, and not only that, seems like they've sealed the garage with a wall in the first place. Modesky can be sticking around by the logs alongside the Omen. And TFO right now, they're kind of stuck in their ways. They have to decide, are they pushing or are they not? Do they even have time to rotate? It's barely going to be any kind of instance. But Coco now catching out Johan. They needed that one to at least equalize the odds. Lockdown now going to be into play, and this is going to be the first order. But Carl, Coco going to get caught there. It's just a shock dart to remember. Lightning striking twice. Lightning getting the connection. And here comes the control yet again. Wither is the friend of ArkAngel. And Modesky is the Grim Reaper. Bring death and destruction yet again. 5-0. A jaw-dropping performance from ArkAngel.
That was a smooth movement from ArkAngel. So what they did was they readjusted the utilities of Josh S as the Killjoy here, placed all the utilities that he had for spotting opponents at both A and B so that he can hold both of those sites, not really, not really to get kills or anything, but more to get that information. And everybody else was on C-Long. Also, to supplement that, Modesky did put his wall, rather on Sewer, on Garage, so there's not really much avenues of the First Order where they can go that ArkAngel won't know. And that in itself is so difficult, because the First Order, they thrive on being able to be unpredictable. But it's kind of the same thing with Bren, right? When they're playing Ascent, is that if you can play all these information gathering abilities and you can play around that, there's nothing that the attackers can really do that you won't be able to know and that you won't be able to counter out.
Yeah, this is going to be TFO though going for a quick take, but never still the lockdown. But Marky now waking on up. They need it. They need to slap everyone awake on the TFO team. And here comes the Blade Storm, and he kills Josh S before he gets detained. Josh has Argo, but no, Marky will still get the triple. And now it will be Trix from A-Long to get that takedown. 4v1. TFO realizing that clutch is what they need right now. It's in their veins, it's in their blood, it's in their genes. And they are just hunting down Carl for now. Carl stuck in the corner by A Short, and he's trying to creep on away, but someone's waiting, and his name is Coco. What balls on that man from Marky. The heroics from the Jet. Most players, man, they'd be so afraid to play in the lockdown, but Marky, no fear, takes down 3 before he falls. What a play from TFO.
Maybe a few months from now, maybe a few years from now, we have to give some form of recognition for Marky, maybe even a song. Markiki, do you love me? Because he's just able to do all these things for the First Order. Okay, we're going to not be able to finish that replay because, of course, the round's about to start. But he was able to get 2 more kills after that nice little beautiful updraft right-click play in the face of Ching. And Ching was like scoped in. He was looking at A-Long. Okay, let's see what this works out because Ching has been spotted. We'll be able to just parkour his way on C.
That's why he's been practicing. Even in breaks, I see him practicing that movement on C side. He jumps on around. He doesn't even use his updraft there. And he already got a good shot on the Drix, shutting down the Phoenix. They did answer back though with Hunt Spear from TFO's side, but they couldn't catch out the very, very slippery Jet. And Ching, not only was that a headshot to condemn, also an ultimate to waste on the side of TFO. Things looking good for AA. But man, what a last play that was from Marky still. I still got chills. The Ballad of Marky the Brave.
He just enables the First Order. Of course, it's still not enough for the First Order here to play comfortably around the map, to play like they have an advantage, but it's a step in the right direction and maybe the step that they need to get that reset and get their mindset set up here for this next following round. Seems like TFO is going to switch situating their eyes on the A site. There is some rotation movements for ArkAngel, maybe to try to hear this one out. The smokes are coming. And does Archangel have any utility, any ultimates to stop this aggression? Looks like that's going to be a no, but they're going to allow the rotation. They're going to be allowing the take on the site. And Carl, though, that's some pretty fancy and pretty insane shots to say at the least. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not going to work out in the end as Motsuki comes out. I'd love to play from Archangel there. They're like, get the site first. When they start planting, that's when we use our utilities, flush every corner out, and they just do it so synchronized. They're like swimmers.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel like it's a whole Walter Ballet recital right now, that they just know where to go, where to synchronize, and really know where to position. But their Ironclad defense has really been one to watch out for. It really feels like you don't have any choices whatsoever but to commit. And as soon as you commit, you're pretty much dead. Oh no, Marky even using an updraft there, trying to shake things off, looking for the shots. Operator hit there from Ching, not gonna connect. Cloudburst gonna be the answer, and Zerb at the very least will go for the takedown. But Marky is a man on mission, and he's looking to at least bring his team back at the forefront. Ching, though, will shut down that heroic effort, and Zerb instead looking to play against Ching, but the paranoia gonna be fading on that. Updraft now gonna be into play. Beautiful scan there. TFO shutting down the jet along the way. And over to C-side, Trix also waiting patiently on B.
Carl is going to be able to sneak his way here, but he's going to get flushed out pretty quickly, so he has to deal some damage, which he cannot. And the first order, that was just a gritty round from them. Like, very aggressive for Archangel. We haven't seen that actually in the past couple of rounds for Archangel. And the one time that they actually try to go for these challenges is the one time that the first order will finally get a clean round. Honestly, it was just all about the 1v1 duels that they were able to get the W's on. And at the end of the day, something as simple as that might be able to just jumpstart this particular series, this particular game actually, for the first order. Still, buying power is in the favor of Archangel. A little bit of peek. Do I see you? Marky does have his own operator. I don't know where he's checking out. Oh, he's going to be here!
Oh, nice,
but Cheng is just the better I mean, he's playing the imposter game, and Cheng is the authentic one.
It's just so scary sometimes when you scope in and you see death literally in front of you. He just died.
Yeah.
He knew his scope was on the wrong spot, and he just knew in that split second he was completely gone from the round. Best shutdown right now from Archangel, because from the last two rounds that TFO has won in this half, it has just been Marky throwing caution to the wind, reckless abandon, and allowing TFO the numbers advantage. But Ching, he is just questioning anyone who's peeking against him, and that's two duelists down. Ching is just flexing his god's powers, and he's doing it again and again on A long.
Just wanted to say, Cheng also used this spray there to bait a peek out, maybe hoping that somebody would just like try to use the audio cue to try to peek me out. Not gonna happen, but they are gonna try to go for the C-Long. But perfect timing with that Nano Swarm will delay the members of the first order here. Josh S cannot push through, but he doesn't need to, as Johan is there into the corner. The timing is not gonna be right for him, but the numbers still into the advantage of Archangel. They will be using this. They will just allow their opponent to get that spike planted down, as they will revive one. Coco will be able to get a kill here and there, but it's not gonna be enough, and they come corralling from the back, left, right, and center. And that is going to be the first order. Once again, I would say doused by their flames have been doused by Archangel.
Archangel, they just know how to cool the opposition off, and that's one thing also we've seen in this series. The amount of endurance that Archangel has is something to really take note of. This is a best of 5. We are going the long hill here, ladies and gentlemen, up to 5 games if need be. And this is just map number 4. Seems like though TFO has ran out of steam after an incredible first push. And AA in the meantime still keeping it on. They had a slow start, they lost that first map, but when they turned it up on splits, they made it close, they won that game, and then Ascent was just basically a contest for them and them alone. Goes to show though, Asarai, the finals are the finals for good reason. You need to be able to stand up against the best teams all throughout as consistently as can be. And TFO, they need to wake up again. They need to remember that this is their big chance to make it to Masters. If they can do that, if they can get back that first and second game form, I'll see them challenge, but they're running out of time to do it here.
With that information gathered by Ching there, it's going to be, of course, the wall on shore, or sewer rather, and of course, the hypothetical wall that Ching is as he connects shot after shot with the operator, and he wants more. He's hungry, and he is just nom-nom, and his opponents will be able to get the Vandal first as his teammate will be reloading the operator for him, but Johan is already on the big flank. Gets this spotted by Zerp, but the thing about this is the numbers have already been dwindled, the damage has been done, and TFO, they don't have the options left. They do have at least 40 seconds to fall back on, but this 40 seconds is all for naught because they still have not gotten any map control in this
30 seconds left.
10th round.
Yeah, 10th round is just not going to be working out whatsoever. And TFO down by 3 people, down to 20 seconds, and it's either they rush these sites or they're going to be giving up the point yet again. AA, though, and firm control of the game so far. And by this point in time, this has just felt like the redemption arc is being completed by ArkAngel. Week number 1, the AA squad honestly disappointed a number of people because it just wasn't the performance that we've been looking for. This is now the standard that AA is playing, as it courtesy does catch out Johan. Carlo in the meantime with a takedown onto 2. There is no surviving against ArkAngel. 8-2 the scoreline. But yes, AA have reeled it back. They faced off against their best opponents. They faced off against themselves. They've really actualized. They've found ways to get a proper support structure, realize what they can play, and now things are looking so clean for ArkAngel as TFO is down by 6. And we are in a pause because TFO, they need it. They need that break and need to remember what brought them to this point.
Who they are.
Who they
Mufasa.
are. Like, optimization is really the whole storyline right now, Asalai.
Yeah.
ArkAngel, 110%. These guys are servos complete, everything ready to go. We are going for that rollout. We are going to be going for the kills, and it feels like they've been fully charged after being plugged in for so long. TFO, in the meantime, batteries are kind of running dry. And the first order, we all know it's in them. We see it time and time again that they have the right ideas, they have the right plans, and they want to get the right executions, but then they're only a step or 2 behind ArkAngel, literally. It's either they're a little too far away, they hit each other with abilities because they couldn't get the coordination right in terms of speed, and the most especially is when they're just a little bit too late on the peak. The reticle is just not on the right angle, and there you go, ArkAngel takes advantage, and this is what's chipping away against TFO. The right stuff is in there, but it's just getting clogged by all the tiredness and more. And we all know, especially as people with Sasarai, it's just, you feel tired, it's gonna be even harder to try and perform best.
It is what it is, but the thing about that is even if that is the case, it's not an excuse. You gotta try to do your best. We know, of course, the TFO is doing what they can, but they really are struggling. ArkAngel always say that they, to fly high, that's their motto. The thing about that, ArkAngels aren't really, guardians. They're smiters.
Actually.
And ArkAngel right now, as a team, have been smiting the members of TFO left, right, and center for so many of these games, for so many of these rounds, especially here in Haven. It's been stapled already. It's been stamped. The thing about that is maybe there is a correctional fluid here for TFO that they can use to stop off that that final signing. That ArkAngel is the team to win for, well, this going into Masters.
Yeah, Punishers indeed ArkAngel are, and absolutely no excuse because AA has gone through the same thing and come out better because of it. Now ArkAngel, it's still going to be them on the defensive. It seems like the plan right now is to play the post plant instead to try and go for the retake. A little dangerous though, because they do have the Hunter's Fury on the side of the first order, so they can actually break that lockdown if ever. It seems like it will also be Hunter's Fury available for AA right now, that they will unleash and catch out Marky immediately. So 1 tick of damage, going to be putting Marky at 70 HP. TFO though in the meantime trying to decide if they're going to be planting here or not. Already, here comes ArkAngel using their second ultimate. It's time for that lockdown. Counter lockdown is played up from TFO, and the Hunter Fury gonna get unleashed as well. Johan though using this as cover, and the Sova gonna get spotted with the bow and arrow, but TFO protecting their own, getting the takedowns that they need. The gamble here from ArkAngel not working out so far, and Ching says, okay, this play didn't work. Time to back on the way. I don't want to give up my operator, but Marky, he's giving chase. Here we go right now, Mr. Asarai. Coco is waiting. TFO will take the round. And a bit of overconfidence there from ArkAngel that plan would have worked, and TFO answers back in time.
there was a combination lock there for Archangel. Even though TFO did have the numbers in terms of the ultimate, I think what they could have done was not really cancel the planting of the spike with Carl's Hunter's Fury. Rather, when they use their own lockdown, he figures out where the other Hunter's Fury is to shut down the lockdown and kill, Courtesy. Because I think that's the better option. And there's also one thing where Ching just went straight to hell and he didn't check Graffiti. And that's always like a mortal sin, right? It's always check your corners. And nobody was kind of checking the other corner for him. And he just got bombarded, and the crossfires were just better for TFO at the end of the day there. Now they still have some steam here, as they do, of course, will use the run it back. Carl is already in no man's land. They know the positioning of him, but they still haven't flushed him out, as his teammate will be here to help him. And here comes Marky once again with the Blades and the Fury. But Carl shuts him down, only netting that one kill. TFO still haven't gotten a secure point in this one, but they do have Coco already for that quick rotation. Somebody might have heard his drop down there, but not close enough. He will be able to get through the alarm bot as well, and this is perfect because Ching doesn't know, and he might actually get surprised here. Slowly but surely, Coco is creeping in as Ching is looking into the side. Say goodnight, Sweet Prince, as Coco secures the C site, and that was a perfect lurk coming in from one of the star players of TFO.
Bedtime, story time, and there you go. 99 to Ching there. And Trix even catching out Josh as TFO now playing Divide and Conquer. And they're conquering multiple aspects of the map. Carl now all alone. And Archangel, they need to reel it back. They need to play responsibly because they already have such a big lead. Carl though with that kill. And here comes Carl with that second 3 in a row. So far for Carl for the round. Recon Bolt now trying to get that hit. And the Killjoy gonna fall. All eyes now on Trix. Can he make it happen? Carl though defusing, and timing is everything. The distance is there, the position is perfect, and TFO will still win it. Let's take it by Archangel saying they can win any round they choose.
That was so close for comfort. Honestly,
way too close.
That could have just been a straight up round for the first order, and they botched it. They almost botched it, actually. Still got the round because Trix was still alive, full of HP, full of life. Look at that. I mean, nothing really too special there, but I think he was just going for pros don't fake the PDF. It's not a file, guys. It's a play.
Might as well, right? They just go for the commitment. Might as well try and make it happen. Who knows how far Trix is because they confirmed he was on a site.
Yeah.
And it really goes to show that TFO right now, they need to make sure that they confirm those kills because the regular part coming in like that, allowing the Killjoy to get scanned, really costing them their position on C. But here we go again, TFO. They still at least got the rounds they need at the latter part of the first half. And they will be looking to defend as much as possible as Archangel is up by 4. Josh says, no. Did he actually knife Marky? He actually knifed Marky before he died. And guys, come on.
Haven't you seen the tweet from Patitech? You can't knife people anymore. You can't teabag anymore. It's not in the rules.
That's not a region, and just it really was so unfortunate for TFO that they couldn't get the kill in time. Josh he wasn't even looking at the screen properly, and there you go. Carl though keeping an eye out. The barrel of the ghost quite large and in charge. But here we go with the frenzy looking to run on away, and Carl, he just gets the hell out of there. We've seen a lot of nopes here in this series, a lot of disengages, but Modes keep finding two, and Ching also does get the duo. Archangel being a cut above in the pistol, and they're out by a handful, 4 away from moving on to Masters.
I think that's the best way to just go about that round. It was just a deep breath. TFO could not get the one up, and like you said, Dax, clock is ticking. Rounds are being shaved away one after the other, and TFO have to make a break for it. I don't think they can allow Archangel to get any more rounds here because it's going to be just way too big of a gap, way too big of a lead, and it's just going to be way too much of a challenge for them to go soaring above. In case TFO are still going to be trying to do the crossfires with these shotguns, I think they do have a chance here. Think about that. Archangel have been so on point. They might have, drank whatever they needed to drink. Maybe some nice little amount of vitamins, good right nights of night of sleep. Yeah. And they're looking so on point now coming into this fourth game.
Here.
They really woke up after the first map, but then Trix, he's still a man on the mission. He's still a good shot. And Ching gonna go down. Josh as though Modeski's there also. And Trix doesn't even know where to go. The Naswarm by speed. Modeski is there to play the A-long angle. And now ArkAngel gonna be on site and ready to take this one away. TFO. All eyes on them to try and play the retake, but the numbers are not on their side. And it's even more difficult on a map like this. ArkAngel will be on the other side right now, looking to time things up. Paranoia though from Johan might be the call. There's some really good positioning here for ArkAngel. A bit of that aggression, bit of that punish, and a goodbye to Marky perhaps, but he gets away, disjointed, and this position, honestly, by the shock dart there.
They have to die, right? So that they can get the money back?
Yeah, they do. So they're just going to be going guns blazing. Beautiful headshot on the Modeski, but he's still able to survive. Johan in meantime with a takedown, and it's all eyes on Coco. The Killjoy gonna get caught by the connector, and the Omen will get those kills. ArkAngel now at double digits, closing in to that master slot. And can they actually wrap this one up, or will TFO give us the comeback of all comebacks? We'll find out very, very soon as the buys will come for TFO. But then again, it's still light armor for many of them.
They definitely have to get that mother of all comebacks. It's getting bigger, the gap here, Dax. Honestly, I don't know what TFO can try to do here. They botched their economy once again. Do they have the money to actually go for full buys? They do have at least a couple of utilities or the full shields, but the thing about that, as you can see, Trix already, he had to sacrifice a little bit of his utility there, so he has to get some fights in and basically maximize the one flash that he has. That's not really a step in the right direction for TFO here. At least they do have the weaponry, but in the end, they're going to get flushed out once again. And ArkAngel, it seems like name of the game is going to be the site here. He's going to get spotted out. He will hit a Paranoia, but he will get flushed out, and they know where he is. Ching, even through the Paranoia, he challenges because he had faith with the Recon Dart, but that still does allow ArkAngel to push into the site. And even if he did for the YOLO play, you only live once. Well, it's actually you only live twice, as you do have the resurrection from your own Sage to make that happen. And Johan says hello.
What a sure shot there from Johan, and ArkAngel using that Sage advantage and resurrecting in the face of adversity. Carl in the meantime now with a kill onto Coco, and things are looking very clinical here for ArkAngel, but Courtesy, he still wants to fight back. He still wants to give us a common courtesy of giving us a match, and this is just gonna be Carl actually getting hit. The bounces are real. Courtesy unreal with that geometry, but can he do more? He's gotten 3 already, backing on away instead. Takes that Vandal in hand. ArkAngel, another beautiful take. Ching sacrificing his life for the greater good, dashing on in, challenging the angle. But in any case, ArkAngel was able to get the kill, get the take, get the sight, and now take the point away from TFO.
2 rounds. Dos. San, I think in Japanese.
You guys have made this quite a Spanish stream actually for the first 2 games. But
That's true.
It's just like, why are we watching some Dora the Explorer here? We're watching some Valorant.
I think aside from, you know, if you guys are Filipino, right? Sinescuela, Mathematic, the other ones that we probably watch as kids is Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer.
You're showing your age,
Oh no, my age is showing. It's fine, guys.
It's okay. But
Standing ahead.
Or if you're younger, Paw Patrol.
I like Paw Patrol.
That's nice, right?
But you know what's not nice right now for TFO is they are down by 7. And this is one thing that's actually hurting their economy, because this is going to be Coco getting caught out by Ching. They've been liking to force that Bucky. And in the first 2 games, it has worked. In the first 2 games, they were at the right angles, at the right timings, and at the right places. But this time, yeah, it's 900 credits for a basically all-in gun, and you need to be at the right spot to actually make it work. There we also get the Killjoy, getting a takedown. ArkAngel right now, 2-man advantage. And we know, Trix even gonna get a taste of his own medicine in the middle, caught out there. ArkAngel now moving over to C site, and things are looking very dire here for TFO, Mr. Asarai, as here comes Ching. Might see the Sova. Courtesy though, still the lone survivor, trying to fight back, but he's being hunted. Josh S now with 3 kills, and match point for ArkAngel.
It's knocking.
It's knocking indeed.
The Lost Reaper is already knocking at the door of the First Order. and it's halfway, maybe even 90% open, and they can't seem to stop it from opening even further. As Archangel is already looking to finish this game off, to finish this best of 5 with an almost clean 2 straight games from Ascent as well as here in Haven. They have been nigh unstoppable, and honestly, it's been a treat to see that. TFO, they showed that they have a lot of grit as well on Icebox and Split. Yeah, there we go. But it seems like it's not going to be enough here in the other maps where it seems like ArkAngel have called it their home. Coco, he doesn't miss those too often, but he will right now. Trix and teammate Mark, I believe, is going to be charging in from the back here. They will deny the lockdown, but the thing about that, though, is they have their positioning already spent up. Marky will be able to spike Modski. Maybe a step in the right direction as they do pick up a couple of kills. 3 versus 3. Spike has yet to get planted down, and they have actually been able to get the pinch that they need onto ArkAngel, but in the end, Johan is just a better pincher, and the pinchy has become the pinch.
Yeah, just gotta hurt those cheeks, and here we are, guys. ArkAngel at the cusp of making it to Valorant Masters, but TFO still fighting back. Marky, he has been the star of the show for the TFO squadron, but right now he needs to wake on up and hit those shots. Johan now playing Overwatch, and he is going to be watching on that high ground as much as possible. Carl now with a kill on Trix, and ArkAngel, they're 1 kill away from making it the Masters, and they have mastered the Philippine scene. They will be moving on after everything is said and done, and they have finally done it, Mr. Asrai. Week number 1, the struggles were there. Week number 2, they were almost there, but the rivals of Brand Esports, of course, taking it to the next level. But here we are, the best of the rest, the best that we've seen in week number 3. ArkAngel are your champions, and are going to be taking that second Valorant Master slot.
Big congratulations to ArkAngel. We got to change that to 3 now.
3, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much.
go.
Oh, we got it. But anyways, they did a fantastic job at finishing off those final 2 games. Honestly, this is what we needed, or I think this is what ArkAngel needed for them to get to that next level. Now, the next challenge for them, and as well as Bren, is being able to size up against the other teams in our region. But before we kind of talk about that, maybe on the next broadcasts, I also want to give a lot of credit to the First Order. We didn't have too much, I think, expectation coming from this particular team, but they showed so much pizzazz, so much talent, and so much understanding of their opponents. They might have fallen short here, guys, but it was just, I think, a little bit more of tweaking. Maybe they need to get picked up once again by a different organization here, because the First Order is one of the teams to definitely look out for, to definitely watch out for here in the Philippine scene.
Yeah, TFO, they need that support, and I really feel like if they're able to get past any kind of fatigue, any kind of mental stress, then it really will be their chance to shine. But ArkAngel, I gotta give it to them because they've done an amazing job. After, 0-1 power spike. I told you, it's even coated. It's even coated on the PPGL page. It's like, it's really, the comebacks happen after they lose that first map. But if you really want the tipping point of the whole series, you look back at Split. That fourth round, or fifth round, or whatever it was, the round where Modski just one-tap 2 people with a Sheriff, that was when ArkAngel said, guys, we can still fight back against TFO. Guys, we cannot lose whatsoever. And that whole map there, keeping it close, and ArkAngel taking that overtime win, that momentum brought them to win in a sense, brought them to win on Haven, and you can really see that they were on a mission, they were motivated, and they are now going to be our Masters representative alongside Brand Esports. It has been an amazing playoffs this week. We've seen some of the closest matches, and we've seen pretty much the best improvements from all our teams so far. But we are going to be signing out on the caster side for VALORANT Challengers. We're going to be getting that interview. We're going to be getting that panel as well to break down the action. And I've been Dax. He's been Asrai. We thank you guys for your time. This has been ArkAngel versus TFO, and we'll see you guys in just a bit for that post-game.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Angels have not fallen. In fact, they are soaring high right now as they soar and fly straight to the Masters with that second golden ticket. A big congratulations to ArkAngel in their decisive 3-1 victory that I predicted today, of course, against none other than TFO, who were phenomenal in the first 2 maps, but just seemed to slip away. We're going to be talking with one of the crucial clutch members of ArkAngel, Modsky, who has been amazing all throughout. So many clutches because of this guy. Every time he steps up the clutch, we were like, yeah, he would please. But we'll talk about that with him. So I got him on the line, actually. Modsky, where you at, man? What's up?
Hey, man, what's up?
All right. First of all, this is the question we gotta get out of the way. How's it feel to be going to the Masters?
We're really happy about how we performed today and really expected ourselves to make it to the Masters, but we had to go through a lot of problems, and I'm happy that we were able to overcome them slowly but surely.
Yeah, it seems like there were some identity crises within ArkAngel, but it seems like nowadays you guys are working like a well-oiled machine. Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened and like why you guys are seeming to like trust each other and drive so well? Oh, and everybody's there.
Hey, hold on. We just I was more than happy to make the right adjustments for in order for us to succeed. So I gladly took up the Sentinel role in order to let Josh play duelist because he's a more aggressive player in my opinion. And so far it's been working out for us.
Yeah, clearly that is the case. How is everyone feeling in the boot camp right now? What's the energy like there?
Eh, hindi ko sila marinig. Chill. Sorry, what were you saying?
Sorry, how is the energy like? What's it like in the boot camp right now? How's everyone feeling, man?
Everyone's feeling good. We're really happy about the win, and we're about to celebrate in a bit.
Okay, I'm gonna let you get to the celebration soon. But one question, real quick: How are you
Wait lang,
getting? How are you going to be planning? How are you going to be preparing for the Masters?
Oh, we understand that we have to work harder than everybody else, and we're gonna try our best to represent the Philippines well in the tournament.
All right. Any any shout outs you get? Any shout outs to your fans and your family? And of course to anyone you want to give thanks to, and as well as a message to the teams that are waiting for you in the Masters.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last.
Do you guys have any shout outs? Do you guys have any shout outs to your friends or family? And of course,
Wait lang, ako yung interview. Wait, I shout out to our coach Trix because she really helped us improve as a team, and I feel like we wouldn't have made such good progress without her. Shout out to our boss Mark Lee Cooper.
Nanay ko, kay nanay ko. Nanay ko din. Tapos kay Gil, kay Yang, kay kapatid ko, kay Dorby, kay Ate Cha, kay shoutout sa lahat ng supporters. Shoutout to Architect, kay Di pa dahil kay Jen! Nanay ko sa 1, 2, 3! Isang ko, kay Marlon, DJ Banay, kay Andrea Perez, kay
okay. Thank you very much, ArkAngel. All right, that's been it from ArkAngel. Thank you, Modsky, and the rest of you guys. Congratulations. We'll see you at the Masters. Good job, guys. All right, that's been it from us. For the side of ArkAngel, what a very fun group of people that you coach, Tricks. I'm just gonna lay it out there. She's sitting right beside me. You gotta slap some sense into these kids, man.
Whatever keeps them happy and performing, guys.
Yeah, it works. It works. Congratulations to you guys. I'm gonna. Before I discuss anymore, I do want to talk to you, Trix. First of all, congratulations. Well deserved, and your team is definitely giving you thanks for this. So you can't just say that you didn't do anything anymore. It's pretty much dead in the water. I do want to ask, how do you feel as the coach? You know, what's going through your mind like right now?
I couldn't have asked for better players to coach, honestly. They work on their own. They review demos on their own. I don't even have to ask them. They tell me what they think before I even ask a question. So honestly, I couldn't be happier to be coaching such a such a good team that really knows what they need to do as players.
What's your plan for the Masters now that you're about to head on over and fight the rest of the teams in Asia?
Just to train, review ourselves, review our opponents, and to get them to be even more comfortable with their roles.
Yeah, I think it's starting to show. You know, despite the fact that Modski was definitely moved to that Sentinel role, oh my God, the clutches that he made still.
Oh yeah,
Things just starting
absolutely
to work
ridiculous. It's just it's hard not to get teary-eyed watching people live out their dreams. this is such a dream come true for them, I'm sure.
Yeah,
And
this
it's
is like anime moment where you just hear the music in the background, like those sports films.
Well, you guys did keep calling it plot armor, so you know.
It was though. I mean, they're
no, but
here.
we finally figured it out. All right, it's no longer plot armor. They are control players. They're a control deck.
Okay, so this is look at guys, viewers, everybody, Twitch, Facebook. Let's be real here. I want to give a new slogan to ArkAngel. It's not Lipad ArkAngel for me, dude. It's like Survive ArkAngel. These guys are clearly Battle Royale players from before. Like, they just know how to outlast the opponents. Like, whether it's a best of 3, best of 5, they hang on. If it's overtime, they'll find a way to win. They're just so...
Yeah,
they're so tough.
Sort of like a war of attrition, so to speak. They drain out the resources, drain out the energy of the opponents, and then save out, just explode over there before the series ends.
I think they just sort of like to live longer than their opponents and use that. So if anybody has to defeat ArkAngel, it's got to be in a swift 2-0 because, what we did notice is ArkAngel usually gives up the first match, the first map of a series. And I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to ask this to Trix. How are you planning on getting them to stop this behavior of losing the first map before they start winning?
Well, I'm not sure if I can, but for me personally, I've always also been the kind of person as a player myself that I'm okay giving up one map or I'm okay giving up half of my rounds so long as I'm learning for that entire time. So as long as ArkAngel loses that and then is able to read their opponents and understand their movement, then I honestly think that it's fine.
Yeah, I agree. They just know how to read and adjust in the middle of a map.
Yeah.
Sort of like chameleons, aren't they, ArkAngel? It really just goes to show what a wonderful team that they have become. Over the course of the past few weeks, we have been following ArkAngel, and they have definitely come into their own. But talk about TFO a little bit. They started strong, and none of us expected them to take the first map. Well, maybe one. Maybe one of us.
Hey, I got it right.
You did. You
I
did.
got it right.
And none of us expected the second map to go double overtime. This could have been a 2-0. We could have been going to game number 5. But I think TFO just ran out of steam, ran out of gas, especially towards Haven.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. TFO, the first order, arguably their strongest map is Icebox, according to my very credible sources. But it was really more of them, running out of gas. That's just it. They went in strong first. Second game, same story, and then they kind of fizzled out towards the end of the series. And it's just so unfortunate because these guys were absolutely incredible at the beginning.
I think it was very clear and very evident, though, that they did seem to be tired. I don't know if it was them being tired or just ran out of ideas, but they just weren't as crisp coming to the later stages of the game, later stages of the series. They were just not looking as sharp. Some of the decision-making was a little bit off-center. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe this is something because they're still a younger team.
Definitely watching from the first part of their matches, it felt like they were running a race rather than running a marathon.
Yeah.
So they didn't pace themselves. Like they did these crazy like plays, crazy attack sides, and they're really able to hit all of those shots, get the clutches. But it's a matter of not having to put yourself always in that high stress situation, so that when you are in that situation, you're going to be able to, you have the energy to deal with it. And I think that's also one of the things ArkAngel is better at in terms of they try not to stress themselves out so much in the game, but when they need to step up, they're able to step up because they have the energy to do so.
Yeah, you
so I
definitely
think
need
a
to
lot
have
of
those reserves.
a lot of new teams I feel fall into that trap of they give it all out right from the start. And for me, it's that you do give it your all, but you also have to mentally check yourself, and that's what tactical timeouts are for.
That's one of the things that we didn't see very much of, actually. Tactical timeouts were few and far in between in the entirety of the tournament. I think very few teams did call those tactical timeouts. One of those teams was ArkAngel. Brett never really had to, but there were a lot of instances where we said these guys should have called a tactical timeout like 10 rounds ago,
Yeah.
especially OG, who seemingly never called one. I think maybe they had one or two, but you know, ultimately, people underestimate tactical timeouts just to maybe breathe, just get some air and just reset. Because
Yeah.
I feel like that's a huge thing as a player.
It definitely is. Even if you're honestly in that momentum where you're doing really well, sometimes it actually still helps to take a tactical timeout and calm yourselves down. Like, don't get too hyped. Don't start taking those stupid picks and whatnot.
Yeah, look, go ahead.
I mean, and I'm for sure you know this, Trix, amongst out of all of us here, that the mental exhaustion, the mental stress of competing in a high-level tournament is completely different from just playing the game. I mean,
Yeah.
viewers at home, some of them might be thinking, well, they're just playing, they're not really going to be tired. Stamina is not really going to be a big factor, but I disagree completely.
It's definitely, yeah.
It's definitely a thing.
I mean, case in point. Just
Yeah.
this Grand Five,
Case in
best
point.
of Grand Finals, best of 5. This goes to show how important it really is to outlast. But I do want to talk about the bigger picture here. The Masters is where we're going. So that is definitely going to be interesting. Bren are going to be facing off against their local rivals eventually at some point, ArkAngel. And ArkAngel have always seemingly been trying to catch up to ArkAngel. Always second place, never really first here. And now that they're going together to the Masters, this is the opportunity for ArkAngel to overcome, to maybe overthrow Bren as the #1 team in the Philippines and do better than them in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely think now is the time, as ArkAngel seems to have gotten a better grasp on their identity in terms of their agent picks. I think now is definitely the time for them to think about, with these agent picks, how are we going to be malleable and where are the lines that we draw and how can we adjust from here. And I think a lot of teams moving forward and learning from VCT Stage 1 is picking agents you're comfortable with, the maximization of your team abilities, and from there figuring out how you can adjust it to loosen it up a little.
That was the next level in terms of skill ceiling that we were discussing around the first week of VCT. And it was so cool that so many teams nowadays have overcome that ceiling.
Yeah.
I don't think that a lot of teams have, except for the ones that have really, really improved. I mean, let's say, I think off the top of my head, I think TFO.
TFO is one.
I think OG have improved, but not as much as TFO, probably. I do think ArkAngel have improved massively. And let's not
Yes.
forget DR.
DR as well?
Hashira's also improved.
Hashira's also one.
Yeah, but
there's quite a few.
Yeah, it just feels like they're just constantly battling, like trying
Yeah.
to one-up each other.
Yeah.
And we're in a good spot.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is still the beginning.
Still the local.
Still the local, and still stage 1 of the VCT. We still have stage 2 and stage 3 here. But before we talk about the other stages, let's talk about this series. The MVP coming up, the #1 player for this grand final, it's none other than Ching. Yet again, 246 ACS, and really stepping into his own as that Jet, to nobody's surprise.
He's definitely owned it. He's definitely owned it. I mean, we're seeing Ching a lot more often here up on the board, on
Yeah.
the MVP board.
I'm happy to see him on that Jet, and I'm happy seeing all of them comfortable. And that is the biased side of me, the biased side.
I think all of us can relish in the fact that when a team is feeling more comfortable, they can perform better. Because, the better the teams are in the region, the better it is for us. I mean,
That's true.
we
yeah.
just want to see better Valorant. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about, seeing good quality entertainment and FPS action,
Yeah.
But let's zone out just a tiny, tiny bit. But before that, congratulations, Ching. I do want to give a quick thank you to, of course, our sponsors who have been so generous all throughout. Big thank you to Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. And, of course, Globe. Globe Virtual Hangout, Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. we're going to announce the winners, the 10 winners of 1,500 worth of Valorant points. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Drum roll, metaphorical drum roll, of course. We don't really have a drum roll sound effect. Grim Valo, Michaela Mosilia, A Styles _027, Usuria RWL, Saifu Gaming _anonymous _1B, Cremo TV, Rykid55, Glitch 2021, and that green beanie guy. Congratulations, you guys have dared to go toe-to-toe with Asarai and duetted him in casting on TikTok or Facebook. So congratulations, you guys earned this 1,500 Valorant points. Amazing stuff from you guys, and thank you all for participating. But before we go and wrap up the show tonight, I want to ask you guys, what are your last thoughts before we head to the Masters? That's going to be in a couple of weeks from now.
Honestly, this has been a crazy, crazy ride, but this is just the beginning, my friends. And let me tell you, earlier when I was watching your interview with ArkAngel on screen, again, it was hard not to get teary-eyed because it was such a cool moment for this team, for this group of friends. And I guess I'm just going to live vicariously through them from now on.
I think this kind of tournament, I love to see it because it shows and encourages growth in the Philippines esports scene. And with a game such as Valorant, which requires teamwork and all of these things, it's great to see. So I look forward to seeing teams again in Stage 2, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the Masters.
All right, well, there you have it from my panel. It has been an amazing time, but it's time for us to sign off. Destiny has been written down, and in that book, ArkAngel has now written their names amongst the stars and became the second team to qualify for the Masters. So for this panel, Trix and Viminal, my name is Illustrado, and it's time for me to say good game and good night. See you all at the Masters.